"Anna, I finally had my first kiss, and it felt great," Luna exclaimed and started to tout about her endeavor. "Welcome to the fun side, little cousin. It took you a while, but you made it here. Better late than never." Anna encouraged Luna to embrace her new side. The kiss tasted so sweet and savory. "No wonder you do it so often." Luna described her experience savoring the aftertaste of the kiss. If Lorenzo were here, he would have a heart attack after seeing what Anna had done to his goody-goody granddaughter. Hearing Luna put it that way, Anna's mouth twitched as she tried hard to control herself from yelling at Luna. Ahem dash. I cleared my throat at Luna, indicating that the victim of her crime was right next to her. All my complaints fell to deaf ears, so I had no choice but to hold my rage in. The kiss may have been great for Luna, but not for me. My tongue was still numb from being assaulted by Luna's wild tongue. And sweetness and savory flavor that Luna spoke of was the sweet scent which the dungeon calamity seed uses to attract its prey to sow its seeds in them. This sweet flavor of my bodily fluids was hardly a noticeworthy perk, but for a first-timer like Luna, it was addictive. This made the kiss great for Luna despite it being a total disaster. Hearing me clearing my throat enthused Luna, who was narrating her first kiss to her cousin, hopped and hid behind her cousin like a startled rabbit. And right now, only one thought ran in her mind. Oh my God, I am so embarrassed right now. The bold Luna who dared to assault a boy in public was no more there. Big sis, did you see that? 1 second, he flirts with you, and the next second, he kisses another girl right in front of you. How can you tolerate a two-timing jerk like him? Just when everybody thought the situation could not get any more awkward, Corey opened her mouth and blamed that I, the victim, had kissed Luna without her consent. Corey, didn't you want to return to work for the card boutique? If yes, I do not think provoking Wyatt would work in your favor. So stop it. Susan appreciated Corey as a good friend and for the help she provided, but now she was also starting to feel that she was crossing the line by making false accusations. You're right, big sis. I couldn't help myself seeing the heathen go unpunished. But for now, I will pretend to be in his support. Corey accepted Susan's advice as she preferred to spend time with Susan, and that was only possible if she was an employee of the card boutique. Otherwise, Susan would be busy with work and never spend quality time with her even if she could get into the same university as her former boss. Fuck. You do know that I can hear you, right? I questioned Corey, hearing her call me a heathen. Yes, boss. You have a very sharp hearing. Nobody can match your hearing the entire world. Boss, you are the best. I did not know if Corey was being sarcastic or genuinely believed that her shameless flattery would work in her favor. I would forget about her crimes and employ her at my card boutique. Who the heck is your boss? Stop calling me your boss. I repeated myself so that Corey clearly understood that I would never accept her. I do not want her negatively towards me affecting my workplace and our work. Boss, I know I was wrong. Please find it in your big heart to give this poor girl a way to make a living. What the fuck? When did she become so shameless and thick-skinned? Not to mention she called herself a poor girl. The Corey I knew is too prideful to even talk politely with me, let alone call me boss. Did she make a breakthrough in her realm? No, it appears not to be the case. I wanted to reject Corey more brutally, but Susan interested me. Wyatt, you might as well give her a chance. Otherwise, she will bug you until you do. And also, she has been volunteering her help till now and has been very well behaved. I think you should consider giving her a chance. Susan knew Corey would follow them to Heatsin Royal Palace and the university, so she decided that they would better recruit Corey and help her understand how things work in society. I never expected Susan would speak in favor of Corey. Susan considered Corey a friend, but she was a professional who kept work and friendship separate. Susan knew that Corey, with her current temper, would not be a good fit for our small card boutique. Therefore, she would never recommend me to hire Corey unless she had other plans. I looked into Susan's eyes and could hear them screaming, "Let's teach this junior of ours how hard it is to make a livelihood, and help her understand the concept of hard-earned money." Yep, as Corey's best friend, Susan decided to take matters into her hands and teach Corey life lessons that would help her a lot down the road. Susan had no idea of Corey's origin card relife and its ability to unlock past life's memories. If she did, she would not have come to the current decision. Instead, she would pamper Corey more, feeling sympathy for her poor soul. But it was not my place to tell Susan about Corey's predicament. If Corey wanted to, she would have already shared her secret with her. When she herself gets comfortable with the origin card, she may share her story with Susan. Big sis you. I am touched. Corey had one complaint with Susan. Why didn't she speak on her behalf? But now, seeing Susan finally talk on her behalf and give her a recommendation, she had no more complaints about Susan. Right now, I am in a predicament. I did not want to add Corey to my workforce because she didn't respect me, and her prejudice against me would only lead to insubordination. Susan and I were a team, and we handled our part of the work perfectly. But adding a Corey to the group would only slow down the efficiency of our team. I know Susan knows this, and yet recommends me to hire Corey. I wanted to overlook Susan's recommendation, but this was the first thing Susan had asked from me. Hence my dilemma. Fine, I will hire her. But at the first sign of insubordination or smart mouth sorry, I will fire her ass faster than lighting a gas. So she is still on probation. If she proves to be a good asset to our card boutique, then we can discuss her job status. I chose to trust Susan and decided to give Corey another shot. I hope the probation period is enough to put Corey on her toes. Otherwise, I will just make it clear to her that she is too good for my little card boutique. Don't worry, boss, you will not regret your decision. FYI, I am not shy of reporting workplace harassment. Corey was being deliberate with her words. What was I thinking? She wouldn't change just because of a probationary status behind her job title. Wyatt, leave her to me. I will handle her. I have arranged all the ingredients you mentioned in the ingredient list in the card lab. Will you be creating the cards tonight? I looked at Susan suspiciously. Was she trying to cover for Corey by changing the topic? No, this is not the professional Susan I know. No, I am not. Something just came up. I will be busy dealing with that. So mass production of the nanomorpher cards will have to wait until a later date. Right now, I was more concerned about creating runes and getting my Calamity Daughter gems to comprehend Blood Rule and forge runes. So emptying the stock of liquid spirit gold on the warehouse shelves took less priority. I see. But I do not think we need to push the creation of the cards to a later date. We have another card creationist in our time. Let Corey deal with the small stuff like this one. You're the boss. You cannot just tend to all the work around here. Share some with Corey. I am sure she has a profound knowledge of card creation and is proficient enough to create the nanomorpher cards you were planning to mass produce. Made some valid points. Now that I had a second card creationist in the group, I should share some of the workload with her. No, that won't work. My card recipe and creation techniques are very different from those mentioned in the textbooks. Corey cannot help me in the mass production of these cards. Despite how valid and tempting Susan's advice sounded, I could not put them to work. Because I finally remembered why I did not plan on expanding my card boutique or just patenting my card recipes. Most of my card recipes are based on my esoteric knowledge of science and technology. When it came to the creation process, I did not use the basic techniques taught in the card creation textbook and was heavily dependent on my sole pupils. Therefore, I could not recruit any outside help in the mass production nanomorphers. You sure a talented and confident card creationist like Courtney can be of no help to you? Susan stressed her words as she spoke. It felt like she was hinting at something, but I could not understand what it was. For the love of God, give this stuck-up and overconfident brat some grunt work. Is that hard to understand? What part of my words wasn't clear enough? Drown her ass with so much work that she understands how hard it is to make a livelihood, and help her understand the concept of hard-earned money. Seeing me not take the hint, Susan broke the mask covering her face and screamed, "Teach this spoiled brat a lesson." Say what? Susan's words dumbfounded not just me, Anna, Luna, and Courtney. Big sis. Corey was the one who suffered from the greatest shock when Susan stripped her professional mask and let out her true thoughts on having Corey work in our card boutique. Corey, honey, I love you and all, but you are spoiled rotten. And it's about time somebody told you that. I do not know what is happening with you these days, but I hope that the timid yet brave girl that came to me asking to learn from me is still somewhere in you. I will bring out that girl even if I have to beat her out of your current pompous little mindset. Having taken the gloves off, Susan went ballistic and gave Corey a piece of her mind. Hearing Susan nag her, Corey's eyes become teary, not because she felt betrayed or for other petty reasons. Currently, Susan resembles her past life mother, who would always bottle up her anger and dissatisfaction caused by Corey's mistakes, and one fine day, those anger and discontent would burst up, and Corey would feel the burnt. But not for long. Feeling bad about her outburst, mother would always cave to her pitiful and cute apology. As Corey was reminiscing about the past and savoring the new side of her big sister, Susan wasn't done there. And how could you be so ungrateful to quit in moment's notice and open a card studio right next to ours? Clearly, you have no respect for Wyatt and the work he does. Do you think running a card boutique is easy? You know how we struggled to start this and how many hours Wyatt spent in the card lab mass-producing cards just to gather enough funds for the boutique? Just because he makes it seem easy doesn't mean that anybody can open a card studio and run it successfully. Since you genuinely call me your big sister, I have taken it upon myself to correct your ways and teach you how society works and how every person plays their role in keeping the community functional. Mind you, no role is small or to be looked down on, because society is similar to a big machine, and we are parts of that machine. No matter how small the part, if it stops functioning, the machine starts to malfunction or shut down for good. It seems Susan, too, was dissatisfied with the new changes in Corey's demeanor and was holding back a lot. Come to think of it, Susan supported the bet I made with Corey during the tournament. She wanted me to teach Corey not to mess with her seniors. I remember Susan even volunteered to be my gambling stake against Corey's bet of working for me. I guess Susan had long ago planned to use this bet to release her dissatisfaction with Corey and teach her a lesson while she is at it. But my abrupt plan of moving the card bouquet must have put a dent in Susan's meticulous plan to discipline Corey. Now that Corey came back asking for it herself, Susan must have decided it was about time she let Corey know the wrath of her bottled-up anger towards new Corey. No, don't you dare try to get away from this with teary eyes. Since you are an unpaid employee of the card boutique, you have to shoulder your share of the workload. Susan did not melt to the teary-eyed Corey. Instead, her words got sterner. Yes, ma'am. In the past life, Corey would have brushed off her mother's anger and acted pitiful until her mother caved. But current Corey decided to follow her mother's words like the world's law and learn whatever Susan offered with a positive and enthusiastic attitude. What? Susan was confused by Corey's unexpected positive response and thought, this silly girl does know that I am reprimanding her, right? Susan expected a little pushback from Corey, but not full cooperation. She became more and more sure something was wrong with this poor girl's head. Somebody or something seems to have done a number on her. Yes, just as Corey expected, Susan began to get soft seeing her cooperate. Corey, I have forwarded you the exoskeleton armor and the body of nanomorphers. There must be almost 30 tons of liquid spirit gold in the warehouse. Save 1 ton and use the rest of the liquid spirit gold to create the exoskeleton armor and the body of nanomorphers. I heard Susan's intentions for Corey loud and clear and tasked her with the grunt work. The creation of the exoskeleton armor and the body for the nanomorpher doesn't require any tech knowledge. All Corey had to do was follow the design and a few simple instructions I forwarded to her grimoire. And also, this part was the most tedious and time-consuming one in creation for the nanomorpher cards. With the body of the nanomorpher already built, all I would have to do was modify all the soul energy reactors, the levitation, and the weapon system for each nanomorpher. With Corey pulling the grunt work, I could get to the important stuff of the card creation. Remembering the massive order of megamorpher that is yet to come, Corey became my favorite employee in an instant. I will leave the creation of the body of megamorphers in Corey's care too. That would take a lot of workload off of me. Okay, I will do it. When do you want the exoskeleton armors and stock bodies made of liquid spirit gold delivered to you? How much time do I have? Corey spoke as if she had a choice. Ah, so cute. I like your enthusiasm. No hurry, though. It would be fine if you get it done by tomorrow morning. I answered with a massive grin on my face. I liked building mechas, but repeatedly building the same nanomorpher or megamorpher would get old very soon. What? Are you out of your mind? How do you expect me to refine 30 tons of liquid spirit gold in one night? Corey yelled in dismay. What? Can't you? I have refined more tons of higher grades of metal in a lot fewer hours. Don't tell me all your talk about being a talented card creationist was nothing but an empty boast. It seems I overestimated you. I had refined more than 100 tons of ranked metal for the megamorpher cards in a single night. Even though I did not expect Corey to match my speed, I still expected her to be capable of at least a third of what I am. You're lying. If not, how did you not die of exhaustion? Are you trying to get back at me for calling you out as a pervert? Corey did not seem to believe what I said and thought I was taking revenge on her. No, he is not lying. I can vouch for him. Anna, who was watching a show till now, butted in vouching for me. Anna looked at Corey and sneered, thinking, "Little girl, let me teach you the consequences of daring to blackmail this empress." Yes, Wyatt is not lying. I still have the receipt for the ingredients I bought yesterday. You can check. Susan also came to my support. No, how is it even possible to refine that massive amount of ranked metal in that small amount of time? It's impossible. Corey questioned in disbelief. Little girl, it's possible. The veteran mining card creationist can do more than that. Even the card creationist from the mass production troupe of big and branded companies refine that amount of ingredients in just 8 hours. Refining a large number of ingredients in a short period of time is the basic of card creation. When I was your age and realm, I would refine more ingredients just to experiment with new card recipe ideas. Luna also voiced supporting me. Mining card creationists are card apprentices who turn the or into or cards. That field is very competitive. Only those that can refine massive quantities of metal into cards in the shortest period of time survive there. Despite their speed, these card creationists continue to maintain the high durability of the ingredient cards. What? But Corey was totally out of her wit. She did not know how to reply to Luna's claims. Corey, enough with your buts and whats. Get to work. Start earlier to finish on time. Move. Susan walked witless Corey towards the card lab with a triumphant grin on her face. I am still curious as to how this girl managed to forge an ego gem with an affinity and an innate rune. Anna reminded me that I had not yet explained how Courtney had forged her mutated ego gem. About that, she had some help from Bloodette. I said casually, "The Blood Supreme?" I thought she was enraged after what happened at the tournament. Luna asked, seeming interested in Bloodette. Turns out their friendship was strong enough to survive that. I was vague with my answers because Bloodette and Courtney's business was not mine to disclose. It's truly interesting to see a supreme being in a human form such a strong friendship. I wonder whether the same friendship would have blossomed if both of them knew the past between humans and supreme beings. It's good to be naive. Anna mumbled. The friendship between Bloodette and Courtney is indeed a peculiar one. Can supreme beings help humans to create ego gems? This is an interesting find. I bet seniors at Morningstar University would be thrilled to research this field. I, too, would explore this, but my hands are full with the research on dungeon transportation and empty space. A supreme being using its ability to forge an ego gem in humans seems to have raised Luna's interest, but she was already buried with many unfinished research. Even if you had enough time, where would you find a supreme being willing to participate in the experiment? Be realistic, will you? Anna mocked Luna. Speaking of experiments, Anna, I have a favor to ask of you. Can you teach me how to forge runes? I got down to what I was here for, learning runes forging from Anna. Why are you asking me when you have a Morningstar University academician right in front of you? She can teach you how to forge runes better than me. Go ask her. Anna shooed me. I should ask Luna for help as she would be a better teacher than Anna. Luna clearly heard the conversation between Anna and me, and was looking my way as if waiting for me to request her guidance. Dr. Luna, if you could spare some time, I want to learn how to forge a rune from you. Due to my desperation, I had no choice but to be polite and respectful to the girl who sexually molested me. I can, but first, aren't you forget something that you promised to do for me? Speaking of that, Luna passed me an ingredient card. Curious, I checked the card only to find that the ingredient in the card was mimiconium, reminding me that I had to analyze mimiconium to give Luna an approximate estimate of how much of this ingredient I would need to create the custom giant megamorpher. I see you have already received the mimiconium. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I will analyze it for you right away. Placing the ingredient card in my grimoire item card slot, I summoned the mimiconium in it. A 1 kilogram 7-inch slab of black metal appeared in my palm. I activated my soul pupils to check the soul pathways arrangements of the mimiconium. Fascinating. I could not help but mutter this word as I gazed at the mimiconium's soul pathways arrangements. This arrangement pattern was more complex than I had ever seen. But under the scrutiny of my soul pupils, any mystery was pointless. Is that your mother's origin card, or a site? I did not know it can be used to analyze materials. From the distance between Luna and me, she could easily notice the oddity in my eyes when I activated my soul pupils. Thankfully, she mistook it for my mother's origin card. Nod. I just nodded in response to Luna's question and acted as if I was engrossed analyzing the ingredient and did not want to be distributed with more questions about my origin card. Luna took the hint and left me alone, as the analysis of the mimiconium was urgent and more important to her. Looking through the soul pathway arrangement of the mimiconium, I was finally able to uncover what I wanted, and I just needed to test whether my findings were correct or not. So I poured my blood rule power into it. Soon the mimiconium slab started to show signs of turning into red color. The black color of the slab began to change into the blood red color, and the red color started to spread to every corner of the slab as I continued to pour my blood rule into the slab. Finally, the entire slab had turned red in color. Then, to check how long the transformation of the mimiconium slab will last, I cut off my supply of blood rule power to it. After 3 seconds, the red glow on the slab started to get dimmer and dimmer, until finally, it returned to its original state in about 23 seconds. 23 seconds of the energy retention period, not bad, but it could be better, I comment, having gotten the results of the experiment. I was told that the mimiconium can retain the rule power for about 1 minute even if it loses its rule power supply. Did they lie to me? Or gave me a faulty product? I am calling customer care. They are going to hear an earful from me. Luna fumed, finding that the energy retention period promised by the manufacturer for mimiconium was false. Hold that thought. Let me see. Stopping Luna from promptly contacting the manufacturers and calling them out as a fraud, I decided to be through before Luna did something rash, and check if everything was as promised. If it were, then we would be at fault. More importantly, Luna would be seen as a fool in the academician community. I did not have a problem with Luna being paraded as a fool. Still, since Luna's claims are based on my analysis, I decided to intervene and stop her from turning both of us into clowns in the academician community. Tisk, seeing me unsure about my findings, Luna clicked her tongue in annoyance and decided to conduct her test to verify if what manufacturers promised about the mimiconium was true. After seeing my doubts about my findings, Luna thought it would be best to cross-check my results. I wasn't unsure. I just wanted to be thorough before pointing fingers. After all, words that are spoken can never be taken back. In the field of research, the worst enemy of a researcher was the retraction of their statement. This would even bring down a seasoned researcher. Yes, people make mistakes, but in the field of research, errors are entertained only in the confines of your lab or experiment. But once it gets out or published, retracting your findings only means death to your academic standing. From then, every published result of yours will not be taken seriously. Veteran researchers like Luna would only state their findings once they are done with their entire experiment and 100% sure about the conclusion. So naturally, Luna thought that I would do the same. So she trusted my words and decided to pick a bone with the manufacturer for their false claims. The energy retention period of the mimiconium slab is indeed more than a minute. After conducting the complete test, I found that the manufacturers were telling the truth, more like a half-truth. The manufacturer did not mention the conditions to be met for the energy retention period of the mimiconium slab to be near 1 minute. The mimiconium slab has to be supplied with rule power for about a good 20 minutes to store enough rule power to display the energy retention of about 1 minute after the supply of rule power is stopped. If the rule power is supplied only for a minute or less, it can only display the retention period of about 20 to 25 seconds. The manufacturer purposefully did this because it usually would take more than 30 seconds for the mimiconium to adapt to the rule power supplied. To reduce this time to mere 3 seconds. The manufacturer had to do this because if the slab took near 30 seconds to adapt to rule power supplied or change in rule power, that it would be of no use on the battlefield, as it only takes seconds to kill or be killed. I was able to deduce all this from the soul pathway arrangements of the mimiconium slab. If it were Luna, she would have to use a soul scope amplifier to check the collection of pathways. Soul scope amplifier is similar to a microscope, but this one is used to see soul pathways. But its efficiency is lacking as the range of soul scope is very low. But considering the caliber of the soul scope amplifier, it would take days for her to reach the conclusion I have arrived at. Those sly bastards. This is all a marketing gimmick. In the end, they did not lie to us, as the slab's energy retention period is indeed more than a minute. After hearing my detailed explanation of my findings, Luna couldn't help but comment on the deviousness of the manufacturer. Yes, I understand that. But this initial energy retention period and charging time is too little for our use. If I were to make a small weapon or item, then this retention period and charging period would be efficient, but we are not making a piece of small equipment. We are making a freaking megamorpher. The retention rate we require is very high, but if I try to increase the retention period manually, the charging period will decrease even more. I started the apparent problem with using mimiconium. To get an energy retention period of 1 minute for LKG of mimiconium, I needed to charge it for a minimum of 20 minutes. These numbers would go higher if I were to increase the amount of, or to be used to 100 tons. Here the energy retention period, mass, and charging time of the mimiconium were inversely proportional to each other, meaning if I were to increase one, the other two would decrease. If I tried to solve one problem, two others would arise, making this mimiconium unfit to be used for large projects like Magemorpher, which would require 100 tons of mimiconium to build. Under rough estimation, for 100 tons of mimiconium, with current settings of the ore, to get a minimum 1-minute retention period for the entire 100 tons body of Megamorpher, the charging time of the whole ore would increase to a week. If I had to charge the Magemorpher for a week before going to battle, and it would only last for 1 minute at most in an energized state, then it was not worth it. It would be considered stupidity to do this. I explained this to Luna, trying to be as honest as possible. Is there no other way? Luna asked dejectedly. There should be. You two nerds gather your brains and find one. Anna, who had been silently listening to our discussion, pitched in to motivate us. But unfortunately, there was no way for Luna and me to work together. That is because the Heatsend royal family was not revealing to me what they would use the Megamorpher for. And Luna did not know the principle behind the working of Megamorphers. To form a collaboration, we both need to know the complete picture, but our secrets bound us from doing so. There is a way. If I get the recipe for this mimiconium, or maybe I can find a variant that will fit our requirements. Other than this, I do not see how this will work. I had total confidence with the complete recipe of the mimiconium, or I could create an ore that would meet the requirements to build a megamorpher. Well, that is not impossible, but what you ask is not impossible. But currently, it's not possible to get the recipe for mimiconium, or as you do not have the required privilege to do so, Luna answered dejectedly. I was surprised to see Luna and Anna not mock me after hearing me claim that if I had its production recipe, I could modify the mimiconium ore. The mimiconium ore's current state is achieved after many seasoned researchers optimized it with their best capabilities. Blatantly saying that I could achieve something which many veteran researchers and academicians couldn't achieve would be considered arrogant on my part, but Luna and Anna did not seem to look at it that way. Them agreeing to the idea of me getting the recipe was already proof enough that they believed I could achieve what I promised. I knew I wasn't boasting because I had soul pupils to solve the mystery of objects based on their soul pathways and arrangement. Something like modifying a recipe of a racked metal was not a big deal for me. But Anna and Luna did not know this yet. Instead of mocking my boastful claims, they chose to support it and help to their best capabilities. I do not know what they are thinking, but it is better this way. I could achieve my goals faster. While my privilege level is not enough, I created the silver milk powder, giving mortals a way of supplementing their active soul control and awakening into a card apprentice. My achievements in society are tremendous enough already. Shouldn't my privilege level be high enough to get a recipe for an artificial ore? I couldn't help but ask, as I thought after I made silver milk powder public. My social standing should have risen in ranks. But that doesn't seem to be the case. Privilege level is something that one can get only by contributing to society. Low-level privilege is easy to reach by amassing enough fortune and creating many jobs for the mortals and low-level card apprentices. Whitebin family, Bright family, Elliot's company, and Dana's fine gold are the best examples of low-level privilege. But at higher levels, fortune and small social work are no longer enough to raise your privilege level. To advance to the upper level, you need to earn high merits and way beyond by killing the hostile forces or reclaiming the lost land from the Supreme Being's forces. Military merits are only one of the ways. There are other ways, too. like making discoveries and inventions. And my discovery of silver milk powder is the best example. About that, people are still debating whether silver milk powder is real or just a malicious rumor. Anna replied, scratching the back of her head, avoiding my eyes. What do you mean by malicious rumors? Isn't the silver milk powder patent under my name proof enough? How can there be people still stupid enough to claim that silver milk powder is just a myth? I risked my life and decided to file a patent in order to make my debut in this new world. But now you are saying more than half of the world is still not sure where someone like silver milk powder exists. You must be kidding me, right? Hee about that. Anna continued to avoid making eye contact with me. Anna's actions could not be more suspicious. Tell me, what did you do? Nope. What did your mother do? Is your family planning on double-crossing me? The only reason more than half of the world would still be doubtful and debate over the existence of the silver milk powder and its capabilities even after seeing my patent is because the Heatsen family is up to something. Hold your horse. My Heatsen royal family has nothing to do with this. You can't just point fingers at not knowing what actually happened. I listened to Anna's words carefully. She defended her family, but not her mother. This meant that it had something to do with her mother. What did your mother do? I swear to God, if your mother double-crossed me, I will not leave it at this. Except for making threats of repercussions for their betrayal, I regretted becoming complacent. Fuck. I should have sent a Calamity Daughter gem to submit my patent at the Central Region Patent Commission office in the capital city after the patent for silver milk powder was successfully filed in the Southern Region Patent Commission office. That way, the Heatsen royal family could not flex their power to meddle with my affairs. The Southern Region was Heatsen royal family's domain, but in the Central Region, it was a different story. I should have known that they could easily limit my patent using their power in the Southern Region. I let my guard down because of the existence of the soul contract between Anna and me. The soul contract only made sure that Anna would stand by her term for the patent of silver milk powder while protecting me and my friends and family. But the soul contract did not mention anything about the Heatsen royal family deliberately controlling and manipulating the patent. What I did not understand was what could the Heatsen family gain by making half of the world doubt the existence of the silver milk powder and its capability. No matter what, they had to pay my royalty out of the profits they made. So why go through all the trouble from surprising the hype of silver milk powder and making the world think it's just another scam? Just because I could not think of a reason did not mean that Anna's mother's invention for doing so was clean. From what I know about business, when you have a product with 200% guaranteed success of making it big, you do not suppress the hype but fuel it and attract potential investors and partners. What Anna's mother was doing right now was the total opposite of this. Why do this? No wonder it has been so quiet despite me detonating a giant bomb like silver milk powder. The city should be buzzing about the silver milk powder and its capabilities, but I did not hear about silver milk powder anywhere. And those old fogies from the Bright family and the Whitebin family, they did not call me currying favors and trying to get recommendations to become distributors of silver milk powder in Sky Blossom and nearby cities. Especially the shameless Jaya and her sister Diana Keefe of Fine Gold. Forget them. They are acquaintances at best. But what about Elliot? That bastard. Why did he not warn me about what was going on in the outside world? Come to think of it, I could not come in contact with him after the tournament ended. Where did he go? Answer me, Anna. What is going on? Clearly, by doing this, the Heatsen family doesn't stand to gain anything but lose a great opportunity to publicize the silver milk powder. What is your mother up to? This period was an excellent opportunity to create hype about silver milk powder among the general populace. Yet Anna's mother was risking it all for her hidden agenda. This disfame will become a considerable obstacle when the silver milk powder hits the market. But considering the miraculous ability of the silver milk powder, it will redeem its name and fame in no time. No, my mother is not behind this. For that matter, nobody is behind this matter. My mother's only fault is that she stopped the marketing team from nipping off the malicious rumors at the bud. Anna's words were confusing me. She was hiding something from me. Anna, speak clearly. If your mother is not to be blamed and no third party is involved, then where did these malicious rumors come from? There has to be somebody spreading these rumors for people to doubt the patent granted by the Southern Region Patent and Trademark Commission Office. The genuity of silver milk powder was the patent granted under my name by the Southern Region Patent and Trademark Commission Office. which meant they had cross-verified that there was no trickery involved in this product and it's original. If the people doubted the silver milk powder despite the patent, then it could only mean one thing: that rumors weren't groundless. Somebody must have produced a genuine concern for half of the world to doubt the patent granted by the Southern Region Patent and Trademark Commission Office. Well, you see, when a patent is granted, it usually takes a year or so to check the originality of the content. But this process was skipped because of my guarantee. Now that has been raised as a concern by some people. What Anna was basically saying was that her using her authority to intervene in the screening process of granting a patent to silver milk powder has now come back to bite us. Are you telling me that someone is claiming that I did not discover the silver milk powder? I exclaimed, thinking that someone claimed that silver milk powder was not my original discovery. Stealing a man's discovery is the worst thing one can do to him. After all the precautions I took, I still can't escape this. I was not worried that someone would steal my contribution, but the loyalty of the Heatsend royal family. As other than me, only the Heatsend family knew the complete process and ingredients needed to produce silver milk powder. Yeah, if the Heatsend royal family doesn't betray me, I can withstand any accusations against me and my discoveries. Come to think of it, this would explain why Anna's mother did not nip the rumor at their bud. No, that's not the case. Nobody's accusing you of not being the original discoverer of silver milk powder. They are just accusing you of being a fraud. And before you cook up various conspiracies in your head, just listen to what I have to say patiently. Anna knew she could not hold back anymore if she did. Instead of protecting me from whatever she thought she was, she would end up creating cracks in our relationship. Okay, I will. I have no other choice. Damn right. I had no other choice but to listen to whatever explanation she planned to give because I had no additional power or authority to do otherwise. Good. Remember how you mentioned silver milk water as the key ingredients for the creation of the silver milk powder. That ingredient is something nobody has ever heard of. When the Patent and Trademark Office officially published your findings and recipe for the production of silver milk powder in many reputable privileged journals, renowned researchers started to conduct experiments to see if your conclusions were genuine. But they could not find the critical ingredient mentioned by you in the recipe, silver milk water. Unable to find the silver milk water to conduct their experiments, all the researchers came to the conclusion that there is no such thing as silver milk powder, and filed a complaint against you, charging you with fraud. Not just you, they also charged me with misuse of authority for meddling with the Patent and Trademark Commission Office's screening process. So you are not the only one being rolled in the mud here, okay? When the complaints were filed, my mother could have distributed a little bit of silver milk water to the researchers to calm their anger and solve everything in one go. Still, instead of doing so, she put the patent granted to your silver milk powder under review. She suspended me from my duties until the investigation of the genuinity of the silver milk powder reached completion. Anna narrated everything she knew, but forgot to mention that her suspension from her duties was only for show. She did not want this information to cause some unnecessary misunderstanding. You are telling me, just because these so-called renowned researchers never heard of silver milk water, they decided that it is a fantasy ingredient that I concocted for my fraud. Your mother could have solved all this misunderstanding just by giving some silver milk water to them. Still, instead, she accepted their charges, put my patent under investigation, and suspended you from your position. I can understand my patent being under investigation because I am an ant. But what about you? You are the Southern Emperor, commander of the Southern Watch. Can your mother do that to you? I thought you were the highest authority in the Southern region. I was pissed that my patent was under investigation, but I could do nothing because, in this game of chess that these demigods were playing, I was just a pawn. They could sacrifice me or life to become the most powerful piece in chess. About that, guilty Anna scratched the back of her head, avoiding my gaze. Wyatt, you couldn't be more wrong. The true ruler of the Southern region is my Aunt Anna's mother. Anna is just the representative of her will. Demigods are forbidden to interfere in mortal affairs. Therefore they chose a capable person to do their bidding, and for a year-end family, it is this dimwit. If Anna were given complete charge of the royal family, she would bring us all to the ground in days. Personally, I think Aunt Sho chose a new representative, preferably one who knows that a pixie dragon kills its mate after mating. God rest Chum Chum's soul. Chum Chum, you were a diligent and loyal pixie dragon. Sorry, you had to pass away in such a stupid way like that. You are still missed. Luna explained that Anna was not the actual ruler, but just a representative of the true ruler, and something about a pet pixie dragon named Chum Chum. How is that related to the topic we are talking about? Is she planning to change the subject? But she genuinely seems to care about this Chum Chum. SHD. I cannot help but feel that I am playing right in the palms of these two cousins. Chum Chum wanted to mate. I just helped him, who knew that despite feeding him all those precious resources, he still could not overpower his female partner and escape. And how dare you bring up Chum Chum? I know you are jealous that the family decided to make me represent the heat-send royal family at my birth. But bringing Chum Chum into is just low even for you. Anna was offended that Luna brought up her dead pet Chum Chum. You stupid drunk. Lut. When a female pixie dragon reaches climax, the body fluids released by it will act as a paralyzing agent and render its male partner incapable of defending itself. No matter how strong Chum Chum was, he was bound to die. Therefore, I wanted it to undergo chemical castration. If you had just listened to me, Chum Chum would still be alive. Luna genuinely seemed to be agitated by their pet pixie dragon's death. I will be magnanimous and overlook the name-calling for now. Luna, do not be unreasonable. Chum Chum had reached that age. I could tell how lonely he was. A prude like you won't understand. And also, it was not your or my decision to make, it was Chum Chum's choice. And trust me, that is what Chum Chum wanted. Wyatt, you are a man. What would you choose if you were in Chum Chum's place? Take your chances with your female partner or get chemically castrated as Luna suggested. Anna asked for my opinion. According to her, be it a monster or human, men will be men. Hypothetical, if I were in the same situation as Chum Chum, I would take my chances with my female partner over chemical castration, always. I could not stress enough that I would rather die than get chemically castrated. I can understand why Chum Chum did not care if his first bang could be his last bang, as the alternative was very cruel. But you promised that you will give Chum Chum to me once I reach Card Emperor realm. Luna reminded me of those selfish dog owners back on Earth who would chemically castrate their pet dogs. Man, imagine those dogs' pain. Their years of loyalty are rewarded by chemical castration. I will buy you a new one, this time a female, so that you do not have to go through the same ordeal all over once again. Anna tried to console Luna by promising her that she would get her a new pixie dragon pet. No, I will not replace Chum Chum. And also, female pixie dragons are murdering luts. Our family already has you for that. Mating doesn't guarantee that the female pixie dragon gets pregnant. Therefore, female pixie dragons keep finding new male partners after killing the last one until she gets pregnant. You do know that my generosity has its limit, right? Keep this up, and you know what is waiting for you down the line. Anna controlled herself and warned Luna to behave. That was the last one, I promise. Luna has recently discovered that in front of Wyatt, her arrogant cousin gets more tolerant and well-behaved. It was clear that she did not want to show him her crazy side and scare him away. And Luna was making full use of this godsend opportunity to get her jabs in. But she knew there were limits to the new side of Anna, so she chose to stop for now. You cousins done? Now explain to me what your mother's agenda is. To decide if I can trust her before taking extreme steps to protect what's mine. Don't get me wrong, Anna. I trust you. But the same cannot be said about your mother. The only advantage of us ants is that there are a lot of us. And someone with my capabilities can be considered as the king of ants. So what if I cannot face you head on? I will mobilize my soldier ants to make sure what's mine stays mine. I can appreciate your honesty. My mother also doesn't trust you. It's understandable. After all, you have not met each other. Once you two meet, you will see how similar you guys are. And aren't my mother's intention obvious enough by now? Anna did not seem to be concerned that I was skeptical about her mother's and family's plans for me. Instead, she thought her mother and I were too much alike. I can think of various reasons why your mother did what she did. Therefore, it would be best for you to tell me what she is up to avoid any sort of misunderstanding. Considering how Anna's mother indirectly provoked the whole city to come after my neck, I did not have any good impression of her. So you have to understand why I was having a hard time trusting Anna's mother. And if what Anna said is true about her mother and me being alike, then I should not trust her, because I would not let a boy from a third-rate city take advantage of my family and daughter. Man, you are so uptight. Isn't it obvious? And is trying to keep the masses guessing while she prepares the countermeasures for the storm that will follow when the world realizes that a miraculous drug like silver milk powder exists? Luna answered instead of Anna. The reason I gave the Heatsend family 65% of the profits while keeping 35% for myself is that they would be doing all the heavy lifting from investing to finding partners to fending off the predators. I knew I could not swallow it whole, so I decided to share it in exchange for a piece of profit and protection. You have to know, though our family is strong, it is not strong enough to withstand the combined attack from all the forces from the world. Not to mention, after your patent was granted, we did not have enough time to prepare for what was to come. So when the opportunity presented itself, Auntie did not hesitate to help the misunderstanding grow one step further. Now that the whole world is speculating about the authenticity of the silver milk powder, we will move fast and secure the Silver Beach dungeon by transporting it to a secure location. Once the Silver Beach is in our palms, no matter how many forces combine and come knocking at our door for a piece of the cake with the Silver Beach dungeon in our hands, we can lead them all to settle on a collective understanding. What Luna was trying to say was that the gate dungeon Silver Beach was the main piece, and those who secured it would have a better standing. What do you mean by collective understanding? And where do I stand in that? No matter how vague and confusing Luna made her explanation, I still caught on to the critical point. Wyatt, don't tell me that you are foolish enough to believe that you can monopolize the whole silver milk powder. This world is more profound than you think, and the silver milk powder you have discovered is enough to start another civil war among various families. Even if the orthodox families and government choose to stay silent and leave us be, the empire will not do so, nor will the hidden families, sects, and cults. Silver milk powder is too enticing. And if you continue to be stubborn about this, you will not only bring destruction on yourself, but the Heatsend royal family too. I am not telling you to give up on your discovery. All I am trying to say is that a lot more mouths will be needed to feed, but you and our family will get the biggest piece of cake. And securing the Silver Beach ensures just that. And whatever we stand to make, you will receive your share. So do not worry. Just be a little open-minded about this whole thing. Anna finally spilled out the beans that despite the soul contract between us, there will come a time when new terms will have to be discussed. And if I was being stubborn about it, then despite Heatsend family's protection, Orthodox families will try to get rid of me to make sure they get their share of the cake, no matter how small it is. I understood what Anna was saying, because I have already faced this back on Earth. Not just me, many philanthropists have faced the exact situation back on Earth. The founder of the world's largest online shopping website only owned 10% of the company's share. The founders of the biggest search engine only owned 5% to 6% of the total company shares. The founder of the biggest social media only owned 14% of its total shares. These founders poured their sweat and blood trying to turn their idea into the biggest conglomerates humanity had ever seen. Still, in the end, they could not even own their dreams and had to cut them into bits and parts and distribute them to vultures so that these people do not destroy them. It's another thing that selling some of the shares did increase their company valuation. Still, it was clear that monopoly was near impossible. Now in this world, I was also facing the same dilemma. But the difference was that all of the work was being done by the Heatsend family. I was sitting on my ass, waiting to profit from their hard work. Yes, silver milk powder is my discovery, but let's be honest, the alternative was worse than the present situation. The alternative was I could be selfish, never apply for a patent, and hide the fact that I had discovered the silver milk powder, and wait till I grow powerful enough to monopolize the production and distribution of silver milk powder. Yes, the alternative was an idiotic idea. Thanks to me revealing the silver milk powder, I have climbed the highest possible social standing in the fastest possible period. Thanks to that, I was able to gain and achieve so much. Ego Gem, Broken Runes, are the few of the obvious examples of my gains. I understand, but if I feel I am being blindsided or double-crossed, I will not hesitate to blow up the whole thing. Pouring some shares of silver milk powder into the market will increase the value of the remaining shares in my hand by a huge margin, even greater than the value of total shares I held before. This also meant that the number of people gunning for me would decrease, and people covering me would increase. Giving up some shares would gain me more money and more backing, so why should I refuse the offer that is advantageous to me? Therefore, I was open to compromise. And also, I would be foolish to think that the Heatsin royal family could monopolize the production and distribution of silver milk powder. We would need more high-level players to support our monopoly, which meant sharing the cake. Good that you understand. And I am sorry that it has to be like this. I should have been honest with you from the start, but I did not know of all the arrangements made by my mother until it was too late. At that time, it seemed like it would be in your best interest that I do not tell you about all this. Anna apologized and stressed that she was not a part of her mother's scheme. It's okay. As long as the patent is in my name and I stand to make more money, the rest doesn't matter. Since I was not the one in the front lines doing all the hard work, it didn't matter how, why, and when I got the money as long as I got my money. I did not expect you to understand the big picture so quickly. Trust my aunt and me. As long as what she is planning goes smoothly, you will be the world's richest high school student. Luna assured me, saying that her aunt had a plan and it would make everyone involved richer. Aren't I already the world's richest high schooler? Though the valuation of 35% of silver milk powder royalty is yet to be done, I would like to believe I am unofficially the world's richest high schooler. No, you are underestimating the inheritance of the prominent families. They are insanely wealthy, and their daughters and sons are the richest teenagers. For example, my little brother JJ. He is about your age and has a mountain of inheritance. Luna seemed to think contrary to my thoughts, and continued tweeting about her younger brother. Speaking of JJ, he will be attending university this year. I should introduce you two. I think you two will become best buds. I don't think so, as we two may not choose the same university. I did not hesitate to break Luna's weird chain of thoughts. Best buds? God help cousin JJ if Luna's thoughts come true. Wyatt will swallow him in whole if JJ were to spread his wings of arrogance in front of him. Anna knew how arrogant and snobbish her cousin JJ was. She also knew that these types were Wyatt's prey. Dr. Luna, now that I have helped you with analyzing your ore, could you guide me with rune forging? I was running short on time. At 9 tonight, I had to be at Bloodrock Cave, so I hurried Luna. You sure you can do nothing? Is there no other way for you to use mimiconium to create a megamorpher? Luna seemed to be hung up on this. Despite knowing my answer, she could not help but ask me again. Yes, I can. Mimiconium is a strong A-rank metal, so I can create an A-rank megamorph using it, but it will not have its famous unique ability, because its energy retention period and charging time will not allow us to do so. Mimiconium is a sturdy ingredient, even without its unique ability, so creating a megamorpher card with it would not be a problem. No, that's not enough to cross the river. We need its unique rule power adaptation ability. Luna mumbled unconsciously. Anna, who heard Luna, frowned but did not correct her, feeling it was not an intentional error. If you really want the megamorpher to inherit the unique ability of mimicronium, then the only way left for you is to get me the production recipe. I could use my soul pupils to decipher the soul pathway arrangements of the mimicronium slab and deduce the recipe of the ore, but that would require my complete attention and time. Deciphering could go on for days, weeks, which is why I asked Luna to get me the production recipe instead. Don't worry. I will talk to my contacts at Morningstar University. I think with enough donations to their university, I can get the permission to give you the recipe. Anna answered, seeing Luna's dilemma. As an alumnus of the top 10 universities, she had her contacts to get the job done. It's good to have money, I muttered, reminiscing about the times when I was rich back on Earth. Luna was eagerly looking at Anna, waiting for her to contact her contacts at Morningstar University. Stop looking at me so intently. I will call them at my convenience. Once I get the permission, I will let you know. So quit staring at me. Anna asked Luna to stop bugging her, as she would be the first to know if Anna got permission for me to learn the recipe for mimiconium. Why not now? You know how important this matter is to our family, right? Luna pressed on Anna to not procrastinate. Luna, understand. My contacts at the university are quite peculiar. If I call them now, they will misunderstand my intentions. Anna seemed to be a little self-conscious about her contacts at the Morningstar University. This is the first time I am seeing Anna act like this. These people at Morningstar University may be quite distinguished for Anna to be cautious about calling them. Why? I do not understand. What's there to misunderstand? Luna did not seem to understand what was causing Anna to act that way. Realizing Luna was too inexperienced to understand her train of thoughts, Anna decided to put away her newly found shame and speak plainly. The contacts that I speak of are my old sex friends and ex-lovers. If I call them at this hour for something as small as gaining permission for learning a production recipe, they might misunderstand that I was giving them a booty call under the guise of a silly excuse. It would have been okay a few days ago, but now not so, as I have decided to save myself for somebody special. So I will call them in the morning. It would be more appropriate to talk about business then. Anna was embarrassed about revealing her past in front of her new crush. Therefore, she tried to be subtle and vague about her dilemma, but Luna would not have it and kept pressing her to contact her ex-lovers and sex friends in the evening. Wait, hold up. I am a senior researcher at Morningstar University, and I do not have the power to permit Wyatt to learn the production recipe of mimiconium. Who are these so-called friends of yours? For them to permit Wyatt to learn the production recipe of mimiconium as a trivial thing. Don't tell me your sex friends are those old fogies. Yuck. Luna's tongue had no brakes, and at last today, they finally caused an accident, and the only victim was Luna herself. With a scream, Luna laid flat with her belly on the floor. Anna slowly walked up to her, stepping on Luna's back. She said, "I asked you not to push it, but you had to push it. Now suffer the consequences of your actions." Big sis, slipped tongue, it was a slip of the tongue, please forgive me. Luna started to beg to save herself from getting embarrassed in front of girls and me. Luna, let me make it clear. I like having a good time, but I am no home wrecker. Those old fogies have a happy and healthy family. I would never do that, and they were too afraid of grandfather to even be in the same room as me. As for who my contacts are, you do not need to care about them. Just be happy that I will get the permission, and JJ participates in the inheritance trial. Anna's words were cold and stern. With each word from her mouth, Luna shuddered and regretted being too lenient on her tongue. Having warmed Luna, Anna got off Luna and returned to her spot on the couch. As if nothing ever happened, Luna hurriedly stood up on the floor, sending a glare at Anna. She straightened her messed-up clothes and elegantly sat back on the couch. "Okay, now that was awkward," I said, watching the weird dynamics between the two cousins. Thankfully, because of that, I got an important piece of news. Participate in the inheritance trial. These words caught my interest. Earlier, Luna unconsciously revealed that she needed the megamorpher to cross the river. At that time, I thought, what kind of river would require a card emperor to cross using a megamorpher? Can't they just fly over or something? Most of it was still unclear, but one thing was sure, that the crossing of the river was a sort of trial for inheritance. What inheritance? Whose inheritance? I had no clue, so I decided to ask the only people well-versed about it. What is the inheritance trial you guys are talking about? Does that have something to do with the crossing of the river, for which you are building the megamorpher? With your power, can't you guys just fly over the river or something? Even though I knew Anna and Luna wanted to keep all this a secret, I was trying to convince them that I knew this much, might as well spill the whole secret. "You told him," Luna yelled at Anna, putting all the blame on her. Looks like the punishment earlier was not enough. Anna's brows frowned, hearing her cousin push all the blame on her. "Come at me. I was just speaking the truth." Luna held her hand crossed in front of her head in a defensive stance, but in a manner that said she was not afraid to fight. "Okay, that's it. Don't start a fight between you two. It was both of you guys' fault. You both are not as tight-lipped as you think you are." With enough hints, it was not hard to connect these few dots. Since I already know this much, you might as well tell the rest of it. And then we can think of a way to crack the trail of inheritance together. I would like to know more about this inheritance that can keep the Heatsend royal family on its toes. It has to be a very powerful inheritance. Luna glared at me, and then Anna, and then the rest of the girls in the room. Her glare intensified whenever it landed on me. It felt as if she was trying to erase my memories with her gaze. "You don't know Jack. You are just making guesses here and there. You are lucky I am planning on introducing you to my mother as her future son-in-law. Otherwise, you would have lost your life trying to be a wiseacre. Don't indulge yourself in something you are not a part of. Luna, teach him how to forge runes already." Warning me to stay out of their family secret, Anna yelled at Luna to quit glaring at me and teach me how to forge a rune. "Okay, I understand it's a family secret. I, too, would be defensive if it involved my family. Take your time and give me an answer by tomorrow morning. Then we can be on the same page. And that way, I can help you guys even better." Anna's harsh warning did manage to back me off from pressing too much on their family secret. "Hey, Wyatt, if you really want to know, then there is a surefire way. Become my house husband, and I can let you in on our heat-send family secret. No rush. How about you sleep on it and answer by tomorrow morning? Anna knew how to play ball. Unfortunately, this was too much for me to buy in. Touché, I said, shaking my head. Anna knew just the right words to make me quiet digging into their family secret. If I didn't know better, I would think you two are flirting. Wyatt, should I start teaching you how to forge runes, or would you two like to get a room? Luna asked sarcastically. No thanks, Dr. Luna. Let's just get started on how to forge runes. I politely answered Luna's sarcastic remarks. Good. Comprehending rules and forging runes go hand in hand. The stronger your comprehension of rules is, the better the runes you can forge. This is basic. Since you are asking about forging runes, I guess you have gained a minimum of advanced mastery in the rule's comprehension and already passed the bifurcation point of the rule you chose to comprehend, and also gained a minimum of intermediary mastery over the meaning of your choice of that particular rule you decide to comprehend, giving you enough qualification to forge a basic rune of that meaning of the rule you comprehend. Luna asked if I had met the basic conditions to forge a basic rune. Yes, I did receive a notification from the grimoire saying I could forge a basic rune. The notification of the grimoire was more than enough for proof. Okay, then I will skip all the basics as you have already figured it out yourself. Are you fine with it? Luna inquired for my opinion on her skipping the basics. Fine by me. I was tight on time, so I did not mind Luna being a little fast-paced. If we were to assume rule comprehension is similar to mining for ores, then forging a rune can be said to be similar to refining the ore that you have mined. You have already mined the rules now. All that remains is the refining of, or that is forging of the rules into runes. Similar to how a blacksmith tempers an ore, removes the waste, and then forges it in the shape he wants it to be in. Card apprentices should also temper the rules they have comprehended and use their understanding of the rules to forge the rune into the image of their understanding and perspective. It's like taking all the clay you got and sculpting it according to your imagination. Here, clay is the rule you comprehended. The image you have given to the clay is your understanding of the rule, and the final clay sculpture is the rune you have forged. In layman's terms, the rune is your knowledge and perspective of the rule and its meaning that you have comprehended. Luna used various examples to elaborate the concept of runes and help understand what actually forging runes meant. Did you understand what I am trying to say? Luna asked, looking at my face, which appeared to be contemplating something. Yes, what you basically are trying to say is that I should take the rule power I have comprehended and shape it in accordance with my understanding of the rule and its meaning. I answered Luna with a quick summary of what she guided me with. Good. You are a quick learner. Now put what you learned into practice. I will be here to guide you, so don't be worried. Luna asked me to start forging runes, and she would be right next to me if I needed her help. About that, I wanted to go to the Blood Rock Cave to forge my rune. No offense, you are a good mentor, but I think the Blood Rock Cave is an optimal place for me to forge my rune. I rejected Luna's kind assistance to monitor me as I forged my very first rune, because I planned to forge my rune at the Blood Rock Cave, hoping that particular location would give me more access to the blood rule's meaning I have comprehended, and that way I would not have to spend a lot of time trying to forge the rune. Isn't that the dungeon the Blood Supreme is sealed in? Over the years, that place should have turned into a holy place for blood rule comprehension. Does that mean the first rule you comprehended is the blood rule? If it's a blood rule, I can understand why you would prefer to forge your rune in the Blood Rock Cave Gate dungeon instead of under my guidance. It did not take Luna long to understand my inclination to forge my rune in the Blood Rock Cave Gate dungeon. So we're good? I asked. Luna was similar to my half-mentor, so I cared for her opinion. The blood rule stream in the Blood Rock Cave should be way denser than the one here. There you can easily gain access to the blood rule, meaning you have comprehended. Forging your rune there would be more efficient, so I will allow it. I think you have enough theoretical knowledge and would not require my assistance in forging your rune. But I will warn you to proceed carefully while forging the rune because the slightest misconception of the rule could become the Achilles heel of your rune. Your shortcomings in the understanding of the rule and its meaning may become the flaws of your rune. Runes are strong weapons of war for card apprentices, but if they have too many flaws or a single obvious flaw, the rune will become worthless. Therefore, before beginning to forge the rune, Gather the knowledge you have comprehended through the rule and its meaning, and then choose from the understanding which you think is the correct understanding of the rule and its meaning. If your knowledge of the rule and its meaning is flawed, the rune forged will be full of flaws. The greater the flaws in the rune forged, the weaker its strength. So be careful when you forge your rune unless you are 100% certain that your understanding of the rune and its meaning has fewer flaws. I advise you not to forge a rune because it will be a waste of time. Luna warned me not to be hasty in forging a rune because if my understanding of blood rule and its meaning is flawed, the rune forged would be lackluster and weak. A total waste of my time. Hearing Luna's words, I cannot help but frown because it would be impossible to know if the rule we compounded was flawed or flawless. Because if we knew that, then we wouldn't have chosen to travel the flawed comprehension path of the rule and its meaning. Wyatt, do not overthink it. To find if the rule you comprehend is filled with flaws or not, just use the meaning of the rule you have comprehended by empowering it with your rule power. If that results in the response that you were expecting, then good, the path you comprehended is not entirely flawed. If the response is not the same as you expected, then there are some flaws in your comprehension. The degree to which the response deviated from your expectation is the percentage of flaws in comprehension of runes. That's how you find the flaws in your comprehension of runes, and there is no other way. Seeing my confused face, Anna decided to chip in her experience to help me understand how to find flaws in the rules I have comprehended. But hearing Anna's explanation made me more confused because I only knew the name of the meaning I was comprehending from blood rule and yet had to deduce what it could do. Now this was my dilemma. Even though I had enough rule power and knew the name of the meaning I had comprehended, I still did not understand what it does. Without understanding the capabilities of the meaning I choose, how do I test it for flaws? So I narrated my dilemma to Anna and Luna. The name of the blood rule meaning I choose to comprehend is Fate Plunder, but I do not know what it is capable of. So how do I know if I am heading the right way? Fate Plunder? Does the blood rule even have such a meaning? And you, how dare you to forge a rune without understanding your blood rule's meaning properly? Luna asked in surprise. There are infinite meanings of every rule. There is no way we card apprentices will know them all. But your dilemma is not unheard of. Either you have traveled the flawed path from the very beginning, or you still need to increase your mastery of the blood rule and the meaning itself. To truly understand its capability, I advise you to increase your mastery of the meaning before you even consider forging a rune. The rest is up to you. Anna calmly gave her input and left the choice to my will. According to Anna, I still did not know what the capabilities of the blood rule meaning I comprehended were, because my comprehension was flawed or I still did not have enough mastery. Why though? Why do I need to have a deeper comprehension of the blood rule's meaning to understand its capabilities? If I am not traveling the wrong path, I should have already understood what blood rule's Fate Plunder is and capable of, correct? This I did not understand, which made me think the possibility that I may actually be traveling the wrong path and doubling down the current way of comprehension would only be a waste of time. Therefore, I could not help but express my opinion to Anna. After all, she is the one who advised me to increase my mastery of the Fate Plunder meaning before I planned to forge a rune. You are not wrong to think that because 9 times out of 10 people in cases similar to yours are actually headed down the wrong way of comprehending their rule's meaning. But that remaining 1 case out of 10 times, they are heading the right path of comprehension. As their mastery increased, they slowly began to grasp the ability and purpose of the rule's meaning they comprehended. When they comprehended the ability of their rule's meaning, they also realized that mastery of their rule's meaning was lacking earlier because the rule's meaning they chose to comprehend was very powerful. A higher level of mastery was required for the card apprentice to grasp its ability entirely. And I believe that you are also one of the 1 successful cases out of the 10. I think that the blood rule's meaning, Fate Plunder, is a powerful and capable meaning which requires you to increase your mastery of the meaning to understand all its possibilities and genuinely grasp its ability. I am not trying to flatter you by saying this. I believe so because of cold hard facts. Namely, your excellent grade ego gem with a high synchronization rate and the fact that you comprehended your blood rule and its meaning in Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon. As the sealed dungeon which housed a blood supreme for centuries, it should have become the holy place of blood rule. Seeing the facts, I can say with certainty that the blood rules meaning fate plunder is a very high-level meaning, and it requires a high level of mastery for you to uncover what it actually is capable of. Therefore, I suggested you continue with your way of comprehension and increase the mastery of your blood rules meaning. Even if you have doubts about my words, at least trust the facts like the high synchronization rate of your ego gem and dense concentration of blood rule in the Blood Rock Cave. Anna took her time to explain why she thought I should continue down my current way of comprehension and increase my mastery of blood rules meaning, because she believed the meaning fate plunder was a high-level meaning requiring higher mastery. Hold up, there are levels in the rules meaning too? How are they divided into levels? Based on what? Strength? I thought all the meanings were the same in terms of power, and it is only the card apprentice harnessing that power who had varying strength. At the bifurcation point, I believed this to be true and did not discriminate with other meanings and gave each shade of meaning a fair shot. You are right. There are no strong or weak rules and meanings, but weak card apprentices and strong card apprentices. Yes, the rules meaning does have levels, and these levels are not based on their strength, but their rarity. Most people do not care about these shallow levels because in card fights, the rarity of a rule's meaning does not matter, but the capability of the case apprentices. So do not become complacent just because you have a high synchronization rate that allows you to comprehend a rule's meaning with a higher rarity level. Anna explained that the higher synchronization rate of my ego gem allowed me to come in contact with rare meanings of rules that many do not get a chance to comprehend, but also warned me that in an actual card fight, the rarity of rules meaning did not matter. Apparently, not every card apprentice comprehending a rule gets millions of meanings to choose from at the bifurcation point of the rule, because the number meanings at the bifurcation point of rule depend on two things. 1. The grade of card apprentice's ego gem, which is based on the synchronization rate of the ego gem. 2. The concentration, availability, and accessibility of the rule stream of the particular rule that the card apprentice decides to comprehend at that location. Thanks to Bloodette's Blood Rock Cave, I was able to gain access to millions of meanings in Blood Rule. If not for that, even I, with my near-perfect synchronization rate, would not have been able to gain access to so many meanings and grasp a rare meaning like Fate Plunder. Interesting. Though rarity does not mean that the meaning is strong, it does mean that it has a unique and unseen perspective of that particular rule, right? Making it unpredictable in a fight. Do you have a rule with rare meaning? I did not know how powerful Fate Plunder was, but considering its relationship with parent and daughter skill of Dungeon Calamity Seed, I believe it has to be a damn unique one. As far as I have seen, if we explore all the possibilities of these unique meanings, we can forge some powerful and special runes. Therefore, I could not help but wonder if Anna had such a meaning. If she did, it meant the Heatsen family also has holy places to comprehend rules. Yes, I do have a few rare meanings of 2 rules. And yes, my family has a few holy places. But the synchronization rate of my ego gem only showed the highest compatibility with 2 holy places. If it is you, I guess you will be compatible with most of the holy places. Anna saw right through my intentions of trying to get information on how many holy places the Heatsen royal family had. Ego gem compatibility with holy places? What is this now? I could not help but ask, unable to understand how an ego gem has comparability with a location. Do you remember the first time you entered one with the world state? Anna asked me a question in return, trying to lead me to the answer. Yes, quite vividly. How could someone forget that experience? I affirmed. So you should remember the various rules that came to welcome you as you entered the womb of the majestic world. Those rules are the rules with which you have the most affinity. Comprehending those rules will be more efficient and effective compared to other rules. Unlike you, who has an insanely high synchronization rate. The rest of us have a meager synchronization rate, so we do not have the leisure to comprehend different kinds of rules. We have to stick to comprehending the rules which look at us favorably, hence the term compatibility. In the holy places, we can indeed gain access to that particular rule and try to comprehend it, but the speed will not be as fast as comprehending the ones that have compatibility with us. Not to mention the pool of rules meanings available to us will also be less. Therefore, instead of wasting time trying to comprehend non-compatible rules, we stick to a few rules which have an excellent favorability with us. Anna seemed to be quite envious that I had a high synchronization rate, and had multiple rules to choose from. Rule affinity? Can you spare more words on that? The first time I heard of the rule affinity was when Courtney mentioned her mutated ego gem. I was really curious about this rule affinity and how to acquire it. And I hoped Anna had answers to both of these questions. Rule affinity is nothing but being dotted by that particular rule. And this is considered a mutation because the ego gem is only meant to act as a bridge for the card apprentice to enter the spiritual plane of the world and make contact with rules. Nothing more. The stronger the bridge, the higher the synchronization rate. So when the ego gem shows an affinity towards a rule, it is seen as a variation, hence classified as a mutation. Rule affinity mutation is seen very rarely in ego gems. Many have tried to find the reason behind it to duplicate the results, but were able to do so, and are still stuck at the exploration stage. If you have any thoughts in this field, then all I can say to you is, stop searching for shortcuts, you greedy bastard, and try working hard as the rest of us. Anna yelled, saying that I already had enough cheats and should stop searching for more. I do not take shortcuts and am not searching for one. I am just exploring the truth to the matter. And if that path happens to lead me to something which would lead to the collective growth and development of humanity, why am I being blamed as greedy, doing something praiseworthy? Only the weak will be afraid of something unrealistic as too much power. If I need the power to live a chill life, nobody can stop me from getting that. How shameless can you be? You have an origin card with soul energy manipulation ability. If that ain't a shortcut, then what is? Anna seems to be getting agitated thinking about how she spent hours training to achieve today's achievement while a boy was breezing through it with zero effort. Cuz, don't get randy. If we are speaking of cheats, then do not forget you two are one. Luna asked Anna to calm down, pointing out that her cheat-like abilities were the reason behind her reaching her current achievements too. You are one to speak. You recently turned 70, and you are already a card emperor. How is that possible without shortcuts? I do not deny your hard work, but you have to agree that you have arrived at your current achievements faster because of your cheats. Anna rebutted Luna, pointing out the same in her. Okay, stop it. We all can agree that we have our cheats and shortcuts. As much as I wanted to see two hot girls fight, I still chose to stop Anna and Luna from bickering, which was bound to unravel into a girl fight. Agree, bullshit. You are the biggest cheat here. Anna and Luna exclaimed simultaneously. Okay, fine. I had no choice but to give in to the two cousins as they seemed unwilling to talk any further without me accepting it. Luna, is rule affinity a dead end in your university too? I asked, trying to find if Lena and her university had some noteworthy development and information to start my research in rule affinity. You cannot call it a dead end as there haven't been any significant discoveries in that field. No, it is a dead end. It's about time we should shut down that division. Yeah, my lab department will soon be able to afford the latest soul lens for the soul scope. Luna did not seem to have any information for me. Instead, she was hatching plans to gain new accessories for her lab. Wyatt, it's up to you, but I advise you to stop wasting time on rule affinity and instead comprehend as many rules and meanings as you can because something more interesting lies ahead worth your time, hybrid runes. Anna was concerned that I would waste time on something as meritless as rule affinity. Therefore, she tried to bait me with something more intriguing, hybrid runes. Hybrid runes? I asked in doubt, asking whether it meant what its name hinted at. If it's you, with the synchronization rate of your ego gem, hybrid runes will be your playground. Anna seemed to be very confident that I would have massive achievements in hybrid runes. Hybrid runes are runes formed using two or more meanings of the same or different rules. Forging this kind of rune requires a very high mastery of the specific rules and meanings involved. Here you are using various meanings as ingredients to forge one rune. To achieve such a feat, one has to master the meanings of rules used as ingredients at the tip of their fingers. Such precision can only come with high-level mastery. Therefore, despite its power, not many have forged hybrid runes successfully. I myself have only forged one hybrid rune, and it has made me invincible among my peers and older generation. Anna explained what a hybrid rune is, how powerful and coveted it is, and how hard it is to forge. To be able to treat rules and their meanings as ingredients and forge something powerful and coveted. Quite an exciting pitch you are selling. But don't forget to tell him what happens if he fails. Luna reminds Anna not to stop at the half-truth, but to continue and address the problem with forging hybrid runes. What happens if a card apprentice fails when trying to forge a hybrid rune? I asked with my left eyebrow raised. Anna, go ahead, tell him. Luna encouraged Anna sarcastically. If you fail when trying to forge a hybrid rune, then the meanings that you tried to combine to form the hybrid rune will have an explosion between themselves trying to repel each other. The explosion sometimes will be strong enough to kill you by detonating your ego gem. But if you are lucky, the explosion will be small, leaving a few cracks on your ego gem. Anna's voice did not sound as excited as when she introduced me to the hybrid runes. Only maniacs will try to experiment with hybrid runes. Forging hybrid runes has nothing to do with the synchronization rate of an ego gem. A high synchronization rate only means you comprehend more meanings than others, does not guarantee in any way that you will successfully forge a hybrid rune. 'Cause you were dumb enough to try forging a hybrid rune and were lucky enough to succeed in your foolishness, proving that God takes care of fools and drunkards. But Wyatt is neither, so I think you should not advise him into forging hybrid runes. Luna further explained that forging hybrid runes has nothing to do with the synchronization rate of an ego gem, contrary to Anna when she claimed that due to my high synchronization rate, hybrid runes would be my playground. You are done for. With that, Anna shoved Luna to lay flat with her belly on the couch as she sat on top of her back. Luna gave up struggling long ago because she knew her struggling made it more fun for Anna. For your information, my porky-mouthed cousin, I did not forge the hybrid runes just because I wanted to, but when the mastery of a few of my rule meanings reached their peak, I felt a faint connection between a few of the meanings as if they would get along. Following that feeling, I forged my hybrid rune. So me forging my hybrid rune wasn't just dumb luck, but a given. I think when the mastery of your meanings is high enough and you have corresponding compatible meanings, then you can easily forge a hybrid rune. This compatibility between two meanings is hard to come by unless you are lucky or have a very high synchronization rate. Anna explained how her forging her hybrid rune was not just dumb luck and stood firm on her words that a high synchronization rate does help when forging hybrid runes. So, in the end, it was your luck that helped you forge your hybrid rune. Luna's porky mouth was her enemy, which she did not seem to realize or just did give a rat's ass about it. See, there are lots of other stuff that will require your attention as you progress, so don't waste your time at the starting point researching a mutation that happens naturally. Anna ignored Luna and advised me not to waste my time researching rule affinity. Anna, I will keep your advice in mind. I appreciated Anna's advice and her concern for me. So you are going to forge hybrid runes? Your funeral. Don't say I did not warn you. Luna seemed to think me taking Anna's advice meant ignoring her advice and got a little offended. As far as forging hybrid runes go, let's put a pin on that for now. I have barely mastered a single meaning and am yet to forge my first rune. Forging hybrid runes is still a long way down the road. I had yet to forge a normal rune. I was way too inexperienced and unprepared to think about forging a hybrid rune. Okay, I am cool. Seeing me explain myself, Luna acted aloof. Anyways, you two, thank you for your guidance. I will remember them while forging my very first rune. Shaking my head at Luna's aloof response, I thanked the two cousins for their guidance. No problem. If you really want to thank me, you know what I want. Bring that ass over here. Anna yelled and cheered like a hoodlum, starting at my behind with a passionate gaze. And just when I thought you seemed kinda dependable, you had to ruin it with your dose of sexual harassment. You can't help yourself, can you? I have noticed that these two cousins are creatures of habit and do not seem to realize that. One is a porky mouth, and the other one is a hoodlum. Seeing that it was already late, after thanking Anna and Luna for their guidance on rune forging once again, I decided to head to the rendezvous point that Van and I had agreed upon. Outside the warehouse, Courtney and I summoned our hover bikes and headed towards the Blood Rock Cave. Sansa Baylor, I gotta hear a new name. She seems to be my mother's friend. Apparently, she is also the one who sent 2.5 Card Emperor Realm assassins to assassinate me, and also the one who planned an ambush on Anna's grandmother. Apart from that, her achievements as Madam Web and her club in the present and the Matron and Paw clan in the future are all fascinating and noteworthy. Clown Mask reported everything she discussed with Anna and Lorenzo to me. But the million-dollar question was, why was that BTCH after my life? Why does she want to kill her friend's only progeny? I tried to understand why, but then I realized I did not need to know why. If something is coming in my way of achieving a chill life, I have to remove it, no questions asked. Let's make some time for that BTCH when I visit the capital to bring the Duskborn family to its knees. Until then, let's keep the head down and focus on getting stronger. All is fair in the name of chill life. Since all this information was acquired from a questionable source, there is no way I could discuss this with Anna and others. Therefore, I did not bring this up earlier in the warehouse. I was looking forward to having a chill college life, but I haven't even stepped out of the city, and I already have enemies in the capital and places I haven't heard of. Let's just hope that Central Academy City is as peaceful as they say, as I really wish to have a quiet university life. We are here, Courtney reported as she stopped her hoverbike. Yes, could you ask Bladette to open the dungeon gate? I asked Courtney as I retrieved my nanomorpher. I hope Bladette is doing fine, and punishment from the dungeon seal should not be half as bad as it looked. Courtney spoke in concern for her friend as she contacted her through her Soul Pact card. Wyatt, Courtney, you guys are late. Come in. A life-size blood mirror formed in front of us, displaying Bladette, who greeted us, and behind it, the dungeon gate opened for us to enter the dungeon. It appears she is doing fine. Seeing the Bladette displayed in the mirror assured me of that. It appears so, saying that Courtney followed me into the dungeon. Walking into the dungeon, I found Van, Vivian, Sarah, Bright Trio, and the rest of the Calamity Daughter gems already inside. They all seem to be having some kind of pool party. Blood pool party to be exact. Walking near to the center of the cave, I realized that these guys had dug up a pool of blood for Bladette. Being the only person with no comms about swimming in blood, Bladette enjoyed a total monopoly over the blood pool, while the rest watched her do some kind of water aerobic or blood dance in extreme joy. Courtney, look, I have a blood pool in my cave. How awesome is that? Seeing Courtney, Bladette hurriedly swam to the edge of the pool and bragged about her new pool. Sniff, sniff, dash, is that all monster blood? Courtney tried smelling the blood pool to check if the blood in the pool was the monster's blood or condensed blood rule, as the monster's blood has a smell to it, while the latter doesn't. No way. Now, why would I do that? I would have to be crazy to do that. Wasting my precious food willy-nilly, you taught me better than that. This is all condensed blood rule that I conjured. I finally found a use for the condensed blood rule. Bladette swam around in the pool. Thankfully, Bladette's color was on the darker side of red compared to the blood in the pool, allowing us to differentiate Bladette from the blood in the pool. Courtney was stunned hearing Bladette say that she taught her better, and thought, "Girl, I never taught you to swim in blood. All of this freaky SHD, is all you, not me. Which one of you geniuses gave her this idea? I know Bladette. She is too dumb to come with this." I asked my Calamity Daughter gems. It has to be one of them. Courtney and I had just arrived, so it couldn't be Courtney. Who else other than them? Master Wyatt. It was I who advised Bladette that a blood pool would be more entertaining, and made use of homologous from my origin card to dig and build the pool. And here are blood rule stones they mined to build the pool. Vivian handed me a storage trunk card as she explained that she was the one who advised Bladette that a blood pool would be a fun addition to the Blood Rock Cave. Job well done. I cannot help but admire Vivian's ingenuity, how she managed to procure me a batch of top-quality blood rule stones. Thank you. Vivian nodded politely, hearing my praise. Master Wyatt, as you ordered, I have acquired a 1-kilometer area surrounding this location, and the guild's management is still trying to procure more sites neighboring this site. Van walked next to me and reported that he had successfully bought all the land surrounding the Blood Rock Cave Gate dungeon as I had instructed him. Already? That was fast. It was satisfying to see my babies fight for my approval and praise. City Hall believes this to be barren lands with zero agriculture and commercial value as dungeons surround it. When they heard TSR Guild was planning to buy it, they were more than happy to sell it for a discount. Ben explained that City Hall or other people saw very little value in these barren lands, hence it was easier for him to acquire them. Especially once the City Hall was involved, things became way smoother. Going through Van's report, I have confirmed that Anna and Luna were not lying to me. The rumors about silver milk powder capabilities being fraudulent were spreading like wildfire. Anna has also been labeled as a fraud in some of the rumors. I did not expect people who dared to call the Southern Emperor fraud to spare me, and they did not. But how I wish they had. Another noteworthy thing to speak of related to this news was regarding my distant relatives, the Duskborn family. These greedy bastards were coveting my royalty of silver milk powder. They went so far as to send 2 card emperors to apologize and bring me back into their family. I am not saying they did a lot. I know they could have done a better job bending over. Considering how snobbish these people are, it must have hurt their ego a lot to apologize to a high schooler. Despite all that, not only could they not gain my favor, but they got to know maybe all of the trouble they went through to get on my good side could be for nothing. Me rejecting their courting wounded their ego, and blinded by that, the Dustborn family bought into the rumors about the silver milk powder and announced to the world that there is no connection between them and the alleged fraudster Dalton Wyatt. Yes, the damned greedy hyenas that were circling me to see if they could prey on me left knowing that there is no meat here, even to fill teeth. When things went south, those two-faced bastards did not hesitate to jump and abandon the ship. It will be interesting to see the look on their face when the world realizes that rumors are not valid. I would buy front-row tickets to that. I bet their guts would churn in regrets. Apart from the Dustborn family, Van reported about Elliot too. One of his siblings has launched a coup seeing Elliot's father was sick. So, Elliot had to return in a hurry back without a goodbye. It was relieving to know that Elliot was busy with the coup and not purposefully avoiding me, buying into the rumors. Done with outside news. Van revealed that together the Calamity Daughter gems brought 4,000 liters of fresh monster's blood for Bloodette, which she devoured at a moment's notice. Because of the injury from the dungeon seal's backlash, Bloodette did not even bother to refine them into blood candies and directly swallowed all of the monster's blood to recover from her wounds. And she seems to have ordered the same quantity for tomorrow too. If this continues, the monster's blood will become a rare commodity in the Sky Blossom City. It seems I will have to find an alternative soon. I also checked on my blood ego elemental blood swordsman that I had left in the gate dungeon to repair its primary broken rune. The poor thing barely survived Bloodette's hunger and never got the time to act on the purpose it was left behind in the dungeon for. If not for the Calamity Daughter gem shell protecting the blood swordsman's broken rune, Bloodette would have damaged the broken rune unconsciously in her hunger. For the few hours spent in the Blood Rock cave dungeon, Blood Swordsman had been turned into blood livestock by Bloodette. In the end, to make up for the suffering it has been through, I gave it 100 blood rule pills and asked it to use them sparingly. Then I turned my attention to each of the Calamity Daughter gems and personally checked changes brought in each of their stats after they upgraded from Calamity Daughter Core to Calamity Daughter Gem. All the stats were basically the same for all of them, so I focused on the synchronization rate of each of them. Surprisingly, all the young Calamity Daughter gems had forged an excellent grade synchronization rate, and rest also managed to get a synchronization rate above average grade. From this observation, I started to wonder if the card apprentices forged their ego gem at a young age, they have a possibility of forging a good and above grade ego gems. This was another research I could look into, but proving that forging ego gems at a young age may get good results might not be enough. I have to go one step further and find a way for young card apprentices to forge their ego gem faster. So many areas that require my presence. If I have the right environment, then I may get to address all these topics. I was looking forward to my quiet university life. After noting down the changes in each of the Calamity Daughter gems, I used the Hive AI to pass all my understanding and experience on rule comprehension and rune formation to the Calamity Daughter gem, and also gave 50 blood pills to each of them so that they could comprehend a rare meaning with area of expertise in combat or production. I would prefer them not comprehending meanings like vampirism or blood memory, etc. It did not matter if most of them comprehended similar blood rule meanings, because the perception and understanding of everyone are different, just like how the same blacksmith can forge a refined iron into a sword, spear, butcher's blade, kitchen knife, shield. Similarly, even if most of them had chosen same blood rule meaning, each of them can forge a different and variety of runes depending on their opinions and understanding of its rule and its meanings. As long as one keeps an open mind and explores every possibility, then they can gain something unique even in something common. Following my instructions, all of the Calamity Daughter gems took a spot to their convenience in the Blood Rock cave and, taking a blood pill, entered the one with the world state. I have done everything I can to help them comprehend the blood rule. Now rest is up to them. I don't expect much from them. but I hope they become strong enough to participate in the war against the Circle Sun Blossom branch. After arranging the Calamity Daughter gems, I found myself a comfortable spot and entered the one with the world state. As usual, entering the world's womb in the spiritual plane, I was greeted by numerous energy streams surrounding me. I used my mastery of the blood rule once again to find the fat stream of the blood rule. Previously, I ended the one with the world state to learn how to forge runes. Now that I have returned with the knowledge to forge the runes, I knew that my mastery of the blood rule's meaning, fate plunder, wasn't sufficient enough to form a rune of it. I had decided to heed Anna's advice and increase my comprehension of the blood rule's meaning, and once I fully understand the meaning, I will consider forging a rune. Currently, I have advanced mastery in blood rule and intermediate mastery in the meaning of fate plunder. According to the grimoire, this level of mastery in the rule and its meaning is enough to create a basic rune, but what I learned from Luna and Anna told me that even though my mastery is enough, my understanding is not enough, and forging rune with my current understanding of meaning fate plunder will only create a half-assed rune with way too many flaws. Therefore, without hesitation, I decided to dive into the bloodstream along with my 3-slave consciousness and continue my comprehension into blood rule's meaning fate plunder. Let's hope that advanced mastery will give me a little insight into what actually is the ability of the meaning of fate plunder. Heading into the meaning fate plunder, I once again witnessed the mystic of the meaning waiting right there for me to unravel it and dig out its most profound secrets and explore all the infinite possibilities of it. I was going to uncover all of its secrets even if it meant I had to demolish it brick by brick bare to its origin and scrutinize it. And that's what I did. As my comprehension of the meaning continued and went deeper into the mystic, I started to see the meaning in a different light. It was no longer a vast mystery waiting for me to be uncovered. Instead, it began to appear like one huge question made up of many tiny questions. And that's when I knew that if I were to find answers to these questions, then my mastery of the meaning would advance, and I would have a newfound understanding of the blood rule's meaning, fate plunder. Answering these tiny questions was like untying small knots at a time. Some were harder to undo than others, but I did not give up or omit them. I persisted to the end and undid them one by one. With every knot I untied, I would gain a little insight into the meaning, fate plunder. With every insight, my curiosity into the meaning would increase, and I would get enthused to untie another and go on. Finally, the long-awaited notification sound of the grimoire sounded, giving me a break from the intense speed run into the compression of blood rule. Intermediate mastery of blood rule's meaning fate plunder has advanced to advanced mastery. Note: please increase your mastery for further information. With the grimoire announcement of my advancement to advanced mastery in blood rule's meaning fate plunder, my understanding of the meaning had reached a new height, and now I knew what the ability of this particular meaning was. Gasp. Knowing what the meaning I comprehend is capable of, I could help but gasp in fright. The ability of the blood rule's meaning fate plunder gave me a scare. I couldn't help but shudder to imagine this meaning in the wrong hands like the Circle's supreme leader, Sansa Baylor. The ability of the fate plunder is very outrageous and horrible. It is so dreadful that even I am having second thoughts about forging a rune using this meaning. This meaning possessed the power I was searching for in order to lead a chill life. But for some reason, I had a feeling that if I forged a rune using this meaning, my life would be bound never to be peaceful again. This blood rule's meaning is giving me real bad vibes enough to abandon comprehending it here. But if I were to do that, I would have to abandon the entire blood rule. Because without gaining complete mastery in this particular meaning, I could not switch to other blood rules meanings. I did not mind giving up on the blood rule as I had a lot of other rules to choose from. But here in the blood rule, I had found a hint to unlocking the third form of my Calamity Soul Gem's transformation skill's third form. So if I decided to abandon the blood rule, it would also mean I would be abandoning my Calamity Soul Gem's transformation skill. The transformation skill is one of the few skills I could share with my Calamity Daughter gems. Giving up on it would decrease my strength by a lot and would be considered idiotic on my part. This skill was also the trump card of the Daughter gems. It made up for their other lacking areas in terms of strength and physical prowess. Not to mention that after the third form of the transformation, there were still fourth and fifth forms to the skill. Abandoning the blood rule meant me giving up such a sweet skill that could drastically increase its user's physical prowess with negligible side effects. Plus, the blood rule's meaning Fate Plunder also had powerful abilities which could be of a lot of help to me in my fight against the Supreme Leader and the Matron. My enemies had armies of capable and powerful card apprentices. Not to mention the Paw clan was entirely composed of card emperors and semi-demigods. How am I supposed to fight such guys if I give up on formidable trump cards, like the transformation skill of the Calamity Soul Gem? Thinking of the enemies that I would be facing in the upcoming future. No, they are already at my doorstep aiming for my head. Taking all this into account, the nation that I would have to abandon capable skills like Dungeon Calamity Transformation just because I was too chicken to face the consequences that came with bearing such gruesome raw power. If I were to do that, I might as well hold a plate to my neck and serve it to my enemies. I had already made up my mind that if the path to a chill life begins with power, then I will not hesitate to make that power mine. Despite having decided that, I cannot help but hesitate after knowing what the consequences of using such power can be. The power was right in front of me, yet I was hesitant. But this won't do. I had to choose right here, right now. I suppose this depended on my meaning of a quiet life. A typical daily life where I pass away without others knowing that I exist, or a life at the top so grand that nobody dares to aim for it, leaving me a quiet and lonely top. Either way, in the end, I would be living a lonely life. Now I just had to decide whether I would lead it as a pushover who gets swept by the current or someone who had the strength to make the current go around him. The latter sounded like a true, quiet life undisturbed by anyone and anything. Even nature dare not disturb the quiet life up here because it's too high for it to climb. The Wyatt family tried leaving the regular life, and look how they got swept away with the current. Considering Mama Wyatt's origin, her status was not a simple one, but she gave up all that to live everyday life with her loved one. Look what it got her. The couple was murdered in an unknown place, and their only child was driven to suicide. I did not want to be that. Nobody wants to be that. The difference between me and a nobody is that I had the power that would allow me to achieve zenith right in front of me, and others didn't. The Wyatt family was an example enough that regular quiet life doesn't last long. This was more than enough for me to decide what to do with power in front of it. All is fair for a chill life. With this motto, I decided to no longer hesitate to do the obvious. Make the power mine, and the consequence that I dreaded will mine with it. My understanding of the blood rule's meaning Fate Plunder has grown to a profound understanding, giving me insight into the power of the meaning. With what I truly understood about Fate Plunder right now, I could create a basic rune. Yes, just a basic rune. There were tiers to runes. These tiers are divided based on the portion of strength they displayed of their respective rule and meaning. The basic tier of rune was the lowest of the tier with the minor authority over its rule and meaning. This meant that the ability of the meaning Fate Plunder I saw was only a part of what it actually can do. Just a part of the meaning holds this much power, so I could not help but imagine the power the higher tier of runes formed with this meaning would hold. Thinking of this, I was glad I decided to continue down this path. With a firm will, I walked out of the blood rule stream, left the spiritual plane, crossed the bridge returning to the Calamity Soul Gem. I was finally going to forge my first rune. Before starting the forging process, I decided to brainstorm with the three of my slave conscious on what we know and understand about the Fate Plunder. Forging a rune is a lot like writing a paper. Mind you, not some amateur paper, but the one meant to be submitted to the world-renowned scientific publication. This is very serious. A single grammar error can destroy the idea you were trying to put forward, and you will become that guy who, despite all his degrees, did not know how to use a comma. Similarly, while forging a rune, the most superficial flaw would undermine the rest of the rune and the authority of the rule and meaning it beholds. Therefore, I had to gather my thoughts and understanding about the blood rule and its meaning, just like Anna and Lena suggested. This way, I made sure that I did not forget or skip over something crucial while in the process of forging a rune. Going through all that I had mastered about blood rule and Fate Plunder, I had constructed a mental image of how I would use the rune power and my wondering of it and its meaning to forge the rune. Not just the forging process, I had used Hive AI and built a 3D model of rune, the end product. I had my share of experience with broken runes and knew what an actual rune with a minimum number of flaws looked like. I used all of them as a basis when I prepared the 3D design for the new rune. This was just a simulation based on the data I and the Hive AI had collected, so I could not guarantee that the rune I forged would be just like the one in the design, but it ensured that I kept the possible flaws in the actual process to the minimum. Done with all the preparation, I used my advanced Master of Blood rune to conjure Blood Rule power in my Calamity Soul Gem. Invoking the required Blood Rule power was faster since I was in the Blood Rock Cave, and here, Blood Rule power was available in abundance thanks to our Blood Debt. With my advanced mastery of Blood Rule, I slowly guided the Blood Rule power from the Blood Rule steam in the spiritual plane to the bridge connecting me to the world. Through the bridge, I then poured it into my Calamity Soul Gem. When the Blood Rule power had filled the Soul Gem to the brim, I stopped conjuring the Rule power, feeling that this should be enough for me to forge a rune. Thanks to my advanced mastery and the Blood Cave, gathering the required Rule power didn't take much of my time. The next step was to refine this Blood Rule power I had gathered in my Soul Gem using my advanced mastery of Blood Rule. Rule power is a pure form of energy. They are as pure as they come. By refining the Rule power, I meant to increase the concentration of energy in the Rule power. There is a difference in concentration of energy in Rule power conjured by a card apprentice using basic mastery and advanced mastery. This difference in concentration of energy in the Rule power is what lets a card apprentice with advanced mastery gain the upper hand in a fight against a card apprentice with basic mastery when using the same rune. With the increased concentration of energy in Rule power, I can forge a sturdier rune. The sturdier the rune, the higher performance it will give. Therefore, this step of refining the Rule power was an important step and cannot be skipped or half-assed. So I did not rest after conjuring the Rule power, but continued to refine the Rule power, making use of my advanced Blood Rule mastery. It was a tedious process, but still, I had to go through it. Fortunately, I had 3 obedient buds who shared my workload, making my work easier for me. Thanks to the 3 helping hands, I finished the refining of Blood Rule power much earlier than expected. The Rule power in my Soul Gem was now much denser than before, and it only filled half of the volume it previously occupied. Feeling that this was not enough, I had to repeat the whole process of conjuring Rule power and refining it twice, until I finally had enough refined Rule power to forge the rune. Then followed the shaping of the refined Rule power into a rune by using the mastery of the meaning. This process was a lot like smithery. I had the best quality material. Now I had to give it a form, and the form the Blood Rule would take was the meaning I comprehended. This is where my advanced mastery of the meaning Fate Plunder sets into motion. Using my advanced mastery of the Fate Plunder, I was going to give the refined Rule power a form. This form was the rune I was going to forge. This part was the easiest as I just had to use my advanced mastery of the Blood Rule's meaning, which would guide me about and direct me on how to shape the Blood Rule power into the rune I should build for myself. The shaping of the Rule power was a no-brainer. I followed my guide, advanced mastery of the Fate Plunder, and shaped the rune I was going to forge. This step did not take long, and I finally shaped the refined Rule power in the meaning Fate Plunder. My work was only half done here. The rune I just shaped using refined Rule power is just an empty husk of what an actual rune should look like. This was just the body. The soul that actually made it into a true rune was missing. And this soul of the rune I speak of is my understanding of the Blood Rule's meaning. Mastery and my personal understanding are 2 different things. Mastery of the meaning is what turned the refined Rule power into a vessel for my understanding of the meaning. Together, they form a rune. My understanding of the Blood Rule's meaning gives the body formed by refined Rule power and my mastery of the meaning sentience. The Rule power is just pure energy. Under the influence of the meaning, it gains a frame, a physique, if you will. This physique is void of alertness, appreciation, and attention. All in all, it is no different from an inanimate. My understanding of the Blood Rule's meaning Fate Plunder is what will give it the sentience which it is lacking the most right now. Sentience, in a sense, it will actually ascend to a true rune with a purpose. This purpose is its ability. The strength of this ability of the rune formed would depend upon my understanding of the Blood Rule's meaning Fate Plunder. This is why Anna and Luna asked me not to forge a rune hastily following the announcement of my grimoire. If I had forged the rune after getting the notification from the grimoire, then I would have been able to gather enough refined rule power successfully, even would have succeeded in giving the rule power the shape of rune using my mastery in the meaning. Still, when I would reach the final step, I would not be able to continue with forging because, at that time, my understanding of the rune was very shallow. With that superficial understanding of the meaning, even if I had formed the best frame for the rune, I would not have been able to give it the perfect essence to forge the true rune. Thankfully, I had heeded Anna and Luna's advice, and my current understanding of fate plunder meaning was enough to form a perfect essence for the rune frame. Once I gave sentience to the rune frame, my soul gem was filled with a brilliant red light, and I entered sudden enlightenment as my grimoire sounded with a notification prompt. Basic rune Fate Plunder has been successfully forged. Basic rune Fate Plunder has been successfully forged. Advanced Mastery Blood Rule has advanced to Rare Mastery. Forging the basic rune of Blood Rules meaning Fate Plunder, I was awarded with sudden enlightenment in the meaning Fate Plunder. With the help of the enlightenment, I explored every possible way I could use the basic rune Fate Plunder. But my enlightenment did not stop there. It drove deeper into the mystic of the meaning Fate Plunder. Taking this opportunity, I decided to polish and advance my mastery of the meaning Fate Plunder. Due to the enlightenment, the mystery of the Fate Plunder no longer seemed as difficult as earlier. It was as if I had to show the will to understand it, and I would understand it. Thanks to the enlightenment, exploring the meaning was no longer a challenge. I did not know how much time had passed since I entered the state of enlightenment. I was too busy enjoying its perks to uncover and understand the meaning Fate Plunder. I had no sense of time until a grimoire notification prompt sounded. This sound was not vivid. Instead, it felt a little vague and dreamlike. It felt this way because I was too engrossed in the spiritual plan and had no recollection of what was happening outside in the physical plane. Advanced Mastery of Meaning Fate Plunder has been advanced to Rare Mastery. I was too absorbed in exploring the meaning, so I ignored the signals I was getting from the physical plane and continued exploring the meaning Fate Plunder. And yet another grimoire notification prompt sounded. Rare Mastery of Meaning Fate Plunder has been advanced to Super Rare Mastery. My sense of time was too groggy. The only time I had any recollection of time was when I vaguely heard this notification prompts. These prompts gave me a sense of achievement more than awareness of time. They brought color to my morphine state. During the enlightenment, except for the meaning Fate Plunder, I saw nothing less. It was as if this meaning covered every inch of my vision and awareness. As if everything happening around me somehow started to be interpreted as a grand plan to help me master Fate Plunder. The air I breathed, the sounds I heard, all of it meant to be for the meaning Fate Plunder. Things that would be considered as disturbances during the enlightenment had started to feel like they were pushing more into the enlightened state. Super Rare Mastery of Meaning Fate Plunder has been advanced to Unique Mastery. Prompts of my achievement kept sounding, pushing me deeper into the meaning Fate Plunder, as if I was being only meant for this meaning. My connection to the meaning was getting stronger and broader with the increase in my mastery of the meaning. But I was not interested in the mastery of the meaning. Instead, I wanted to increase my understanding of the meaning. Also, though enlightenment state had increased my connection with rule meaning, it gave more boost to my mastery than it gave to my understanding. But I tried my best to keep my mastery of the meaning and the understanding advance hand in hand. Unique Mastery of Meaning Fate Plunder has been advanced to Super Unique Mastery. Super Unique Mastery of Meaning Fate Plunder has been advanced to Ultra Mastery. Ultra Mastery of Meaning Fate Plunder has been advanced to Plus Ultra Mastery. As I walked deeper into the meaning, I felt that I was becoming one with the meaning itself. The effect of enlightenment and my high mastery has broadened my connection with meaning. This, in turn, helped me increase my understanding of the meaning drastically. Soon my mastery of the meaning reached so high that I felt like any movement now I would reach the zenith of the meaning Fate Plunder. But just then, the enlightenment buff that had boosted my speed of mastery suddenly stopped, as if it ran out juice to support my high performance. Losing the buff, my speed of meaning Fate Plunder mastery reached a record low. From a rabbit's pace, I returned to the turtle's pace. The most frustrating thing was that the ultimate mastery of the meaning which appeared to be right before me earlier, now appeared to be miles away. Just a few more minutes, and I would have achieved completion in the mastery of the meaning. But it's as if the luck that was working for me seemed to have suddenly, at the last moment, switched sides and started to work against me. Though I had reached a bottleneck in mastering the meaning, my understanding of the meaning had not been affected by a lot. It had lost the buff of enlightenment. But due to my plus ultra level mastery of meaning, my comprehension of the meaning continued at a decent pace until I reached the ultra level in my understanding of the meaning fate plunder. With that, I was officially stuck at a bottleneck, as my mastery and understanding of the rune both progressed at a snail pace, as I had arrived at rare mastery in blood rule, plus ultra mastery in meaning fate plunder with an ultra level understanding. The levels of mastery of rule and meaning are divided into the following: basic mastery, intermediate mastery, advanced mastery, rare mastery, super rare mastery, unique mastery, super unique mastery, ultra mastery, plus ultra mastery, ultimate mastery. The tiers of runes are as follows: basic/normal rune, uncommon rune, rare rune, unique rune, super rune, ultra rune, ultimate rune. When we reach a bifurcation point in the rule, the mastery of that rule reaches advanced mastery. When you achieve advanced mastery and forge a basic rune in a single meaning, that rule mastery advances to rare mastery. When you achieve ultimate mastery and forge ultimate rune in a single meaning, that rule mastery advances to super rare mastery. When you achieve advanced mastery and forge a basic rune in two meanings, that rule mastery advances to unique mastery. When you achieve ultimate mastery and forge ultimate rune in two meanings, that rule's mastery advances to super unique mastery. When you achieve advanced mastery and forge a basic rune in three meanings, that rule mastery advances to ultra mastery. When you achieve ultimate mastery and forge ultimate rune in three meanings, that rule mastery advances to plus ultra mastery. The ultimate mastery of rule has something to do with reaching demigod level and forming divinity. Anna and Luna advised me to achieve Card Emperor realm to concern myself with ultimate rule mastery. Since my compression of blood rule's meaning, fate plunder, is stuck at a bottleneck, I had no choice but to halt my comprehension until I consulted Anna or Luna about more on this, and then decided to advance my basic rune to a higher tier. With current levels of mastery and understanding of the meaning, that should be an easy task. Using my rare blood rule mastery, I conjured more blood rule power and refined it. When I finally had enough refined blood rule power, I used refined blood rule power to upgrade and reinforce the Fate Plunder basic runes framework using my plus ultra mastery of blood rules meaning. I had two choices here. I directly upgrade the framework of the rune to plus ultra level or upgrade it step by step from basic rune to uncommon rune to rare rune and so on. Keeping the foundation of my rune in my mind, I choose the latter. And also because my understanding of the meaning was not yet plus ultra level. If I reinforce the rune framework to plus ultra level, then I will need plus ultra level understanding to make the essence of the rune. So the limit of the tier I could upgrade the rune was to ultra their rune. Therefore I step by step upgraded the rune framework while filling it with the corresponding level of sentience. First, I upgraded the rune framework to an uncommon level and then gave it uncommon level sentience, successfully upgrading the basic rune to an uncommon rune. With that, the grimoire notification prompts continued to sound until I upgraded the rune to ultra rune. Basic rune Fate Plunder successfully advanced to uncommon rune. Uncommon rune Fate Plunder successfully advanced to rare rune. Rare rune Fate Plunder successfully advanced to unique rune. Unique rune Fate Plunder successfully advanced to super rune. Super rune Fate Plunder successfully advanced to ultra rune. Using my super ultra mastery and ultra understanding of the meaning Fate Plunder, I successfully advanced Fate Plunder basic rune to ultra rune in no time. Rune name, Fate Plunder. Rune tier, ultra. Rune rule, blood. Rune spirit, unborn. Rune info, Fate Plunder is an ultra tier rune forged using the blood rule, and its meaning Fate Plunder. Fate Plunder gives the host the ability to steal their enemy's youth, lifespan, identity, skills, fate ingredients, origin card, physique, traits, and runes by blood sacrificing them in a blood ritual to the rune. Requirements: blood ritual, blood sacrifice. Restriction: the authority of the rune's ability is restricted to the highest realm of the host's grimoire grade and the host's will. Also, the host should end the enemy's fate personally. This meaning of the blood rule reminded me of a curse practice back on Earth. I had heard of an ancient practice where witches had various rituals that used victims' blood to curse them and steal their youth, identity, luck, and fortune. Witches could use this particular curse to look exactly like the victim by stripping the victim of their appearance, to maintain and live a beautiful and youthful appearance for a long lifespan. This rune went steps ahead of the witch's ritual and robbed the skill, origin card, physique, trait, and runes of the victim. This ability of the rune is so gruesome that I had second thoughts about forging this rune. The fate I can rob from the victim is different for every tier. With every upgrade, a new fate that could be stolen from the victim would be added. Basic rune, lifespan youth. Uncommon rune skills. Rare rune, fate ingredients, origin cards. Unique rune, physique, trait, identity, body shape. Ultra rune, rule mastery runes. Ultimate rune. As the Fate Plunder rune upgraded to a higher tier, the things I could steal from my enemies increased. I could even steal a card apprentice's origin card, physique, traits, and rule mastery. This is very surprising because there are many card apprentices with skill cards and rules that allow them to rob lifespan, youth, skills, and identity from others, but stealing origin cards, physique, traits, and rule mastery were totally unheard of. Fortunately, Fate Plunder is a highly rare meaning of blood rule. If not, this card world would be in utter chaos, with people killing friends and family to rob them of their fate. To steal other card apprentices' lifespan is already enticing enough. Still, adding youth, identity, skill, origin card, physique, trait, and runes to the list, this rune can drive a person to utter madness and greed. I did not know if I should be happy that soul power was not added to this list of things I could steal from the blood sacrifice. I guess even that will be available when this rune upgrades to the ultimate rune. This rune basically lets me impersonate the victim entirely except for the memory part, but it is possible that it can also become available in the future once this rune upgrades to its ultimate form. Unlike the other runes I have seen so far, this rune had requirements and restrictions. Restrictions are common in runes, but seeing requirements for rune activation is very rare. Requirements specified that I should perform a blood ritual as I sacrificed the victim to plunder his fate. Blood ritual was nothing special. It required me to implant the extracted blood after blood sacrifice into the origin core of the corresponding realm, so that it can turn into a card, and the type of the card would depend on the nature of the fate stolen by the victim. Analyzing the blood ritual part of the rune, I finally know how this meaning of the blood rule is connected to the parent and daughter gem skill dungeon calamity seed. And then I had a thought that instead of implanting the blood rune extracted from the blood sacrifice into an origin core, what if I planted it in a daughter gem? Nothing was set in stone. There are many possibilities for using the rune's ability. I had to keep my mind open and explore them. My mind ran wild with various probable ways to use the Fate Plunder Ultra rune. Just because I thought of a possibility doesn't mean it would work. I have to test all my theories about using my newfound power. And the only way to do that is by conducting experiments in controlled laboratory parameters. With that thought in my mind, I exited the meditative state and opened my eyes. Holy SHD! I yelled in alarm, being greeted by a close-up of Bloodette's face upon opening my eyes. Bloodette's face was just a few centimeters away from my face. Having looked at Bloodette's blood humanoid face up close for the very first time, I could not help but cry in surprise. Ah! My yell of alarm frightened Bloodette, who was too focused on whatever the hell she was doing. Bloodette, what the heck? I questioned Bloodette about the purpose and intention behind her actions earlier. Wyatt, what kind of rune did you forge? Which blood rule meaning did you comprehend? You started to seem more appetizing than before, and I am getting a faint feeling that if I devour you, my blood rule comprehension will evolve to a new level and direction I have never explored before. I can barely hold back my instincts and stop myself from devouring you. Turns out Bloodette's earlier action could be explained easily with a few words that I had suddenly turned into the tastiest cuisine in Bloodette's eyes, and she was barely able to hold herself back from trying to devour me. So if I had awakened a few seconds later, maybe I would be in Bloodette's stomach, and that is a big if. Come on now, Bloodette, you can't go on asking people personal stuff like that. Since I know you, I know that your question is innocent and has nothing but curiosity behind it. But if it's a stranger, they might get offended. So remember that there are things you can think about but never speak out loud, and this one is one of them. I did not intend to answer Bloodette, and instead spun it into a teachable moment for her. I know that. Courtney has taught me that before. She said, if I find some people are tastier, I should not say it out loud because that might scare them away. Bloodette seems to have an extra sense of blood which guides her to finding the prey with the most nutritious blood that could benefit her. A convenient ability for a foodie like Bloodette. Add this to that list. Like taking candy from a child, convincing Bloodette did not require a lot of wits. Okay, Bloodette nodded in understanding, but still stuck close to me. And knowing what was going through her mind, I felt uncomfortable with her following me around in the cave as I looked at my calamity daughter gems harmoniously, trying to comprehend blood rule. Bloodette, was I the first to awaken? I asked to start a conversation to make the current situation less awkward. If a blood humanoid following you round with her mouth watering doesn't make you uncomfortable, then what does? No, you are last to awaken. Every 1 hour or so after entering the meditative state, these guys would awaken, then popping a blood pill, they would continue to meditate. That has been repeating for the whole night. Bloodette explained that I was the only one with a prolonged meditative period, whereas my calamity daughter gems could hardly meditate for an hour or so even with the help of blood pills. It seems of my calamity daughter gems were compatible with the blood rule. Therefore, even with the help of Bloodette's blood pill and blood rock cave, they were unable to show a high comprehension in blood rule. This was disappointing as I was hoping that the blood rules boost would be enough for them to prepare for the upcoming war against the Circle Sun Blossom Branch. But no worries, my new Ultra Rune should be able to add the missing strength boost if they fail to forge a good rune despite all the help I have provided them. What about Courtney? Where is she? I asked, unable to find Courtney in the crowd. She is in the hidden chamber. Our secret base. No one is allowed in the base except us two. Bloodette answered. It seems she did not grasp the concept of a secret base entirely. Otherwise, she would know that secret bases are kept secret for a reason. Bloodette, why aren't you helping Courtney comprehend rules and forge runes with your blood possession skill? With Courtney's innate rune, it must be a lot easier for you to help her now, right? I could not help but wonder why Bloodette is not helping Courtney comprehend blood rule and forge runes. With Bloodette's understanding of blood rule, Courtney could form a dozen strong high-tier runes in a few hours. She said using my understanding to create her runes would destroy her foundation of blood rule, so she will comprehend her understanding of blood rule and form her runes even if it takes a prolonged period to achieve that. Courtney seemed to have followed Anna and Luna's teaching and focused on increasing her understanding of the blood rule rather than taking a shortcut. I guess she will do fine if it's comprehending blood rule, because her ego gem has a blood rule affinity. I see. While listening to Bloodette's explanation, I used my soul pupils to explore the blood rock cave to find the so-called secret base that was Bloodette too loose-lipped about. I found Courtney in a small 8x8 hidden room behind the bookcase parallel to Bloodette's bed. Courtney and Bloodette did not seem to have put much thought into placing the hidden room and followed the cliché by building the secret room behind a bookcase. I had exited the meditative state to experiment and play around with my first Ultra Rune. But Courtney and the rest of my Calamity Daughter gems were in a deep meditative state. Therefore, my plans of testing my new abilities had met a road bump as I required Van's help to enter an A-rank dungeon to find monsters to try my Ultra Rune on them. And also, I did not want to ditch Courtney, so I had no choice but to wait for now. But Bloodette's gaze that constantly lingered on me as if I were a piece of meat made me regret my choice of waiting for Courtney. Damn it, Bloodette. Will you stop staring at me with your mouth watering? I let out a cry in frustration. Bloodette's current state reminded me of my dog eyeing the food on my kitchen counter back on Earth. The dog wants to steal the food on the counter, but it's controlling itself from doing so. The dog showed self-control because I was right there, and Bloodette showed self-control because she thought of me as a friend. Even though the ideas behind self-control shown by Bloodette and my dog are different, I can see the same mixed expression of desire and hesitation on both their faces. Yes, Bloodette yelled, snapping out of her daze. and then slapped both her cheeks, thinking, why it is a friend, not food. Sigh. Letting it aside, I shook my head, seeing Bloodette slap herself. That's when I understood that Bloodette must be more uncomfortable than me trying to suppress the urges that came naturally to her. Here is was complaining about feeling uncomfortable with Bloodette's gaze when Bloodette was changing her natural self to be a better friend to me. I felt small in front of Bloodette's big heart. I do not know what Bloodette went through to deviate from her predecessor's bloodthirsty ways to her current cuddly teddy bear ways. Therefore, I decided not to make Bloodette worse about herself for the natural feelings that came to her, and help her feel good for trying to suppress her natural urges to be a good friend. Bloodette, do you have some clone skills on you? Yeah. I decided to keep ourselves occupied by testing if my Fate Plunder Ultra Rune worked on clones. Yes, I do. But do not use it because I have better stand-in skills, like Blood Avatar and Blood Incarnation. Why do you ask? Bloodette replied without giving it much thought. She was an open book and did not know the word privacy. You ask her anything about her, and she will answer to the best of her knowledge. I think Courtney should have had a talk about this with Bloodette, yet she spoke so openly to me because we were friends. I want to test the ability of my new rune. And aren't Avatar and Incarnation the same? I plan to keep my new rune abilities private, but Bloodette's innocence infected me. So I decided to involve Bloodette in my experimentation. I cannot directly use my Ultra Rune on Bloodette because she is of Card Overlord realm and the maximum authority of my rune is only up to the realm of my Golden Grimoire, the Card Lord realm. Therefore, I decided to see if I could use my rune on clones instead. Fortunately, Bloodette had blood avatars and incarnations, which is way better than mere blood clone skills that I was looking for. Oh really? Great. Tell me what I have to do. Hearing it had something to do with the new rune I forged, Bloodette agreed to my request with great enthusiasm, because she wanted to know what kind of blood rule meaning would make her go crazy and think of one of her friends as food. She felt by participating in my experimentation, she could gain some insight into the meaning I have comprehended. Then she can use that insight to comprehend that particular meaning by herself so that her friend does not seem appetizing anymore. Before that, could you explain to me what a blood avatar, blood incarnation is, and the difference between them? In excitement, Bloodette had forgotten to explain to me the difference between an incarnation and an avatar. I had a hard time understanding the difference between the two skills. After all, in the dictionary, they are the same. A blood avatar is a high-level blood clone ability where I can create clones of myself using condensed rule power and bestow them with an ego of myself. This ego possesses all the skills and knowledge I own and has the ability to act independently without my instructions, but will never go against my interest. A blood incarnation is an ability where I bestow ego to the conjured blood rule power and then have it possess a living being. Then that living being under the influence of my ego will become my incarnation. The ego here also has all my abilities and knowledge. I can act independently and will cross my interests. I have never tried blood incarnation, so I can give more info on whether the living being influenced by my ego will retain its will or not. Bloodette explained the abilities of the skills Blood Incarnation and Blood Avatar. Since Bloodette is mostly stuck in the Blood Rock Cave dungeon, she never got the chance to create a blood incarnation. Both of them are fantastic skills. For now, Blood Avatar will do for my experimentation. What is the maximum and minimum realm of the Blood Avatar you can create? Clones are always weaker than the original body, so I hoped that Bloodette's Blood Avatar was of the lower realm so that it could fit the criteria for experimentation. My proficiency in this skill is very high. Therefore, I can create as many as blood avatars possessing the strength up to my current realm. How many blood avatars should I create, and of what realm? Hearing Bloodette give me a positive answer, I was overjoyed because I did not have to wait for others to awaken any longer and could directly begin experimentation of my Ultra Rune. Summon one blood avatar of the Card Lord realm possessing all of your abilities and knowledge. Remember to make the blood avatar's ego as independent as possible. For the experiment's purpose, if the avatar had an independent will, then it would be great. I requested Bloodette to create a blood avatar. I asked her to limit the realm of her blood avatar to the Card Lord realm because that was the highest possible realm my rune can affect for now, and also proposed to make the ego of the avatar as independent as possible so that when I conduct the blood sacrifice and blood ritual, The avatar needs to be a separate being from Bloodette with an individual will. Wyatt, it's not possible to create a blood avatar with an independent will. If its will is separate from mine, it will no longer be my avatar, but an individual being. Bloodette explained that if an avatar's ego has an independent will, it is no longer an avatar, but an individual being. Well, can you create an avatar with an independent will or not? If not, then an avatar with an average ego will be fine too. I did not know whether the Fate Plunder Ultra Rune would work on Bloodette's blood avatar. Therefore, I wanted its ego to have an independent will. But if that's not possible, I can only stick to trying to create lemonade with the lemons I got. Hopefully, at the end, I can create lemonade with the lemons I have. It's possible, but if I create a blood avatar with an independent will, it will not exist for an extended period. It will dissipate after consuming all the soul power I had poured into it. Blood avatars are unable to gather soul energy from the world. Instead, they survive on the soul energy I pour into them. If the avatar's ego were bound to my will, I could continue to use my soul energy to replenish the avatar's soul energy, but since its ego has become independent of my interest, it can no longer borrow soul energy from me to continue its existence. But incarnations are different since they are possessing a real body. They have the ability to replenish their soul energy by themselves. This is why it's impossible to tell if the incarnations will stay true to my interest or not. Bloodette gave me a positive answer and explained the complications that came with it. That will do. Since the avatar is for experimentation purposes, we will not require it for an extended duration. Create one and make sure it behaves. I do not want it trying to eat me or others present here. I was worried about disclosing to Bloodette that I would be killing the blood avatar, but now things got a lot simpler. Okay, don't worry with me here. It will not act out even if its ego is independent of my interests. One blood avatar with an independent ego coming right up. Bloodette conjured a large ball of condensed blood rule, and a few seconds later, the ball of condensed blood rule started to morph into a humanoid shape, and finally took the form of a genderless mannequin entirely made up of condensed blood rule. The blood avatar had an aura of an A-rank monster. Being a newborn with the sentience of a 10-year-old, it curiously looked at its creator, me, and the blood rock cave. Having created the blood avatar, Bloodette urged me to hurry with my tests. With the soul energy I have poured into it, it can last max for about 30 minutes, so hurry. I only need 5, so don't worry. Saying that, I created a Calamity Daughter gem and bestowed it with a copy of my Fate Plunder Ultra Rune. Duplication of my rune was not a big deal as long as I had enough refined rule power. The blood ritual required me to implant the blood rune extracted from blood sacrifice into the origin core of the corresponding realm. Instead, I implanted a copy of the Fate Plunder rune in the Daughter gem, which also has the card morphing ability of an origin core. The Daughter gem will not only replace the origin core, but also help me kill and blood sacrifice the blood avatar. Since it is just a copy of the original rune, the Calamity Daughter gem only gained the ability of the rune, but did not turn into an ego elemental. Then I condensed a ball of blood rule to disguise the Calamity Daughter gem as a blood pill before feeding it to the blood avatar. The blood avatar looked at me in confusion as it took the Calamity Daughter gem disguised as a blood pill from me. Eat it. I instructed the blood avatar as I signaled the same by acting it out with my hands pointing to my mouth. Munch. Following my instruction, the blood avatar kept the Calamity Daughter gem disguised as blood pill in its mouth, and soon, the blood rule dissolved as the Calamity Daughter gem sewed itself into the blood avatar. Is that it? Bloodette asked, seeing no changes take place after a few minutes. Give it a minute. I asked Bloodette to have patience as there was no change yet because I hadn't met the necessary conditions of the Fate Plunder Ultra Rune, that is, to end the fate of the blood sacrifice personally. With the Calamity Daughter gem sewn inside the blood avatar, I had quite a few ways to kill it, but I was having a hard time deciding on the best way to kill the blood avatar. I finally decided to have the Calamity Daughter gem devour blood avatar using the feeding ability of the Dungeon Calamity Seed. The feeding ability allowed the Dungeon Calamity Seed to devour the soul energy of the creatures it implanted with its Calamity Daughter seeds. Having the Calamity Daughter gem devour the blood avatar is the simplest and less messy way to kill and sacrifice the blood avatar to the copy of Fate Plunder Ultra Rune in the Daughter Gem. With the Calamity Daughter Gem devouring all its soul energy, the blood avatar could not maintain its existence and turned into a puddle of condensed blood rule and slumped to the ground. Seeing this, Bloodette yelled. It died of soul energy exhaustion, but I had poured enough soul power for it to last the next 30 minutes. Was the experiment a failure? Wait for it. Wait for it. Just as I utter these words, the puddle of blood rule left after the death of Bloodette's blood avatar shone brightly, and a card floated out of it and headed towards me. After the Calamity Daughter Gem devoured blood avatar's soul energy, the blood avatar perished, meeting all the requirements of the Fate Plunder Ultra Rune. The corpse of the blood avatar was used for blood sacrifice by the copy of Fate Plunder Rune in the Calamity Daughter Gem. Upon sacrifice, the puddle of blood rule on the ground shone brightly as its essence entered the Calamity Daughter Gem to fuse with the Fate Plunder Ultra Rune and turn it into an ability rune copied from Bloodette's blood avatar. Fate Plunder Ultra Rune's blood sacrifice was complete. Next, I morphed the Calamity Daughter Gem into a card to complete the blood ritual. Rune skill card, blood avatar. Taking the card, I read the card's name out loud. Learning the name of the ability stolen by the Fate Plunder Rune, I was disappointed. I was expecting to steal all of Bloodette's skills runes in the blood avatar, but unfortunately, the Fate Plunder Rune stole the only skill I did not want in the blood avatar. Card name, blood avatar. Card type, skill card active. Card grade, a rank, rare grade. Card rating, 6 stars. Card durability, 100/100. Card effect, the host is able to use blood elemental power or blood rule power to create a blood avatar. Additional effects, blood elemental power conversation. Note, the card doesn't provide blood rule power. Blood elemental power conversation. This ability allows the user to turn soul energy to blood power to create a blood avatar. Reading the card info, my disappointment towards the card grew. It seems me trying to be clever and find a bug in Fate Plunder Ultra Rune to take advantage of it was all a waste. What is it? Show it to me. Bloodette enthusiastically asked, seeing her blood avatar into a card. Here, I handed the card to Bloodette. The experiment's results were not totally unsatisfactory. I got to know 3 important facts from this test. 1. Calamity Daughter Gem is a suitable replacement of Origin Core in the blood ritual process of Fate Plunder Ultra Rune. 2. The grade of the card formed corresponds to the realm of the creature sacrificed. 3. The card durability and star rating of the card created are perfect. Wow, did you just turn my blood avatar into a skill card? Is this the ability of your rune? But why couldn't I feel any movement of your rune? Reading the card info, Bloodette asked in amazement. Yes, it's the ability of my rune. As for why you could not sense the moment of my rune, I don't know. I answered Bloodette's question one by one patiently. The answer to the last question was untrue as I knew why she could not sense my rune. The shell of the dungeon Calamity Seed blocked Bloodette from eavesdropping on the activity of the Fate Plunder Rune. Bloodette was saddened that she could not get insight into my rune. Gaining insight into my rune was very important to Bloodette, as she hoped that by mastering the same meaning as I would no longer look delicious to her, which meant she did not have to act restrained in my presence. Just when I was thinking of saying a few words to comfort Bloodette, the bookcase opened, and a dark passage revealed behind it as a feminine figure walked out of it. It was Courtney. It seemed she was done comprehending blood rule and forging her first rune. Courtney, what the heck? You reveal our secret base to him. Quick, close the passage before others see it. The Bloodette complained. How am I supposed to know that Wyatt is awake from in there? If not for you begging me to make use of that dark room, I would not have considered choosing that room for rule comprehension, even if the concentration of blood rule is the highest in that particular spot. It seems it was not Courtney's idea to use the so-called secret room to comprehend the blood rule. Bloodette recommended it to her best friend, completely aware that the concentration of blood rule is highest at that spot in the entire cave. It seems Bloodette, despite her naivete, knew how to show partialism. Fine, now close the entrance to my secret base. Bloodette gave up complaining as what Courtney said made sense, but still urged Courtney to hurry and hide the entrance to the server base. Okay, Okay. Courtney hurriedly moved the bookcase to cover the hidden passageway before Bloodette became cranky. Seeing Courtney do as she said, Bloodette nodded and then enthusiastically asked, Courtney, which rune did you comprehend? You seem tastier than before. Bloodette, what did I tell you about telling people they seem tasty? Courtney asked, trying to discipline Bloodette. I know, but it's okay if it's just us, right? Bloodette said, acting cute. But don't make it a habit. Courtney melted to Bloodette's cute gestures and let her off the hook. Okay, enough nagging. Now tell what meaning of blood rule did you comprehend? Bloodette urged Courtney to stop keeping her in suspense and tell what meaning she comprehended. The meaning I comprehended is called blood spirit. It allows me to extract blood from my victims and sacrifice them to summon blood spirits. The blood spirits inherit egos and abilities from the sacrifice used to create them. Courtney finally revealed that she could turn creatures into blood spirits, and these blood spirits would inherit the ego and abilities of their past selves. Gasp. Hearing the meaning comprehended by Courtney, Bloodette, and I could not help but gasp. My gasp was in dread for Courtney's blood rule meaning, but Bloodette's gasp was in astonishment for the blood rule meaning comprehended by Courtney. Blood spirits hearing the ability of the meaning that Courtney had comprehended, I could not help but feel dread as this meaning was equally gruesome as the meaning I had comprehended. It also required a blood sacrifice for the ability to work, and the blood spirits extracted from the corpse of the victim could be turned into cards by performing blood rituals. That is to implant the rune of the extracted blood spirit into an origin core and then morph it into a card. Courtney generously shared the info of the Ultra rune she forged using blood rules meaning blood spirit with Bloodette and me. She did not seem to mind sharing the details of her meaning and rune she forged with me. Rune name, blood spirits. Rune tier, ultimate. Rune rule, blood. Rune spirit, unborn. Rune info, blood spirits is an ultimate tier rune forged from the blood rule, and its meaning blood spirit. Blood spirit gives the host the ability to turn their victims into blood spirits by blood sacrificing the victim. The blood spirit carries the memories and abilities of past selves. Requirements: blood ritual, blood sacrifice. Restriction: the authority of the rune's ability is restricted to the highest realm of the host's grimoire grade. Also, the host should hunt the victim personally. Wow, that sounds like an extraordinary ability, Courtney. Bloodette enthusiastically cheered for Courtney's success in forging one great rune. Blood spirits. It seems to be a handy ability. Congrats on forming a ultimate rune. Hiding my dread for the meaning comprehended by Courtney, I congratulate her for successfully forging an ultimate rune. Thank you, but I think the meaning I comprehended is a little terrible. Killing is not new for me as it's part of a natural order, but raising the dead back to fight this doesn't seem right. Courtney did not seem to be thrilled about the meaning she comprehended. If it is Courtney, I can rest assured that she would not use the blood spirit ultimate rune recklessly. What's terrible about it? You can make so many friends using that ability. How I envy you. If I had that ability, I would make so many friends. Bloodette seems to think otherwise. Contrary to Courtney, who felt raising the dead as blood spirits were wrong, Bloodette thought she could make many friends of her kind. Bloodette, to make friends that way, you will have to kill your friend candidate first and then raise them as blood spirit. That's the opposite of what friendship means. I reminded Bloodette that to create her so-called friends of her, she would have to kill them first and raise them as blood spirits. No. Understanding how creating blood spirit works, the idea of making friends using the rune blood spirit became less desirable to Bloodette. Courtney, cheer up. You comprehended the meaning to the competition. I bet you already started comprehending the second meaning of the blood rule. Tell me more about the second one. Courtney's blood spirit rune was of ultimate level, which can only be achieved by complete mastery of the blood rule's meaning. This also meant that Courtney could now comprehend the second meaning in blood rule. The rule affinity seems to be a more powerful boost than I had thought it to be because I, who had a near-perfect grade ego gem, was still stuck at a bottleneck in comprehending my first rule's meaning to completion. I think the enlightenment that Courtney received should be more potent than mine. There is no way a person could comprehend a rule's meaning to completion in a single night of comprehension without the help of enlightenment. Yes, I did. The second blood rule's meaning that I comprehended is called Blood Sanctuary. My understanding of this rune is still shallow. So, I could only forge a unique tier rune using my second rune. But combining my understanding of the two meanings of blood rule, I forged a hybrid rune that Emperor Luna and Anna talked about. Courtney detonated a bomb with her words. Not only did she comprehend a rule's meaning to completion, but she also mastered a second rule's meaning and forged a rune of unique tier called Blood Sanctuary Rune. If it were just that, then maybe I could still resist the charm of a rule affinity, but to my dismay, the two meanings Courtney comprehended were compatible with each other, allowing Courtney to fuse them and forge a hybrid rune. The hybrid rune that many top powerhouses try to achieve was actually forged by a rookie card student in a single night. Courtney's achievements and comprehension of blood rule had left me without words. Here I was with an almost perfect synchronization rate, and yet still, I was not able to master a single rule's meaning to completion. I did not know if this was due to rule affinity or the secret base used by Courtney to comprehend the rule, but Courtney had achieved what took others a lifetime in a single night. My innate blood rune Blood Supreme, not only did it have the ability to help me fuse with Bloodette, but also seems to give a huge boost to my blood rule comprehension. Thanks to that, I was able to choose a second rule's meaning which is compatible with the first rule's purpose I had comprehended. If not for that, I would not have entered an enlightenment state for such a long period. Courtney explained that her rule affinity was not the only one behind her current achievement, but her innate blood rune, Blood Supreme, was equally responsible for it. What is your hybrid rune called? Bloodette, unlike me, was genuinely happy for Courtney's achievements. I was also pleased with Courtney and her achievements. But as a human, I could not help but compare my achievements in blood rule with Courtney's achievement, leading to my current dismay. Seeing the accomplishments of Courtney in blood rule, I could not help but get enticed by rule affinity despite Anna repeatedly warning me to give up on rule affinity. Blood Spirit Sanctuary. It is the hybrid rune I have created fusing the Blood Spirit and Blood Sanctuary meanings of blood rule. So it has combined abilities of Blood Spirit rune and Blood Sanctuary rune. Blood Sanctuary is a support type meaning. It adds various buffs to all the blood-related skills used by my allies and me inside its domain range. It can also add debuff to all the blood-related abilities used by enemies inside the domain range. It also helps me store blood and blood rule power. This is a decent meaning, and combined with Blood Spirit, they created the hybrid rune Blood Spirit Sanctuary. Courtney answered, explaining her second meaning, Blood Sanctuary, and the hybrid rune Blood Spirit Sanctuary that she forged. Done answering, she did not hesitate to share the rune info of both of her unique and hybrid runes with me. Rune name, Blood Sanctuary. Rune tier, unique. Rune rule, blood. Rune spirit, unborn. Rune info, Blood Sanctuary rune is a unique tier rune of blood rule forged using the meaning of Blood Sanctuary. Blood Sanctuary allows users to create a blood domain of 1 kilometer where all blood-related skills used by allied units will gain the buff of 200% efficiency and consume 50% less soul energy and rule power. All the blood-related skills used by hostile units will gain the debuff of efficiency decreased by 50% and soul energy and rule power consumption increased by 200%. Additional effect, blood storage. Note, the buffs and range of the Blood Sanctuary increase with the increase in the host's compression of meaning and the tier of the rune. Blood storage. The host can store blood extracted from sacrificing the enemies in the Blood Sanctuary. The same is possible with condensed blood rule power. Rune name, Blood Spirit Sanctuary. Rune tier, hybrid. Rune rule, blood. Rune spirit, unborn. Rune info, Blood Spirit Sanctuary is a hybrid rune forged by fusing the Blood Spirit and Blood Sanctuary, the two meanings of blood rule. Blood Spirit Sanctuary is a blood domain ranging to 1 kilometer. Any enemy unit killed in this domain can instantly be raised as a blood spirit. The strength of the blood spirits will double inside the Blood Spirit Sanctuary. Blood spirits created by the host can be stored in the Blood Spirit Sanctuary. All the blood arts used by allied units in this domain will gain buff of plus 200% efficiency and consume 50% less soul energy and rule power. Also, all the blood arts used by hostile units in this domain will gain debuffs of efficiency decreased by 50% and soul energy and rule power consumption increased by 200%. Note: blood domain range, storage, and buffs will increase with the increase in the tier of the hybrid rune. The hybrid runes tier can be increased by increasing the tier of the base runes fused to create the hybrid rune. Both runes are excellent, Courtney. No wonder you smelled tastier than earlier. Now let me inside your innate rune so that I can gain insight into these two meanings of blood rule. After learning the info of the two meanings comprehended by Courtney, Bloodette was excited. Bloodette urged Courtney to let her possess her so that she could gain insight into the blood type meanings comprehended by Courtney and then comprehend the meanings herself. The innate rune Blood Supreme formed a symbiotic relationship between Courtney and Bloodette, meaning both of them could share each other's strengths, abilities, skills with each other. This relationship is what helped Courtney get such generous achievements when comprehending blood rule. Bloodette also planned to use this symbiotic relationship between Courtney and Gur through innate runes to comprehend the meanings that Courtney had comprehended. Really? I thought you would have already comprehended these meanings of the blood rule. Courtney was puzzled that Bloodette wanted to comprehend the meanings she'd had mastered. She thought Bloodette, as the embodiment of blood rule, might have already learned most of the blood rule meanings to completion. Be practical. Though I am an oddity formed by blood rule, I still have my limits. There are millions of meanings in blood rule. Comprehending all of them makes no sense, so I only comprehend those that seem worth my time. Bloodette said she had limits, but the words did not seem to be saying the same. Wait, what do you mean by you only comprehending meanings worth your time? Do you know what the ability of the meanings is even before exploring the meaning? I asked Bloodette in surprise because there was no way for a card apprentice to know the ability of the meaning before exploring it. But once you take up a specific meaning, you cannot give up midway to comprehend the other meaning of the same rule until you master it to completion. So the only way Bloodette can tell if that meaning is worth her time is if she already knew the ability of that particular meaning. No, silly, it's impossible to know the ability of meaning without exploring it. But I have an innate ability that helps me tell which meaning is compatible with the meaning I have already comprehended. This way, I plan to fuse all the meanings of blood rule to forge a single strongest hybrid rune. But the meanings mastered by Courtney are also good, so I want to forge a second hybrid rune in that direction of blood rule too. Bloodette's words finally explained a lot why Courtney was so lucky as to comprehend her second meaning of blood rule, which is compatible with her first meaning of blood rule. There are millions of meanings of blood rule, and the odds of finding two meanings in blood rule which are compatible with each other by a card apprentice is near impossible. Thanks to Bloodette's innate ability, which Courtney could use through the innate rune Blood Supreme, she could comprehend two meanings with a high degree of compatibility. Learning about the miraculous ability of Bloodette, which allowed her to differentiate between the meanings of blood rules based on their compatibility with her previously mastered meanings of blood rule, I was almost tempted to plunder that ability from Bloodette for myself. Who wouldn't be? With that ability, Bloodette can create as many hybrid runes as she wants to. Not to mention, she can comprehend many compatible meanings of blood rule to forge a single overpowered hybrid rune with it. Either way, Bloodette's combat strength would increase by a large margin. A single hybrid rune made Anna an apex card emperor among the 3 generations of card emperors. Anna was able to stand on top and spread her title far across this card world for her insane realm-jumping strength provided by a single hybrid rune. If a single hybrid rune can give Anna such power and status, I cannot imagine what kind of power will be birthed with Bloodette's unique ability. Thanks to her innate rune Blood Supreme, Courtney would enjoy the same perk as Bloodette. I thought I had too many cheats, but in front of Bloodette's single cheat, all my cheats could not hold a candle. Excluding my soul pupils, of course. Such a miraculous ability was worth coveting. But this ability of Bloodette had limitations too. That is, this ability could only be applied to blood rule. Even though the scope of this ability was a single rule, it still had millions of possibilities. And with enough time, a person with this ability can quickly climb to the top of the world and get a chair amongst the best of the best. So, it was your ability that helped me. This explains the weird feeling I felt guiding me to a bunch of meanings and told me that I should choose my second meaning to comprehend among them. Courtney finally understood why she was so lucky to comprehend highly compatible meanings. Good to know I could be of your help. But I did not consider this perk of mine as an ability until I talked with you guys. I thought this came naturally to everyone. Before today, Bloodette never considered differentiating meanings based on their compatibility as an ability. She thought this was the same for others too. Hearing Bloodette's humble words, I consider myself too arrogant for thinking that I had too many cheats. This day I promised myself that I would gather or create as many cheats as possible and never be arrogantly think that I had enough cheats. Courtney, are you done with your questions? Can I possess you now? Bloodette asked Courtney impatiently. It seemed she was eager to comprehend the meanings mastered by Courtney. Bloodette's eagerness stemmed from the fact that she thought new meanings mastered by Courtney were fun, and she did not want to see her best friend as food any longer. Okay, sure. Courtney agreed to Bloodette's request and activated her innate rune, which pulled Bloodette into it. After Bloodette vanished into her body, Courtney looked at me and asked, "What next?" I plan to head to a dungeon to test my abilities. Do you want to come? I replied to Courtney, revealing that I had no other plans than to test the ability of my new rune in a dungeon. Can I really? Courtney asked in confusion as she thought that I would like to keep the ability of my rune a secret and would not want her watching while I test my new skills. Courtney understood as such because I did not even reveal the name of my rune to her and was too secretive about it, while she showed the rune info of all the 3 runes she had forged. Yes, you can. I also want to see what your 2 runes and 1 hybrid rune are capable of. The reason I invited Courtney to come with me to the dungeon while I tested my rune is so that I could see Courtney's runes in action and, if possible, use fate plunder on the blood spirits that Courtney created to see if I can gain insights in blood spirit meaning. Apart from her innate rune, Courtney's other 3 runes were also very powerful and handy. Thanks to the combination of blood spirit and blood sanctuary, Courtney is a walking, talking army. Therefore, I could not help but wonder what it would be like to carry a personal army of blood spirits with me everywhere I go. And what would happen to blood spirits if I were to embed each of them with my Calamity Daughter gems? Therefore, if possible, I planned to get my hands on the meaning blood spirit of blood rule. While Courtney and I discussed which dungeon in Sky Blossom City would be best for us to test our runes, I saw Van, Ted, and Old Ben awaken from their meditative state one by one before they could re-enter the one with the world state. To continue comprehending blood rules, I stopped them from doing so and instructed them to report their progress in blood rule to me. Van seemed to have comprehended the blood rules meaning blood elixir, and has achieved rare mastery and has uncommon level understanding in it. Since his mastery and understanding of the meaning were shallow, Van had not yet forged a rune. The blood rule, meaning blood elixir comprehended by Van, has the ability to turn the blood of the enemies into an elixir to replenish allies' health and soul energy. Ted comprehended the blood rules meaning blood forge. His mastery in this rule had reached the super rare level and gained a rare level understanding of the rule. Ted planned to increase his mastery and understanding of the rune to the higher realm before forging his rune, so he too had not forged a rune yet. Blood Forge meaning gave its users the ability to use blood power and blood to forge different kinds of weapons known to the user. Old Ben's mastery of blood rule had reached super unique tier with an understanding of super unique level. The blood rules meaning which he chose at the bifurcation point was boiling blood. Boiling blood meaning of blood rule is double-edged. With the immense power that comes with it, there is a huge side effect to pay for. Boiling blood meaning can give hosts overall stats a boost of 1000%, but in that state, the host gains a madness debuff which is directly proportional to the overall stat boost. Meaning if the host gains a 500% overall stat boost, then he also gains a madness debuff with a 500% boost. Madness debuff is enough to turn any card apprentice into a mindless beast. If it is boosted by 1000%, the card apprentice will turn into a mindless slaughtering machine who will attack anybody within their line of sight. This is the worst meaning of blood rule for one to comprehend, but for Old Ben, this meaning was a perfect match with the side effects of his origin card. Old Ben's origin card is Emotion Olfactory Lobe, which allows him to smell others' emotions. But there is a massive side effect to it, emotion paralysis. It is more of a safety mechanism of the origin card than a side effect, as its purpose is to protect Old Ben from undergoing emotion overload. And once again, thanks to this emotion paralysis, Old Ben is immune to the madness debuff, making the boiling blood meaning the best match for Old Ben. In terms of comprehension of blood rule, Old Ben and Ted had gained a bargain, but Van was out of luck. Boiling blood and Bloodforge are handy for combat, but Blood Elixir is not. For my army of Calamity Daughter Gem, healing ability was of no use. They all had body restructuration skills and could quickly heal any kind of mortal wound, so an additional healing skill was of no use. Old Ben and Ted, congrats. The meaning that both of you comprehended are good. Van, you are out of luck this time, but I won't blame you if you choose to abandon the blood rule and try comprehending other rules. If you still want to master this meaning, I won't stop you but teach you a blood ritual that will allow you to embed the blood elixir created from a monster's blood into the origin card and turn it into an elixir card. I bet TSR guild members will appreciate the blood elixir cards. I congratulated the other two while I gave Van an option to abandon the blood rule or use it for its commercial value. Van's affinity to blood rule was very low. Despite the help of blood pills and the blood rock cave, he could not reach the high level of mastery in blood rule to create a basic rune. Therefore, I gave him a choice to stop wasting time comprehending blood rule and abandon it. After all, the meaning he comprehended was useless, and wasting time to reach ultimate mastery in it would be stupidity. Hence, I advised Van to abandon the blood rule and comprehend other rules. Yes, Master Wyatt. The blood rule is not compatible with me, so I will try my luck with other rules. Van chooses to heed my advice. This is the burden of the average card apprentice. Due to their lack of compatibility with rules, if they comprehend an unrequired meaning, they have no choice but to abandon that particular rule and try to comprehend a new one, as they could not afford to waste time comprehending a rule's meaning, which is of no use to them. Sure, do as you see fit. You can keep the extra blood pills or share them with Sarah. Ted, Bloodforge is an extraordinary ability. It will not only be of help in combat, but you can use it to create blood weapon cards. If you require more blood pills, ask me. Bloodforge is a great meaning. Similar to Blood Elixir, it also has a very high commercial value. Ted could create blood weapons using high-rank monster blood, and then embed the blood weapon rune into an origin core and morph it into cards. Higher the rank of monster blood used, stronger the blood weapon made. Bloodforge and Blood Elixir both had a very high commercial value. Thank you, Master Wyatt, but the blood pills I have on me should last me for quite a while, and I plan to create blood weapon cards and sell them to the TSR guild, if you don't mind. Before I reminded him, Ted already had plans to create blood weapon cards and sell them to the TSR guild. What about your job as City Lord's guard? I thought you would be going way beyond with him. Anna had banished City Lord to way beyond. I thought City Lord would take his guards with him. So, I was confused when Ted made plans for the future with the TSR guild. City Lord gave me a choice to continue working for him at way beyond or retire. Since Master Wyatt is here, I plan to apply for retirement as City Lord's guard tonight. Though the daughter gems had independent thoughts, their priority was still me, so I was not surprised by Ted's decision. But I did not need Ted here. I wanted him to go to way beyond with City Lord and get me the information on way beyond that I was missing. Ted, I think you should not retire yet. Go to way beyond with the City Lord and be my eyes and ear at the way beyond. Since the City Lord asked Ted to choose, I chose for Ted. According to what I have heard from Anna and Lorenzo, way beyond is where all the fuss is. Since I am a part of this world, I should know what is going on in this world. And apparently, way beyond is the humanity's frontier, and I should know what's happening there at the earliest. Therefore, I did not hesitate to order Ted to go to way beyond with the City Lord. Since Master Wyatt wants me to follow City Lord to way beyond, then I will do so, and be your eyes and ears there. Ted did not hesitate to follow my orders to become my eyes and ears at the way beyond. Thank you for understanding. If there is anything you need, ask me now. Here, take these 300 blood pills. They should last you a year or so. You may leave now. Handing 300 blood pills to Ted, I asked him to return to City Lord as soon as possible. Thank you, Master Wyatt. These blood pills are enough, and I do not need anything else. I will take my leave and report to the City Lord. Ted thanked me for the blood pills and left to report to the City Lord. Old Ben, you take the cake among the three. You know you are fortunate to comprehend the most suitable meaning for your condition. The word fortunate doesn't cut it. To be able to find a meaning compatible with your origin card out of millions of meanings is like a miracle. I was really amazed by old Ben's luck. It was as if he had won a jackpot. Master Wyatt, me comprehending the boiling blood meaning is no luck. My origin card guided me to that meaning using its ability sentience. I think the second meaning I will comprehend will be comparable with my first meaning and origin card. I think so because I believe my sentience skill will guide me to the meaning best for me. Old Ben revealed that him comprehending the boiling blood meaning was no coincidence, but guide choice made by him under the guidance of the skill of his origin card. Sentience, passive. All cards equipped by the card apprentice gain sentience, making them a living, breathing force of nature. Old Ben's origin card emotional factory has a special passive effect called sentience. This passive skill gives every card equipped by Old Ben sentience, as in these cards gain spirit, and all their stat are doubled unconditional. Cooldown period is refused by 50% and gain an extra plus 10 card durability. This passive skill sentience was believed only to work on equipped cards, but now it seems it gave sentience to the origin card itself. And the sentient origin card guided Old Ben to the boiling blood meaning in Blood Rule, which is a perfect fit for it. Son of Gun. I couldn't help but cuz hearing that Old Ben had a cheat which allowed him to pick the perfect rule meanings for himself. What the fuck is going on? Why does everyone else seem to have a rule-related cheat these days? Blood Debt is an oddity born of Blood Rule, so it is understandable, but Courtney and Old Ben, these two are average card apprentices. Still, they have heaven-defying cheat related to rules, one more miraculous than the other. Courtney could share Bloodette's cheat using her innate rune. Bloodette's cheat was watered down by being limited to Blood Rule. But Old Ben's cheat had no limits. If his origin card could help him with the Blood Rule, then the same can be said for other rules. Bloodette and Old Ben's cheats were almost the same, except one was limited to Blood Rule, and the other had no such limit, making Old Ben's cheat more against the heavens. Old Ben stood quiet, giving me the time to observe the shock of his origin card's special perk. Old Ben, you didn't just take the cake of 3, but every freaking card apprentice in this world. Do you know how miraculous your origin card's special effect is? This goes beyond the heavens. I don't understand how heaven is still tolerating you and your cheat of an origin card. I could not maintain my calm under the bomb that is Old Ben's origin card passive skill. Old Ben stood upright in the military stand-at-ease position. He did not seem to be affected by my reaction, or rather did not know how to react to my response. After all, he knew how baffling his origin card's passive skill was. Though Old Ben's origin card passive skill seemed overpowered, it was limited by himself, rather his talent and ego gem great. That's right. Though he had the most coveted and heaven-defying cheat, it was watered down by his lack of talent. It's like he had connections to buy anything in the world but lacked the cash to buy them. Unlike the rest of us who had the money but lacked the links to purchase anything. I guess this is the way of the heavens to level the playing field. If not for my intervention in Old Ben's life, I don't believe he would ever succeed in forging an ego gem. Even if he forged the ego gem somehow, it would be of power quality without the boost from my Calamity Daughter gem, making it impossible for him to comprehend the rules even if he had the best rule-related cheat out there. Old Ben, were you able to gain command of the Tiger Squadron as I asked you to? Ever since I planned to go to war with the Circle, I had ordered Old Ben to take charge of his old squadron, the Tiger Squadron, the Sky Blossom City's fabled squadron. Taking on the Circle in their home ground with a few of my Calamity Daughter gem would be a fool's errand. I needed people to keep the foot soldiers and cannon fodders of the Circle at the bay while my Calamity Daughter gems and I took care of the executives of the Circle, Inner Circle, and finally their new leader. I planned to use the Tiger Squadron and the TSR Guild to take care of foot soldiers and cannon fodders of the Circle. So, Old Ben taking charge of the Tiger Squadron was a massive part of my game plan in the war against the Circle Sun Blossom Branch. I have already made contact with my old squadron, Master Wyatt. They are awaiting your command. Old Ben did not disappoint me. He successfully took charge of the Tiger Squadron, as promised. Good job, praising Old Ben. I turned to look at the others who were still in a meditative state, trying to reach higher comprehension in Blood Rule, and said, let others be. Van, please arrange for us to raid the A-rank Ogre Fields Gate dungeon. And also, buy lots of C-rank, B-rank, and A-rank origin cores. I want to try my new rune and test the limits of my abilities. Sure, Master Wyatt. Give me 15 minutes to make arrangements. Van Happy obliged my request and headed out of Bloodrock Cave to make arrangements as per my request. Bloodette, we will be leaving soon. Do you want to follow us? Or will you stay in the dungeon to comprehend the meanings you gain insight into from Courtney? I asked Bloodette whether she would be leaving with us, worried for my calamity daughter gems that would be left in Bloodrock Caves comprehending Blood Rule. I don't want them trapped in the Bloodrock Caves with Bloodette not here to open the dungeon gate for them. I will follow you guys out. A blood pseudopod resembling Bloodette's face extended out of Courtney's neck and answered. Apparently, she did not need the boost of the Bloodrock Cave to comprehend Blood Rule as the Bloodrock Cave had formed due to her presence. Then what about these guys? How will they walk out of the dungeon if you are not here to open the dungeon gate for them? I reminded Bloodette that she could not leave her house because she still had guests inside it. Wouldn't they be trapped in her home if she left? Don't worry about that. They can exit the dungeon as they please. Only entering the dungeon requires my presence and consent. Bloodette explained that her presence is not required to exit the dungeon. They leave anytime they want, but re-entering the Bloodrock Cave dungeon would require her permission. Good to know that. Then let's head out to the A-rank Ogre Fields Gate dungeon. Leaving a note for my daughter Gems on how to exit the dungeon, Old Ben, Bloodette possessed Courtney, and I exited the dungeon. Since Bloodette was hiding in Courtney's innate rune, there was no problem as she exited the dungeon. Old Ben, do you have a vehicle card? I asked Old Ben as Courtney and I each summoned our hover bikes. Yes, I do, Master Wyatt. Come forth, my chariot. Replying to me, Old Ben summoned his vehicle. I thought Old Ben had named his vehicle Chariot, but to my surprise, it was an actual hovering chariot. Instead of the horse drawing the chariot, it was powered by a sole energy-powered engine like the rest of the hovering vehicles. Old man, you got style. Courtney complimented Old Ben, admiring his gold-plated hovering chariot. Thank you, young miss. Back then, during the Monster War, the Chariot series was quite popular as it did not pose a lot of restrictions to the rider's movement and range of actions. Nowadays, they have stopped making hovering chariots as hovering cars and bikes have become a trend. But I still prefer a hovering chariot. I guess you can call me old school. Old Ben politely thanked Courtney and had a decent conversation with her. Anybody watching would think that there's nothing wrong with Old Ben as if he does not have emotion paralysis and is not implanted by a calamity daughter gem. Hovering chariot is dope, old man. I think I will be buying one for myself too. Courtney, being a gearhead, really appreciated the old school hovering chariot. Setting our destination in the grimoire, we three head to the A-rank dungeon on our hovering automotives. Date, March 29th, 2321. Time, 12:13. Location, Sky Blossom City, Silver Beach Dungeon. As we headed to the Ogre Field Gate dungeon, I noticed great disturbance near Silver Beach Dungeon, which was en route to our destination. The disruption was other than the Southern Watch members who were here to relocate the Silver Beach Dungeon. Good afternoon, Wyatt. Just as I was thinking of leaving, Anna noticed my presence and greeted me. Good afternoon, Anna. When did the dungeon relocation squad arrive? Replying to Anna's greeting, I asked about the arrival of Southern Watch soldiers. Yesterday night, an hour after you left. Since then, we have been busy setting up all the apparatus for dungeon relocation. We want to get this job done as soon as possible before other forces realize what our family has been up to. Anna replied with an exhausted sigh. Exhausting? You are busy bossing around while the soldier and I attend to all the work here. What are you exhausted about? Taking notice of our presence, Luna also came over to greet, but hearing Anna complain about exhaustion, she could not help but question her. Your Highness, Southern Emperor. Old Ben hurriedly got down the chariot and saluted Anna, showing his respect as a soldier to the Southern Emperor. Who might you be? Seeing Old Ben salute her, Anna recollected seeing him before and tried to remember who he was. Ben Francis, captain of Tiger Squadron, Sky Blossom City Regiment. Old Ben answered. He may have a calamity daughter gem, but his will was not restricted. Ben Francis, I remember that you received a medal from my grandmother for your honorable service during the Monster War. It is always a great honor to meet a hero. Anna respected Old Ben for his service. Anna remembered that her grandmother had invited Old Ben and a few of his friends to join the Southern Watch, but they all rejected the offer, saying their duty was at the Sky Blossom City. Anna remembers her grandmother sighing, seeing a great talent wasted by his chivalry. Anna never understood why her grandmother valued old Ben, but now, sensing old Ben having formed his ego gem on his own, Anna knew there was some truth to her grandmother's words. "Wyatt, what are you doing with Ben?" Anna could not help but ask, remembering that Wyatt left for Bloodrock Caves to forge his first rune. "Your Highness, now the Tiger Squadron works for Master Wyatt," Ben replied. "What? I thought you and your men's duty lay with the city. Isn't that the reason why you rejected my grandmother's offer?" Anna's eyebrow raised, hearing that old Ben and his squadron worked for Wyatt now. "That was then, Your Highness. Now the duty of Tiger Squadron lies at Master Wyatt's command." Ben answered Anna without any hesitation or worry that his answer would rub Anna the wrong way. "I see." Anna's glare shifted back and forth between old Ben and Wyatt. If it were some other time, Anna would not have been as generous and let go of Ben's straightforward yet rude answer. Anna did not mind her soldiers being frank to her, but when addressing her grandma, they should follow the code of conduct. Suppressing her rage, Anna then glared at Wyatt as she did not understand how Wyatt could convince a stubborn ox like old Ben to follow him when her grandmother failed to do so. This was really puzzling to Anna because she never thought old Ben would choose Wyatt over her grandmother. Luna did not know the full story about what had transpired between the man next to Wyatt and Anna's grandmother. Still, from Anna's words, she can gather that this man had rejected Anna's grandmother's offer to recruit him. Instead, he chose to follow Wyatt, a high schooler. How astonishing is that? Who in his right mind would reject being recruited by the General of the Southern Watch and choose to work for a high schooler? Since when did a high schooler become more pleasing than the General of the Southern Watch and the Queen of the Southern Region? What's wrong with this man? Is he a nut job? You reject Anna's grandmother's offer to follow your dreams. That's understandable and respectful. Instead, you choose to follow a high schooler. That's a resounding face slap to Anna's grandmother. "Anna, could you stop glaring?" Old Ben's answer may have been blunt, and I understand that old Ben was now one of my men. Still, it was his choice not to follow Anna's grandmother. "So why are you glaring at me?" "I am not glaring at you. I am just trying to see what is so special about you that this guy over here chose you instead of the Southern Watch." Anna was cunning. With few words, she enunciated that old Ben did not reject her grandmother, but he refused the Southern Watch. I never thought Anna had this side to her. I guess she only showed me what she wanted me to see. The more time I spent with her, I started to see sides that Anna had tried to hide from me. "Yes, Your Highness. Southern Watch's ideas were too lofty for my small strength, so I did not join them. But Master Wyatt's goal and my goal are the same now, so I chose to support him." Old Ben hurriedly accepted the way out given by Anna and agreed that he rejected the Southern Watch, not Anna's grandmother's offer. Though old Ben's words were not enough to satisfy Anna's ego, she chose to stop at that as she did not want to show her new crush her ugly side. "You are good, Anna. How long can you keep this up?" Luna thought Anna would blow up at old Ben's frank answer, but seeing her handle things quite smoothly, Luna frowned and could not help but remind Anna that she could not hide her ugly side from her crush forever. "If you don't want to be ass-hooped, you better hurry back to your work." Anna lashed out at Luna as her words stung her. People do not appreciate good advice these days. Luna snorted at Anna and headed back to work. "Now that the nuisance is gone, Wyatt, where are you headed? Was your rune forging a success?" After Luna left, Anna inquired what I was up to. "Thanks to your guidance, I was successfully able to create a rune. Now I am heading to A-rank Ogre Field Gate Dungeon to test my new rune." I replied honestly to Anna as she had a great hand in my current achievements with regards to Ego Gem and rune forging. "Congrats. Now you are finally a full-fledged card apprentice." Anna congratulated me for forging my first rune. "Thank you. Do you want to join us?" I asked, even though I did not want her to join us. "No, I am required here. The relocation formation array consumes a lot of mental energy, so a few extra sets of hands are required here. You guys carry on." Anna rejected my offer and returned to the dungeon relocation. Sighing in relief, I and the other two headed towards the Ogre Field. Date: March 29th, 2321. Time: 12:32. Location: Sky Blossom City, A-rank Ogre Field Gate Dungeon. Courtney and I decided on the Ogre Field Gate Dungeon because ogres had a very tenacious physique and monstrous strength. I wanted to create many C, B, and A rank cards with physique and traits of ogre for the members of the TSR Guild and Tiger Squadron. Courtney thought that an army of blood spirit ogre would be majestic and imposing. With the members of the TSR Guild and Tiger Squadron, I had the numbers required to go on war with the Circle Sun Blossom branch, but these members lacked good cards. So I planned to make a few cards using my Fate Plunder Ultra Rune. These cards were only for high-ranking members of the guild and the squadron. After the ogre field, I planned to raid another D-rank dungeon to create E-rank and D-rank cards for low-ranking members in the TSR guild. As for the Tiger Squad, they had no low-level soldiers. Master Wyatt, fortunately, nobody had applied to clear the A-rank ogre field gate dungeon, so I was able to book it for us. And as you requested, I have gathered a large amount of C, B, and A-rank origin cores. Van reported that he had achieved all the requests I made of him. Great, what are we waiting for? Then let's head in right away, I said impatiently as I was eager to explore the possibilities of the Fate Plunder Ultra Rune. Walking into the A-rank dungeon, a plain field of 2 feet tall elephant grass greeted us. The sky in the dungeon was clear and sunny. The wind was a little chilly and playful as it rustled with our hair and the elephant grass as it passed by. Wow, this is the second dungeon I have visited. Why doesn't my dungeon have such scenery? A blood pseudopod in the image of Bloodette's face extended out of Courtney's nape of the neck and complained why the dungeon she was sealed in did not have such scenery. Bloodette, scenery doesn't matter if you are going to be stuck in the same place for eternity. With enough time, even the world's most beautiful scenery will start to feel bland. I advised Bloodette to be happy with what she had. Whatever, I feel this place is all a lot better than my dark cave. Bloodette had yet to learn the proverb, the grass is always greener on the other side. Yura, a loud battle cry interrupted our discussion. As we turned to find the source of the battle we saw 3 gray ogres holding large stone clubs. The tall elephant grass seems to absorb the disturbance caused by the stomps of the ogre, making it seek-like as if the ogres had mastered silent walk assassination skill. But in reality, the grass was absorbing the sound of their footsteps and masking their presence. Courtney, do you want to go first, or should I? All 3 ogres we noticed were of C rank, so I did not bother to compete with Courtney to kill them. I will go first. Saying that, Courtney dashed towards the 3 ogres, and when she reached within 10 meters from the ogres, she yelled, "Active Blood Spirit Sanctuary." With Bloodette in the center, a pool of blood covered about a 30-meter radius of ground engulfing all the elephant grass in its path. Seeing the ground underneath them be replaced by a pool of blood, the ogres were confused. But still seeing the small prey running towards them, they wanted to hunt it before their colleagues. But when they tried to move, they felt a pull from within the pool of blood. Blood Quagmire. The pseudopod Bloodette activated one of her skills, turning the pool of blood covering the grass field into a quagmire. Bloodette quitted their mine. Courtney was unappreciative of Bloodette's help binding the ogres to one place. When I am in your innate rune, we are the same. What's yours is mine, and what's mine is yours. Bloodette defended her behavior and then went one step ahead to prove it. Swallow. With Bloodette's command, tentacles made of blood extended out of the blood pool and started binding the ogres and dragging them deeper into the blood quagmire. Finally, the 3 9-feet-tall ogres vanished in the blood pool. Hurry, start the blood sacrifice and turn them into blood spirits. For the blood sacrifice to work, the person offering the sacrifice should be the one to kill the victims. Here Bloodette had killed the ogres and asked Courtney to sacrifice them, trying to prove that right now occupying the innate rune, Bloodette and Courtney were the same. Blood sacrifice, Courtney heeded Bloodette's request, and results were in Bloodette's favor as Courtney successfully sacrificed the 3 ogres and raised them from the dead as blood spirits. See, I told you. Courtney, you have to heed my advice more. We could reach places. Bloodette acted smug, seeing that she was correct. And what place will that be? Blood Food Paradise. Courtney mocked Bloodette as she witnessed the 3 ogres rise from the blood as blood spirits. The ogre blood spirits appeared precisely the same as their original self, except for the fact that their body was entirely made of blood. The ogre blood spirits showed intelligence as they remembered to equip themselves with the stone clubs that they carried with them before being sacrificed. You were just sour that I was right. You sour grape. Bladette was dissatisfied with Courtney not acknowledging her as a wise person. Looks like your rune works wonderfully. What is the strength difference between the original ogre and the blood spirit? I walked next to Courtney and asked curiously as I observed the blood spirits. I don't know. I feel like they should have retained 100% of their past peak stats. Courtney was unsure about the strength difference as she did not know the stats of the original ogre before their demise. Here, use these origin cores to perform the blood ritual. Maybe in the card form, we can get more accurate information. I handed 3 C-rank origin cores to Courtney so that she could use the cores to perform the blood ritual and turn the 3 ogre blood spirits into cards. Now, that is a wise advice, Courtney said, poking fun at Bladette. Taking the 3 C-rank origin cores from me, Courtney prepared to perform a blood ritual. Courtney placed the 3 C-rank origin cores in her grimoire card creation page, and then she willed her blood spirit sanctuary rune, turning the 3 blood ogre into a blood rune. Then, these 3 blood runes floated into her grimoire. Without any hesitation, Courtney placed the 3 ogre blood spirit runes into 3 C-rank origin cores, 1 in each. Having set the 3 ogre blood spirit runes into the origin core, Courtney then morphed the origin core into cards, forming 3 C-rank ogre blood spirit cards. Blood ritual successful. Card name, Ogre Blood Spirit. Card type, Summons. Card rank, C-rank, Uncommon grade. Card rate, 6 stars. Card durability, 93/100. Card effect, the host can summon an Ogre Blood Spirit. The Ogre Blood Spirit has inherited all the skill, stats, physique, traits, memories, and wisdom of its past self. Additional effect, Sacrifice, Detonate. Note, Ogre Blood Spirit, though they have inherited the memories and wisdom of their past selves, still need strong directions from their host to follow, as the original ogres were not so bright. Sacrifice. Using this skill, the user can permanently sacrifice the blood spirit to regenerate a portion of lost health. Detonate. The host can command the blood spirit to explode when needed to. Note, the detonation of the blood spirit will result in losing the card permanently. I can make cards too. I no longer have to worry about money anymore in my life. Courtney exclaimed with happiness upon the successful blood ritual. This card has near-perfect durability and star rating stats. I bet you can fetch a good amount of money for these cards. The blood spirit cards created by Courtney were good enough to create riots in the Sky Blossom City auction house. If anything, my words were like downplaying the actual value of these cards. Really? Haha. I can finally stop worrying about becoming dirt poor again. Though thanks to her estranged mother, Courtney might have gained a sudden fortune. As someone who grew up in an orphanage, Courtney was always worried that someday someone or something was going to cause her to lose all her fortune, and she would return to her dirt poor life once again. Therefore, finding a new steady source of income, Courtney was relieved and celebrated that she had finally gotten rid of poverty that followed her for good. Miss Courtney, if your services are available, the TSR Guild would like to order a buttload of blood spirit cards. Don't worry, we will not take advantage of you and will pay you according to the market price. Upon my mental command, Van asked Courtney whether she could supply the TSR Guild with blood spirit cards. The Tiger Squadron is also willing to pay the market price for 1,000 C-rank blood spirit cards. Old Ben also followed suit with Van heeding my mental command. What? Really? All this is so sudden. Wyatt, what do you think? Seeing that her cards were already driving away the smell of poverty that had stuck to her. Courtney was overwhelmed and did not know how to react, so she asked for my advice. What's there to think about? Say yes. You can trust them. They are one of us. Looking at overwhelmed Courtney, I could not help but chuckle. Okay then. My good sirs, I will accept your orders. How do we proceed from here? Regaining her clear mind, Courtney accepted the TSR Guild and the Tiger Squadron's orders. Having grown up in an orphanage and living a dirt-poor life for half of her life, Courtney was not a hypocrite when it came to money, but she did not let her past fuel her greed. She stayed level-headed in front of great wealth and took what she worked for and rightfully earned as she signed a contract with both the TSR Guild and the Tiger Squadron. The contract was simple. It stated that Courtney would create a set amount of blood spirit cards for the Guild and the Squadron, and in return, She would be compensated according to the market value of the cards. I have signed the contract and shared a copy of the signed contract to your grimoire. Finding that the contract shared by Van and Old Ben was fair and straightforward, stating what they agreed upon, Courtney signed the contract without hesitation. Miss Courtney, here, this storage trunk card contains C, B, and A rank origin cores for you to create blood spirit cards. If you need further assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. Van handed Courtney a storage trunk card and asked if she needed any assistance with the dungeon. No, this will do. The A-rank Ogre Fieldgate dungeon was not a challenge for Courtney with her strength. She could clear the dungeon with minor complications. But with Bloodette helping her, she could clear the dungeon in record time. So she did not require any help from Van or Old Ben. Courtney, how can you promise that to them? Don't you know I wanted to drain all the blood from these ugly monsters to quench my hunger? Having traveled out of her dungeon for the first time, Bloodette planned to drink as much as the monster's blood straight from the tap, i.e., the monster's incapacitated body. And Courtney signing the contract with the TSR Guild and Tiger Squadron came in the way of it. If Courtney sacrifices every monster in the dungeon to create blood spirit cards, then Bloodette cannot drain blood from them to satisfy her hunger. So now, both Courtney and Bloodette had reached an impasse. One wanted to drain the blood of the monsters, and the other wanted to use the blood to create blood spirits. Why did you not speak up earlier before I signed the contract? Courtney was puzzled by Bloodette's late reaction. I did not realize it until now, Bloodette replied, feeling wronged. Her current situation was like she was in a chocolate factory and could not eat single chocolate because she wanted to make a fortune selling these chocolates. Well, it is too late now to complain. And by the way, with the fortune I will be making off of these blood spirit cards, we can buy as much monster blood as you want. So for now, suppress your hunger, and I will buy as much as blood once we are out. Courtney asked Bloodette to cooperate, and in return, she promised to buy her blood to her desire. No, preserved blood and tap blood are not the same. I want to drink from the tap. Bloodette started to throw a tantrum. Tap blood. Bloodette's word did not make any sense to Courtney. Yura, a half-dozen C-rank ogres led by a B-rank ogre noticed our group and let out a war cry as they rushed towards us. I want to drink blood straight from the tap. Bloodette's tantrum had not ended yet. Seeing the incoming tanks of blood, her tantrum grew louder. Fine, you win. Every group of ogre we meet, you take half of them, and I will take the other half. Courtney finally gave into Bloodette's tantrum as she did not want to waste time bickering with Bloodette. Really? Then what about the contract? Seeing Courtney compromise, Bloodette showed a little conscience and asked Courtney how she would meet the quota required for the contract. I will raid this dungeon twice or thrice to meet the contract quota, so don't worry and enjoy your meal. Courtney decided to raid the A-rank Ogre Field dungeon as many times as required to meet the number of blood spirit cards quoted in the contract. Yeah, that means more tap blood for me. Bloodette rejoiced hearing Courtney planned to raid the Ogre Field a few more times. As Bloodette and Courtney reached a cooperation, the 6 C-rank ogres and the leader B-rank ogre had come within 20 meters range of Courtney. Taking care of Bloodette, she turned to deal with the incoming bags of wealth, Blood Spirit Sanctuary. Blood Quagmire, the unfortunate gang of ogres, were caught in the blood pool, stuck and unable to move forward. Yura, the B-rank ogre, seemed to have little wisdom. Seeing that his legs were stuck, he instructed his subordinates to throw the stone clubs they carried aiming at our group. Interestingly, the B-rank ogre was smart enough not to throw his only weapon and only let his subordinates throw theirs. Whoosh, our group dodged the incoming stone clubs effortlessly. After all, everyone in the group could easily take on a dozen A-rank monsters, not to mention avoiding a few attacks from C-rank ogres. Yura. Witnessing the strength of the group, the trapped B-rank ogre knew it was not a match of its opponents and their trickery, so it started to howl, calling for reinforcement. Will you guys shut them up already? I am unable to bear the noise. The ogre's howl was too unpleasant to listen to, so I asked Courtney and Bloodette to shut them up already. Sorry, my bad. Swallow. Bloodette activated another skill of hers. Soon blood tentacles extended out of the blood pool, binding the limbs and mouth of the ogres. I will take the B-rank and 2 C-rank ogres. Saying that, Bloodette wrapped the B-rank and 2 C-rank ogres into blood cocoons, leaving 4 C-rank ogres for Courtney as ingredients to create blood spirit. Courtney let Bloodette be and walked towards the 4 ogres to kill and sacrifice them. Slurp. The pseudopod face of Bloodette extended towards the 3 cocoons. Under her instruction, one by one, the cocoons joined to form a ball of blood as the bones and flesh of the ogres squeezed out of them. Then the fresh blood flooded into the Bloodette's mouth. That was satisfying, said Bloodette, looking at Courtney, who had successfully raised the ogres as blood spirits and was preparing for the blood ritual. Courtney, a moment. Could you leave a blood spirit for me to test my rune on it? I interrupted Courtney as she prepared to conduct the blood ritual. Sure. Sorry, I was so overwhelmed with the new gains that I forgot you were also here to test your rune. Courtney asked me to forgive her for hogging all the monsters for herself. Thank you for understanding, and there is no need for you to apologize for such little things. It was great that Courtney did not mind me using my rune on one of her blood spirits. Okay then, I will leave this one for you and turn others into cards. Saying that, Courtney started the blood ritual and morphed the other 3 ogre blood spirits into cards. I walked to the ogre blood spirit left behind by Courtney for me, and then conjuring my ultra rune, I applied it on the ogre blood spirit. Previously, I used my Calamity Daughter gem as a medium to use ultra rune on Bloodette's blood avatar, because I did not have any origin core on me. But right now, I have origin cores, so I decided to conduct the blood sacrifice and blood ritual like I usually am supposed to. After I successfully blood sacrificed the ogre blood spirit to my Fate Plunder ultra rune, I extracted the blood rune from the remains of the blood spirit, placing it into my grimoire along with a C-rank origin core. I prepared to conduct the blood ritual to turn the plundered blood rune into a card. Once the blood rune was inside the origin core, I formed the origin core into the card. Blood ritual successful. Card name, Blood Spirit. Card type, skill active. Card rank, C rank, uncommon grade. Card rating, 6 stars. Card durability, 100/100. Card effect. The Blood Spirit card has the ability to conduct blood sacrifice and raise the dead as Blood Spirit. Blood Spirit will retain all the skills, stats, physique, traits, memories, and wisdom of its original self. Note: the user should personally kill the blood sacrifice, and the sacrifice should have a complete body. Otherwise, the strength of the created blood spirit will vary depending upon the degree to which the corpse is preserved. Restriction: the active range of the card is limited to C rank. As expected, once again, my Ultra Rune did not plunder the abilities of the blood spirit, but it plundered the original method used to create the blood spirit. The results were similar to the experiment I had conducted on Bloodette's blood avatar. But this time, I was not disappointed with the results as I aimed for the ability to create blood spirit, and that's what the blood spirit card is. I had other arrangements for this ability. By other plans for the blood spirit card, I want to use it to find the blood spirit related meaning in blood rule bifurcation point. I wanted to learn the meaning of the blood spirit because of its commercial and military value. A summon type card would sell itself in the market, and an army of blood spirits was self-evident. I did not require to explain its apparent merits. Yura. The ogre reinforcement finally arrived, but their brethren that had called for support were long dead. The reinforcement consisted of 3 dozen C-rank ogres and half a dozen B-rank ogres led by an A-rank ogre. We had not even stepped 100 meters from the dungeon entrance, but had already met about 50+ ogre, including these guys. It seems the dungeon had not been raided for a long time, allowing the number of monsters in the dungeon to grow, nearing the number enough to cause a dungeon break. But this is good for us who want to use the monster blood as ingredients. Blood Spirit Sanctuary. This time, Courtney did not wait for the monsters to come near us and directly extended her Blood Spirit Sanctuary range to 350 meters, covering the ground underneath all the monsters in a pool of blood. Courtney's skill was followed by Bloodette's skill, Blood Quagmire. With that, nearly 3.5 dozen ogres were stuck in the blood pool, unable to move forward. The A-rank ogre activated its skill to break free from the quagmire, but its average skills were of no use in the presence of blood rule. All the struggle of the ogres proved to be in vain. Panicked, they all yelled for help and began calling for reinforcement. Yura, shut the hell up. Swallow. Bloodette shut the ogre's mouth with blood tentacles. She didn't do this because she was afraid of the reinforce that they were calling for, but the noise made by ogre was unbearingly unpleasant to hear. Courtney, I will take the A-rank ogre, half a dozen B-rank ogres, and 1 dozen of C-rank ogres. You can take rest. Bloodette hurriedly divided the loot with Courtney, once again, choosing the best for her, leaving the rest for Courtney. Bloodette, stop being selfish. Courtney finally spoke up. Why am I selfish? I gave you the bigger portion of the loot. Bloodette argued. You know why? Courtney said sternly. Fine, you take 2.5 dozen of C-rank ogres and leave the rest for me. Bloodette tried to compromise by reducing her share of the loot by giving up on half a dozen of C-rank ogres. Bloodette's greed for monster blood knew no bounds. Stop it, Bloodette. We cannot hog all the monsters for ourselves. We are in company, remember. They are here for the same purpose as us. Since we took the monsters last time, let's leave this group of monsters for them. Courtney decided to leave this group of monsters to me, Old Ben and Van, to test over runes. I guess she did this as compensation for not following the hunting protocol during our previous encounter with the ogres. But Bloodette wanted to argue but was interrupted by Courtney. No buts, Bloodette. The conversation between Courtney and Bloodette looked like a mother being stern with her pompous child. That is, if you could ignore the fact that Bloodette's head grew out of the nape of Courtney's neck. Bloodette decided to hold her breath, but seeing Courtney show no sign of compromise, she finally could not suppress the temptation of blood and yelled, I don't care. The A-rank monster is mine. Bloodette's pseudopod head extended and rushed towards the constrained A-rank ogre, and then with her instruction, the A-rank ogre was warped in a cocoon, in which the ogre's blood was extracted from its flesh and bones. Discarding the meat and bones, the monster's blood turned into a ball of blood and was directly devoured by Bloodette. Slurp, I want more, Bloodette yelled. Courtney was speechless and a little disappointed by Bloodette's behavior. According to her, Bloodette's behavior reflected poorly on her since she was the one who took care of her and taught Bloodette about basic manners. Bloodette, go ahead, drink to your fill. The dungeon has enough monsters for everyone here. Seeing the greedy Bloodette, who could not suppress her hunger for quality blood, I could help but chuckle and let her have her fill. Wyatt, don't spoil her. Otherwise, she will never learn. And what about you guys? Aren't you here to test the abilities and limitations of your runes? Courtney complained about me pampering Bloodette. We are, but Courtney, this won't do. We need to split up. You take this way, Old Ben and Van take the middle route, and I will take the other route. As for the boss monster, how about this? The first one to make it to the boss room can kill it. Sounds fair? Any questions? If we continued to move forward in a single group, we would continue to face similar problems, so I decided that our group should split up and hunt for the monsters. And to make things more interesting, I made the boss monster the reward for the first of us to make it to the boss room by killing all the monsters on our way there. Sounds good. Saying that, Old Ben and Van headed out the route I assigned for them without waiting for Courtney's answer. Old Ben also needed monster blood to create blood weapons for the Tiger Squadron and the TSR Guild. I guess we will split here then. Seeing Old Ben and Van go their way, Courtney had no choice but to agree. Courtney, hurry, don't waste time talking. Otherwise, we will miss the boss monster to those two guys. Bloodette had already finished devouring the remaining 3.5 dozen ogres, as she was worrying that Courtney would block her or I would regret my words. Split up from the others, I head into the dungeon. I had summoned the 5 stone Viltronians as my bodyguards and instructed them not to kill the hostile unit and only immobilize them. I have been walking for quite a while in this path, but have yet to encounter any ogres. I started to think that maybe there are no ogres in this part of the dungeon. But our encounter with 50+ ogres at the dungeon entrance clearly showed that this dungeon was filled with monsters and nearing the limit of dungeon break. But my experience right now told another story. As I walked further, it all became clear to me why I had not encountered a single ogre till now. It was because all the ogres were assembling here. It seems the aura of my 4 A-rank stone Viltronians and the A-rank boss stone Viltronian had spooked all the ogres in the surroundings, indirectly leading them to gather together to face the incoming threat together. Looking at the horde of ogres in front of me, I was delighted as this saved me the trouble of finding them all individually. The horde of ogres consisted of 100 A-rank ogres, 50 dozen B-rank ogres, and 300 dozen C-rank ogres, for 1,300 ogres in total. I think 5A rank stone Voltronians are not worth this kind of cautious response from the ogres. But if one of the 5A rank ogres happens to be a boss monster with minion summon skill, then this number of ogres was far from enough. Boss monsters have a more intimidating aura than other monsters of the same realm. Therefore, monsters who survive on their instinct can easily differentiate a booze monster from an ordinary monster. Clang clang. Seeing a small army blocking our path, the boss monster Stone Voltronian walked next to me and asked permission to personally take care of all the small fries blocking my path. The intelligence and wisdom stats of the boss monster Stone Voltronian had increased by a lot, having its Calamity Daughter core upgraded to Calamity Daughter gem and had achieved an intermediate level of sentience. The same was true of the other A-rank Stone Voltronians. Their intelligence and wisdom stats had increased, growing their sentience to an intermediate level. A being with an intermediate level of sentience will showcase the same level of intelligence and wisdom displayed by human preteens. Sure, go ahead. Remember, do not kill them, but immobilize them. Seeing the confidence displayed by the boss monster Stone Voltronian, I decided to give it a chance. Clang, petrification, clang dashed, gaining my permission. The boss monster Stone Voltronian did not hesitate any longer, and facing the ogre army, it activated its skill, petrification. The holes that made the eyes of the Stone Voltronian shone with a brilliant flash. And wherever the light of flash landed, that place petrified into stone, be it elephant grass covering the ground or the ogre army ready to charge at us. All of them were petrified into a stone statue. The entire landscape had turned into one large sculpture. It was as if the beauty of the dungeon was captured and immortalized by petrification. Clang clang. The boss monster Stone Voltronian turned to me, looking to be praised for the feat it had achieved. What in the name of holy rock? When did you learn petrification, and why the heck is it so overpowered? I was the one who turned the stone element's shape from stone trolls into Stone Voltronians, and I knew every skill in their arsenal. Yet I had never seen or heard or read a stone troll use petrification skill before. Therefore I could not help but ask when and how it learned the petrification skill. Clang clang. Clang. Surprisingly, the boss monster Stone Voltronian answered my questions enthusiastically, describing its adventures and achievements in a detailed manner. I cannot believe that I am having a complete conversation with the boss monster. Before upgrading to the Calamity Daughter gem, the boss monster only knew to follow and execute my instructions with the help of Hive AI. Still, now its thought process had advanced, and it could have an independent conversation with me. The monster orb's ability is to nurture and tame the monster stored in it. That meant within the monster orb, the monsters were mentally awake and would be mentally influenced to forget the wildness and follow the orders of the card apprentice. This much mental independence was enough for the boss monster Stone Voltronian to mentally enter the one with world state through the Calamity Soul Gem and start comprehending rules. Being a stone elemental, the first rule that the Stone Voltronian gained insight into was the rock rule. And at the bifurcation point of the rock rule, it was lucky enough to have chosen the petrification meaning. Over the period, its mastery of the meaning increased along with its understanding, enough to forge the petrification rune of the ultimate tier. Apparently being a stone elemental, it had a strong affinity with the rock rule, allowing it to achieve the ultimate tier in petrification meaning in a short time. Having achieved completion in one meaning, it had already chosen the second meaning in the rock rule. However, its mastery and understanding of the meaning still weren't enough to know the title of the second meaning it had chosen to comprehend. The boss monster Stone Voltronian wasn't the only one who naturally learned to use the Calamity Daughter gem as an ego gem, but the other 4 stone elementals did too. They all seemed to have commonly comprehended rock rule as their first rule, proving my theory that the stone elementals had a strong affinity with the rock rule. But the rock rule affinity of 4 normal Stone Voltronian was not as strong as the affinity of the boss monster. This was evident through my observation that these 4 Stone Voltronian had yet to achieve completion in their first meaning, unlike the boss monster. The natural comprehension of using Calamity Daughter gem as ego gem to comprehend rule and forge rune by the Stone Voltronians did come as a big surprise to me. After all, to achieve the same, I had to knock on Anna and Luna's door several times to help me understand how to accomplish this. This showed how elementals were more suitable for rule comprehensive and rune forging than card apprentices. Not only were they more suitable for rule compression and rune forging, but they seemed to have a particular affinity with the rules closely related to the elemental they represented. As I observed the changes in the stone Voltronians brought by upgrading to their Calamity Daughter core to Calamity Daughter gem, I started to notice a pattern between the elemental affinity and rule affinity of the stone Voltronians. I observed that the stronger the elemental affinity the stone Voltronian had, the stronger was its rule affinity. The boss monster stone Voltronian was an excellent example for this observation. The boss monster had the strongest stone elemental affinity of all the stone Voltronians, and it also had the strongest rock rule affinity of all the stone Voltronians. This was evident as it could forge an ultimate rune faster than its peers. The idea that elemental affinity and rule affinity are related was just speculation. I needed more evidence to support this idea, but I had a strong hunch that the elemental affinity is directly proportional to the rule affinity. For now, I have no evidence to support these claims, but I have found a direction to explore the rule affinity. As for the evidence to support my theory, I had to prove that the elemental affinity of my stone Voltronians was the reason behind their natural compression of using Calamity Daughter gem as ego gem to comprehend rule and forge runes. Right now, I am in a dungeon and have a wager going on with others to reach the boss room first. It was not the time or place to explore my theoretical epiphany, so throwing the cluster of various thoughts to the back of my head, I looked at the petrified army of ogres. And turning to the boss monster stone Voltronian, I asked, "Are they still alive in there?" Clang, 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 clang. The boss monster replied that the ogres were still alive, but not for long. So I had to hurry with my experimentation to find the possibilities and limits of the Fate Plunder Ultra Rune. It would be a waste to ruin these many good quality ingredients, so I hurried to the nearest petrified ogre and used my Fate Plunder Rune on it. Successfully conducting the blood sacrifice, I began to execute the blood ritual and morphed the origin core containing the blood rune extracted from the sacrifice into a card. Card name, Petrification. Card type, Skill card active. Card rank, B rank, rare grade. Card rate, 7 stars. Card durability, 100/100. Card effect, when used, the card can petrify the intended target within 100 meters range of the user. Additional effect, release. Note, once petrified, the live target will not die immediately, and the petrified debuff status can be removed by using the skill release. Seeing that I did not get the skills of the ogre, instead got the petrification skill card, I was not disappointed with the resulting card, as this allowed me to understand my ultra rune further and also understand the petrification rune of my pet boss monster. The extraction of the petrification card helped me understand that since the ogre was in a petrified state, all its skills, traits, and physique were under petrified debuff and unavailable to be plundered. Instead, I received the only debuff status available on it, petrification. It was already a miracle that my rune worked on the petrified ogre, as its blood was also petrified. Calling it a miracle was overestimating its ability, as it was only able to plunder the debuff status petrification. After giving it a bit of thought, I walked to the next petrified ogre. This one was an A-rank ogre. Turning to my pet boss monster, I asked it to use release skill on this single ogre. Following my command, the boss monster removed the petrification status debuff on the A-rank ogre in front of me. Being released from the petrification state, the ogre fell to its knees. It looked weak and as if a lot of its vitality had been drained while in the petrified state. It seems being in a petrified state for a long time affects the victim's vitality. The once hunky and muscular A-rank ogre was now scrawny and on its knees, gasping for breath, forgetting the dangers in its surroundings. Finally getting hold of itself, the ogre hurriedly stood up and attacked me. Partial transformation, kaiju form, Titan Voltronian. My left hand bulked up and grew to a monstrous size disproportionate to my body size. With all might, I strike my left fist into the ogre's chest, tearing a hole into its body. My hand passes through it, killing the A-rank ogre in a mere second. Clang, clang, clang. My pet boss monster, surprised by my feat, started to sing my praise. Seeing that the boss monster had learned the art of flattery and ass-kissing already, I shook my head with a chuckle. Then I used the Fate Plunder Ultra rune on the carcass of the A-rank ogre. Having already met the conditions of blood sacrifice, I skipped to the blood ritual and successfully turned the extracted rune into a card. Card name, Ogre Blood Totem. Card type, skill card. Card rank, A rank, rare grade. Card rate, 9 stars. Card durability, 100/100. Card effect, when equipped, the card gives the user all the stats and skills of A-rank ogre. Additional effect, Ogre Physique, Ogre Metamorphosis, Ogre Traits, Sacrifice. Ogre Metamorphosis. This skill gives the card apprentice the ability to morph their appearance into an ogre. Sacrifice. When this card is sacrificed permanently, the user recovers their health and gains a slight increase in their health points permanently. Ogre Blood Totem. The stats, skills, traits, physique, and appearance, all that was plunder from an ogre through its blood, had formed into Blood Totem. And sacrificing this card permanently increases a person's health slightly, and this effect is permanent. Using my Fate Plunder skill on the ogre monster, I could steal all its stats, skills, traits, physique, appearance, lifespan. But unfortunately, I was not able to get any origin card, rules, or runes as the ogre did not have any. In order to test how my Ultra Rune plunders origin card, rules, or runes, I would have to experiment on the beings which have these powers, like the card apprentices or supreme beings. So, for now, in this dungeon, I could only create Ogre Blood Totem cards. But for my current requirements, these Ogre Blood Totem cards were good enough. The additional stats of Ogre could turn any average card apprentice into a super close combat card apprentice. Not to mention the boost given to card apprentices with the ogre's skills, traits, and physique. The ogres are mighty monsters. To defeat an ogre, it takes 2 average card apprentices of the same rank. But I could kill them without breaking a sweat because of my monstrous physique and rule power. In front of the rule power, Ogre's physical prowess was of no use. Having read the card info of the Ogre Blood Totem card, I then proceeded to have the boss monster Stone Viltronian release the ogres from petrification debuff one by one. I performed blood sacrifice and rituals on each of them to create more Ogre Blood Totem cards. Soon I had created 100 A rank, 600 B rank, and 3,600 C rank Ogre Blood Totem cards. Having cleared the army of ogres, my road to the boss room was monster-free. I did not meet a single ogre monster on my way as I explored deeper into the dungeon in search of the boss room. Once I reached the boss room, I found Courtney and the blood pseudopod growing out of her nape, Bloodette waiting. It seems Van and Old Ben were the first to get to the boss monster. And apparently, I was the last one to make it here. Wyatt, you were last. Haha. Bloodette laughed at me for making it last to the boss room. It's not as if you were the first here. What are you happy about? I didn't have to respond to Bloodette's childish behavior, but I did. Don't remind her of that. I had just done consoling her that we will get boss monster in the second raid. Courtney asked me not to poke fun at Bloodette for not reaching the boss room first, as Bloodette did not take losing to Van and Old Ben well, and had become a pain on the nape of her neck. A sore loser along with a childish demeanor, Bloodette appeared to be more of a child than a millennium-old supreme being. We will definitely get the boss monster in the second raid, Bloodette declared aloud. Well, I am not participating in the second raid. I will be returning to the warehouse. With me gone, you will have a 50% chance of getting to the boss monster first in the second raid. Old Ben will participate in the second dungeon raid, along with Courtney and Bloodette, to make more blood weapon cards. Even with you participating, we will have a 100% chance of getting the boss monster in the second raid. If someone were able to hold their bladder for another hour, we would have been first to the boss room. Bloodette seemed to not consider me as her opponent, or Old Ben and Van for that matter. It seems she blamed Courtney for reaching the boss room a few seconds after Old Ben. Bloodette, that is the natural process of the human body, and I will not apologize for it. If you bring it up again one more time, I will ignore you. Courtney had enough of Bloodette complaining and warned her to stop, otherwise be punished with the silent treatment. You and I are sharing one body. Heck, I am practically living in your body. How can you ignore me? Is it even possible to do that? If you are going to threaten me with an ultimatum, you might as well use something more probable. Bladette did not take Courtney's warning seriously, but still chose to behave and not dig up the past. Courtney chose to ignore Bladette's remarks. Once this odd duo stopped bickering, another duo of Van and Old Ben arrived, having successfully bested the boss monster. Bladette glared at the middle-aged duo, and she did not bother to hide her hostility for them in her gaze. Bladette wasn't just a sore loser, but displayed a very competitive spirit as she yelled at Old Ben, declaring, "We will win the boss monster in the second raid." "Sure, kid," Old Ben coolly replied to Bladette, and passing by Courtney, he neared me and held out a card towards me, saying, "Boss, I made this for you. I hope you like it." "Hey, little baby, who are you calling a kid? With regards to my age, your great-grandmother would call me a great-grandmother." Bladette did not like being called a kid by someone who hasn't even lived half of her actual lifespan. Old Ben did not bother to respond to Bladette and handed me the card he had created using his rune Blood Forge. Card name, Blood Trenchcoat. Card type, Item card. Card rank, A rank, Rare grade. Card rate, 8 stars. Card durability, 100/100. Card effect, equipping this card, the user can summon a hooded trenchcoat woven from skill made of A-rank boss monster ogre. Additional skill, protection of 100 ogres. After reading the card info, I equipped the blood weapon card in my grimoire's item slot, and with flash, I was wearing a black hooded trenchcoat with red shade. Protection of 100 ogres, a defensive skill that gives the wearer of blood trenchcoat vitality of 100 ogre. Old Ben seemed to be good at the handicraft. I did not expect the weapon card made by him to turn out to be a coat, and not to mention it's pretty fashionable. Being able to forge ogre blood into threads to create a cloth takes some serious skills. It seems the Meaning Blood Forge is a perfect match with Old Ben. The only thing puzzling me about the blood-forged item cards is how they gain the skill. For example, how did the Blood Trenchcoat card gain the skill protection of 100 ogres? I don't think the boss monster ogre has a skill named Protection of 100 ogres. This is puzzling indeed. Since the card's creator is right in front of me, I might as well ask him, why so? Wow, Wyatt, the coat suits you. Courtney compliments the blood coat. I think it is too flashy and tasty. Why would you choose to wear something so tasty? Bladette seems to see the blood coat as food. Thank you, Old Ben. I like it. I thanked Ben for his thoughtful present. Don't thank me, Master Wyatt. It was Van's idea. Hearing Old Ben say that the present was Van's idea, it became clear to me why someone who has emotion paralysis would think of giving me a gift as a gesture. It's because someone asked him to. Old Ben, I like the card, but I am curious as to how it gained the skill Protection of 100 ogres. I do not think such skill exists in ogre species. Though the present was Van's idea, the card's creator is still Old Ben, and he should know how the card got the skill. About that, I was trying to extract the minion summon skill of the boss monster and add it to the trench coat, but somehow the skill got watered down to the Protection of 100 ogres. I think I lost a lot of blood essence during the blood forging process, or it may be because my rune tier is not high enough. Old Ben wasn't sure either, but he believed that the skill resulted from energy loss during the forging process. Or maybe his rune tier wasn't sufficient for forging the blood of the A-rank boss monster. Either of the options will not be apparent until he uses his rune a few more times on boss monsters. I think it will all become clear to you after you use the A-rank boss monster blood as ingredients a few more times. I encouraged Old Ben to conduct a few more experiments using the A-rank boss monster as ingredients. Yes, Master Wyatt. I was planning to do so. Old Ben readily agreed to my advice. It seems he had the same thought as me. Boss monster is mine. Mine alone. Baby boy, forget any thoughts you have about the boss monster. Bladette butted in, hearing the discussion between Old Ben and me about the boss monster, reminding us that the boss monster belonged to her and her alone. We will see, kid. Old Ben retorted to Bladette's claim. You? Bladette's word trailed off as her rage grew. She really hated being called kid by Old Ben. Bladette, behave. The dungeon isn't ours alone. Courtney reminded Bladette to behave and not to act childish or provoke others. I know that, but he keeps calling me kid. I am not a kid. Irritated, Bladette yelled in frustration. Enough. Bladette, the boss monster is not yours. Same rule as before. During the raid, whoever reaches the boss room first after killing all the monsters on their way there claims the boss monster. Is that clear? Bladette's childishness was getting on my nerves. I know that. All I am trying to say is that I will be the first one to reach the boss room, be it the second raid or the other raids. With my strength, I will never lose to him. He might as well give up now. Bloodette resorted to trash talk even though her history of trash talk against Old Ben had not yielded good results. But you have already lost to him once, haven't you? He claimed the boss monster in the previous raid. Did you forget about it already? I corrected Bloodette as she brought this on herself. You? That doesn't count. It was not my fault that I got an unreliable teammate. Bloodette protested that her loss in the first round was because of Courtney and her weak bladder. Whatever you lost, do not be a sore loser. Accept reality and own it. Saying that to Bloodette, I turned to Old Ben and said, Old Ben, while you are busy, create a few blood equipment for Courtney. Courtney seemed to like blood weapon cards, so I asked Old Ben to create some for her too. Yes, Master Wyatt. I will talk to her and decide what kind of equipment she requires, so I can make suitable equipments for her. Old Ben agreed to my request to create a few blood weapon cards for Courtney. Thank you, Captain Ben. Courtney did not act humble or remain on ceremony and hurriedly accepted Old Ben's offer. Good. Now I will be returning to the warehouse, hoping that you guys will behave and achieve your tasks splendidly. Bidding goodbye to Courtney, Bloodette, and Old Ben, I head to the dungeon exit along with Van. Walking out of the dungeon gate, Van headed to the TSR Guild to plan for the future development of the TSR Guild main branch in THR vicinity of the Blood Rock Gate dungeon. Letting Van be busy with his work, I summoned my hoverbike and headed to the warehouse. Date: March 29th, 2321. Time: 1409. Location: Sky Blossom City, Guild Association Mall, Warehouse No. 234. As I entered the warehouse, I saw Susan was entertaining a guest. Feeling my presence, Susan and the guest turned to look at me. As the guest faced me, I finally knew who the guest was. It was none other than Diana Keith from Fine Gold. Wyatt, you are back. How was your retreat? Any success? Susan greeted me and indirectly asked if my rune forging was a success. Yes, it was. And there were a few extra gains too. I replied to Susan enthusiastically. Great. Susan cheered for me. And then, turning to Dana, she said, Wyatt, Ms. Diana Keith from Fine Gold has been waiting for your return. It has been a while now. Hello, Master Wyatt. Seeing me turn to meet her eyes, Diana greeted me with a charming and charismatic smile. If not for her scars, this might have been enough to confuse me. Hello, Ms. Diana Keith. What brings the CEO of Fine Gold to my humble card boutique? With all the rumors following around me, I thought Dana Keith would back off like other families. But that doesn't seem to be the case with her. Knowing Diana, she would choose to come to meet me even after knowing all the rumors about me only if she was scheming something. Master Wyatt, I wanted to congratulate you on your victory in the tournament finals. Who knew? You are not only a whiz in card creation, but also card fight and personal strength. You have achieved so much at such a young age. Given a chance, Diana did not hesitate to flatter me with every kind word in her dictionary. The rumors about me being a fraud and my patent on silver milk powder being a hoax have been spreading like wildfire in all the regions. With Anna's mother adding fuel to this fire, it has become very large enough to scare away the Duskborn family, who was planning to leech off me and my newfound wealth. This is why it was puzzling to see Diana come look for me. Thank Miss Diana. Anything else? If not __, before I could ask Dana to leave my property, she interrupted me. Master Wyatt, have you heard from your friend Elliot? I heard he is in a pickle. Diana not only interrupted me, but she changed the topic suddenly from praising me to the current situation of Elliot. I did not know what she was trying to achieve by doing this, but she had my attention now. Honestly, I have been attempting to contact Elliot for a while, but I not could reach him. Therefore Dana's words raised alarms in my head. Ms. Diana, please explain what you are trying to say. Otherwise, I may end up misunderstanding you and your intentions. I have heard that Elliot had to return early because his father is in serious condition, and using this situation to their advantage, his siblings are carrying out a coup. Therefore, I asked Dana to stop beating behind the bush and spill out what she was actually after. I did not have the time or patience for her games, so I asked her to be direct and get to the point. Haha, Master Wyatt. It seems I finally have your attention. You know, I seriously started doubting my charm, feeling the coldness in your voice. Diana acted ladylike. This is new. The Diana Keith, who did not heal her scars but showcased them as a type of empowerment, now acted cute to gain high schoolers' favor. Ms. Diana, please get to the point. What about Elliot? I knew Elliot was going through a tough time now, but I did not think it was that big of a deal, because if it were, he would have asked for my help. But hearing Diana, it seemed like Elliot may be in over his head. Or Diana is just exaggerating things to get me interested in listening to her. As may have guessed already, Elliot is in over his head. If not for the 3 adventures you have lent to him, he would have been kidnapped by his siblings already. Don't worry, there is no threat to his life. Nobody in the southern region would dare to harm the boy toy of the Southern Emperor. So nobody dares to bring harm to his life. But Elliot is misjudging the situation and thinks he still has a chance in the game of succession. Unfortunately, he doesn't. With the fall of his biggest backer he has already been cast aside. If the matters continue as they are, he will lose everything. According to Diana, thanks to his relationship with Anna, Elliot is not at risk of losing his life. Still, this relationship is not enough to help him protect what belongs to him. What are you trying to say? And what do you mean by I am his biggest back? Shouldn't that be Anna? I finally knew why Elliot had not contacted me even if things had gotten worse, as there was no real threat to his life. Hearing me address the Southern Emperor on a first-name basis casually, Diana was not surprised. Instead, she nodded in understanding, and her eyes turned bright as if her bet was correct. It seems Diana suspects something, and, depending on that, she has started to make her move. I did not care what Diana knew and planned to do as much as I liked to if Elliot was in trouble. According to the few laws passed during the Monster War, the royal family cannot interfere in the family succession war. This was one of the changes brought by the Heatsin royal family during the Monster War to motivate and reward the families, clans, and guilds. Therefore, with the Southern Emperor out of the picture, you have become Elliot's #1 backer. With your presence, it looked like Elliot was most likely to succeed the JK family and the company after his father, but that was when the world believed in your silver milk powder. The thing turned worse for Elliot when rumors about you and your patent started to spread. The family elders who strongly supported Elliot, knowing his connections with you, now started to alienate him. From the top of family succession, he fell to the absolute bottom in mere seconds. And I say Elliot is in over his head because he is trying to prove to his family's elders and the company's board members that silver milk powder is not a hoax, but the world's future. Elliot doesn't seem to believe in the rumors and has absolute trust in you and your patent. But all of Elliot's effort to convince his family elders and the company's board members is a waste, as the whole world has already decided that Master Wyatt and your patent is a fraud. I do not know where he gets the confidence to trust you even when the whole world is parading you as a fraud. His beliefs aside, if Elliot continues as he is now, he will definitely lose in his family's succession war. Diana explained that Elliot's relationship with me had gathered him a lot of support from his family's elders and the company's board members, and had almost become the new successor of his family and company. But malicious rumors about silver milk powder led to his downfall. And what is your interest in all this? After all, without something benefiting you, you would not come all this way to give me this information, right? I did feel good that Elliot believed in me, but seeing his current position, I do not see how I can help him. And I think Elliot understood this too. Therefore, he did not bother to involve me with his problems. What I did not understand was what is Diana's interest in all this, and why is she wasting my time with all this useless info? Straight to the point, huh? I get it, you do not like my presence on your property, so I will give it to you straight and keep it real. Elliot's situation is not without salvation. Fine gold can help him make him the next patriarch of the JK family and CEO of JK Limited. Diana stopped to look at my facial expressions, hoping that I would try to grab on to the last straw presented by her to help my good friend Elliot. Now I understood why Diana focused on informing me how Elliot fought against the world and believed in me and my product. She was trying to increase my sympathy for Elliot, so I would go to massive lengths to help my friend, fueling the fire of brotherhood in me so that I would not mind sacrificing 1 or 2 to help Elliot. Diana was on another level than her little sister Jaya. What I did not understand is why not contact Elliot directly. Instead, why come to me? Is there something she wanted from me? So, I did not indulge Diana's words too much, having figured out that she wanted something from me, and tried to obtain it by taking advantage of my friendship with Elliot by approaching the spirit of brotherhood in me. Diana frowned, seeing me act clueless. All her explanation and narration only amounted to a single syllable, so. She thought I would ask her to help Elliot no matter the cost, and jump right into her trap. Letting out her frustration with a sigh, she repeated herself. I said I could help Elliot. I could piss sitting down. What is your point? I would be a fool to ask Diana. How could she help Elliot? Or will she help Elliot? Asking these questions would give Diana what she wants and lead to Diana asking me, what will the pay for me helping your friend? It would all play out as Diana planned, but I do not plan on letting that happen. Hurrah! Master Wyatt, I see you in a new light today. What I was trying to say earlier was that I can help Elliot if you cooperate. Seeing that I was unwilling to take the bait, Diana cast a wider net. Why are you telling me this? It would be better if you discussed this with Elliot than me, don't you think? Despite Diana making her intention of wanting my cooperation clear, I still chose to stay as if I did not understand her purpose. Master Wyatt, please do not act the fool. And for your information, before approaching you, I did approach Elliot, but it seems the bad past between JKLTB and Fine Gold is stopping him from seeing our future together. Diana, words made it clear that her target was me. First, she tried to get to me through Elliot, but it seems he did not take her helping hand. So Diana decided to approach me directly. By approaching my spirit of brotherhood, in the guise of helping Elliot, she wanted me to give her what she wanted. Thinking of all this, I knew this woman right here was too dangerous to hang around. Ms. Diana, cut to the chase. I know you are a wise woman. Otherwise, you would not have been able to build a massive empire as Fine Gold in such a small amount of time. I respect you for that. But if you think you can pull one over on me, then you're mistaken. But today is your lucky day. I am willing to negotiate. So, speak your mind. What is it that you want? Before you start, remember one thing. I don't care if it is an equal deal unless it benefits me the most. Don't bring it up. If not, please leave my property. Knowing that Diana's target is me, and seeing how she is going out of her way and willing to roll out of her comfort zone to trap me, I knew I had her reins in my hand and could control the negotiations as I wanted it to. I, too, believe Master Wyatt is an intelligent person. But this charade is necessary for what I will say next. You know the market valuation of Fine Gold based on its assets, but you need to know that the Fine Gold's actual value is not its assets, but me, Diana Keith. With that in mind, I want you to invest in Fine Gold. By now, Diana knew using petty tricks and means would not work on me and would only annoy me. So finally, she decided to show her hand. Invest in Fine Gold. Ms. Diana, there seems to be some misunderstanding here. I am just an orphan high school student. How can I invest in a big conglomerate such as Fine Gold? I did not understand Diana. What is she up to? Master Wyatt, you asked me to get to the point, and yet you choose to act the fool. Isn't this a bit too much? I am being sincere here. I hope Master Wyatt will invest in Fine Gold. No, I hope you invest in me. And I promise I will bring you more profits than you can imagine. Diana did appear to be sincere with her words, but her action had to match her words. How much? I stopped playing and finally asked how much she expected from me and how much I could expect from her. 49% of Fine Gold shares. I am willing to give you 49% of Fine Gold share, making you the second largest and one of the 2 shareholders in Fine Gold. In exchange for making Fine Gold one of the subsidiaries in the distribution of silver milk powder. Diana's action proved that she was indeed being sincere, but her proposal raised too many questions. Silver milk powder? Don't you think it's a hoax like the rest of the world? With one eyebrow raised, I intently looked at Diana's expression to see what gave her confidence to make such a big move. Honestly, I did. After all, a high schooler finding a solution to a problem which could not be solved for millennia was indeed too good to be true, and anybody would think this was a fraud. But after I saw the changes in Sky Blossom City, I saw a pattern. The pattern told me that things related to Master Wyatt are not as simple as they seem on the surface. This pattern is what led to my recent decision. Diana seemed to be telling the truth, but I was having a hard time believing that there was someone who would be willing to risk what she built using her blood and sweat based on a hunch. So all of this, just based on a hunch? Aren't you being too, how do I put it politely, optimistic? I couldn't help but ask Diana in skepticism. Master Wyatt, I am not being optimistic. I know for sure. No, I am 80% sure that silver milk powder is not a hoax, but a real deal. And a proof of this would be the Silver Beach Dungeon, which the TSR Guild sold to the Southern Emperor. Silver Beach Gate Dungeon? Interesting. How much do you know about this? Hearing Diana point out the transaction of the Silver Beach Gate Dungeon from TSR Guild to Anna caught me by surprise. Therefore, I couldn't help but get curious about Diana's hunch that led to her betting 49% shares of her company. Not much. All I know is that the very same day you were granted a patent for silver milk powder, the TSR Guild became the honorary guild of Southern Watch. Then today, the Southern Watch came into the city, and out of all the places, they chose to build their base near a D-rank gate dungeon. So I verified the ownership of the gate dungeon. Then things became clear to me, why the TSR Guild became the honorary guild, and why the Southern Watch chose to station at a D-rank gate dungeon. It's because the Southern Emperor bought the Silver Beach Dungeon from the TSR Guild. Interestingly, this exchange happened the same day your silver milk powder was granted a patent. I think Silver Beach Dungeon is the missing link that the rest of the world is missing in the creation procedure of silver milk powder. Diana explained her hunch, which led to her crazy idea of gaining my investment in return for a 49% share in fine gold, her baby. Interesting catch, but I don't see what makes you think that the Silver Beach Dungeon is the missing link that the rest of the world is missing in the creation procedure of silver milk powder. After all, Anna could have just bought the Silver Beach Gate Dungeon to own a private beach. Diana's deduction was spot on. I could feel chills and hair on the back of my hand rise. But coming to such a conclusion and connecting silver milk powder to the Silver Beach Dungeon would require more evidence than that. Yes, but that is less likely. I would not have found all this if not for the Southern Emperor helping you force the circle out of the Sky Blossom City and wiping out its remains. That day you won the tournament, and the circle fled the city. I realized that by winning the tournament, you won the recognition and approval of the royal family. As a reward, the Southern Emperor helped you exact your revenge on the circle. But I know the circle's leader. He is a slippery bastard. He felled the city before the Southern Emperor, and her forces could get to him. Despite the royal family disproving your patent on silver milk powder, I notice how the Southern Emperor continued to stay by your side and help you. Although the Southern Emperor is known for having a good time, I do not think she would break the copyright, patent, and trademark rules laid by her family for a night with a random high schooler. Considering all this, I was 60% sure silver milk powder was the real deal. With the discovery about the Southern Emperor buying Silver Beach Dungeon owned by the TSR Guild, which apparently happens to be directed by you from the shadows, I was 80% sure that your patent was not a fraud. Diana finally explained the pattern of change that she had noticed in the city. She seems to have misunderstood that Circle fled the city because of Anna. Apart from that, the rest was basically correct. Why 80%? Why not 100%? I asked Diana as her train of thoughts intrigued me. I read that certainty is the mother of all fools. Master Wyatt, nothing is certain in this world. I know that humans like to comfort their hearts with false certainty, in turn weakening their minds. That is what led to the downfall of many great men and women. And also mainly because the circle is rooting itself in Sun Blossom City after fleeing Sky Blossom City. What Diana is saying is that until she sees it herself, there is no way she could be sure of things, and it would be foolish of her if she did so. But her uncertainty mainly stemmed from why Anna is allowing the circle to grow in Sun Blossom City if she chased them away from Sky Blossom City. With Diana's every word, I felt like investing in her would be a good idea, but 49% of fine gold shares were not enough to fill my appetite. I needed 2% more stakes, making me the biggest shareholder in fine gold, meaning I didn't just want to invest in Diana, but own her and her dream. Diana, most of what you have speculated is true, but you are wrong about one thing, I declared, as now it was my turn to ensnare Diana. Do tell, what am I wrong about? Diana asked in skepticism. She believed I was trying to throw her off the trail. About Circle fleeing the Sky Blossom City. It was not Anna's doing if Anna wanted to. No matter how slippery the Circle's leader is, she would have caught him. Apparently, the Circle has diplomatic immunity in the southern region. Therefore, the royal family cannot interfere too much in the Circle's activities in the southern region. I explained to Diana that Anna was not the one to chase the Circle out of Sky Blossom City. What? That explains why the Circle can resurface in Sun Blossom City after fleeing from here. If it wasn't the Southern Emperor, then who chased the Circle out of the Sky Blossom City? Diana asked in bafflement. That question is for another day. Right now, let's talk about what you are here for. I redirected Diana to her original purpose. Master Wyatt, it seems you are warming up to the idea of investing in fine gold. Diana was delighted to hear that I wanted to talk more about investing in fine gold. Correction, Ms. Diana. I want to invest in you, not fine gold. Your words, I am just borrowing them. Master Wyatt, I am happy to know that you find me worth your investment. I am honored. Diana really felt honored to be acknowledged by the high school student in front of her. After all, he was no ordinary high school student. He was the guy who solved the problem that plagued card apprentice society for millennia. Having spent time with him, Diana's impression of him changed for the better, and she had a slight admiration for the boy. Therefore, she could not help but feel a sense of achievement being acknowledged by him. I am flattered that you feel that way, Ms. Diana. If you will, shall we continue with the investment negotiations? This encounter with Diana was not enough to make me think that she was worth my investment, but it was the memories of Clown Mask that made me want to make Diana my subordinate. During the rise of the leader of the Circle Sky Blossom City branch, there was a time when someone came very close to killing him. It was none other than Diana. Diana from the alternate timeline was a very miserable being. Thinking of this, now that I have decided to recruit Diana, I slowly began to access the Clown Mask's memories regarding her. In the alternate timeline, Jaya never got to turn her fated ingredient blue stone into her origin card Voltronian. As time went on, the burden from the blue stone increased to the point where Jaya's life and death were no longer guaranteed. To save her sister, Diana decided to find the answers in the wreckage of the dungeon where she found Jaya. But it was all collected by the Circle. Therefore, finding no choice, Diana had to forego all her past grievances with Circle and genuinely become their hunting dog. Unfortunately, Jaya could not hold on till then and died an excruciating death. Losing her only family, Diana lost the purpose of her life. But remembering the dreadful final movements of her sister, Diana found a new purpose, that is to hunt down the man responsible for all the tragedies in her life, the leader of Circle Sky Blossom Branch. In her hunt for that man, Diana didn't hesitate to sacrifice everything she had built in her whole life, fine gold. Unfortunately, Diana's thirst for revenge and all her sacrifice was only enough for her to reach that man's shadow. Considering what I knew about all the leaders of various circle branches from Clown Mask's memories, what Diana had achieved was an incredible feat. Negotiation? Master Wyatt, what's there to negotiate? Haven't I been clear enough? Was my offer not sincere enough? Diana asked in disbelief. She thought she had offered everything she had to offer. What more could she offer unless he wanted her to hand over the majority shares of the fine gold to him? Diana, I can call you that, right? I asked Diana permission if I could address her informally. Yes, Master Wyatt. Please do so. I would feel more comfortable that way. Diana knew things were starting to heat up, which meant she was close to achieving the objective of her visit. But some of the words of the second party involved kept her on her edge. Diana, I would feel comfortable if you did the same. Why was I acting so close to Diana? Call me a hypocrite, but accessing Clown Mask's memories about Diana's life history, I came to know her authentic personality. Going through these memories, I started to pity her. But this pity did not last for long, and it was replaced by genuine admiration for her. My respect and admiration for Diana grew to the point where I wanted to make her my friend. Yes, a friend. The adversities that Diana had overcome in her lifetime were sterling, but her maintaining sanity in her traumatic tragedy of life was more commendable. Everybody goes through difficulties. Some overcome it, and some fail to do so. What's unique about Diana? This is why I called myself a hypocrite. Many of my Calamity Daughter gems have traumatic pasts, but what sets Diana apart from them? I knew Diana's life history before I acted to recruit her. This is what sets Diana apart from others. The memories from the Clown Mask had humanized my opinion of Diana. I was going to go on war with the Circle Sun Blossom branch. I bet it would also be filled with many people with tragic and traumatic pasts like Diana, but I was not hesitant to massacre all of them because I did not know their life history. Has the Clown Mask's memories about Diana made me soft? No, but it did change my perspective of Diana. And I found her worthy of being my friend and hanging out with me in my chill life. Elliot was there too. Yes, it's given that Diana is a snake, and trusting her blindly would be foolish. But recently, Calamity Daughter Gem had ruined the fun out of subjugating a person and dominating their will. Subjugating Diana is going to be a fun little experiment. Let's start bird by bird. Don't mind if I do so, Wyatt. It did not take long for Diana to adjust to informal speech with me. Good, now let's talk business. I want to invest in you. By investing, I don't just mean making Fine Gold one of the subsidiary distribution agents in Solver Milk Powder's distribution chain. So please carefully consider the two choices I will give you next. The first one is obvious. I believe you have already guessed it. Give me 51% shares of Fine Gold. I will make sure that the name of Fine Gold will reach the top in every corner of this card world. Not just the Fine Gold, but you too. The second is what you suggested, but with this choice, my investment in Fine Gold will be limited to what you have proposed. I will make Fine Gold a subsidiary in the distribution chain of Silver Milk Powder. But my duty towards Fine Gold will be over with that. Hearing me propose what she dreaded, Diana was without words. Before she could think of the apparent advantages of the two choices I presented to her, the thought that I was coming after her life's blood, sweat, and dream, the Fine Gold itself, stopped her from processing the remaining information and understanding what's advantageous to her and what she wanted. In that blind moment, a killing intent emitted from Diana directed towards me. The person after her baby had to die. Diana, wake up. Diana was a hunting dog in training by the Circle and had the appropriate killing intent, but that was nothing compared to me, as I had just sacrificed 4,300 ogres in cold blood, compared to the killing intent that I had accumulated during the blood sacrifice. Diana's killing intent appeared to be measly. I bombarded my killing intent with Diana's. The air in the warehouse froze for a second, and the presence of 4,300 mad ogres pressing an enraged murderer could be felt in here. Cough, cough. Diana started to cough up blood, facing the backlash of losing the battle of intent and being suppressed by my killing intent. Whipping the blood in the corner of her mouth, Diana stared at me intently. Her stare was filled with a mixture of terror and astonishment. As a hunting dog in training, Diana's killing intent was trained to be a sharp knife enough to kill a mortal with just its presence. So Diana was really astonished to see her intent lose, but feeling the menacing presence of her opponent's killing intent, her astonishment turned into an understanding. Are you awake now? I know some of my words were harsh, but to think that you would try to suppress me with your intent, and to think I believed our relationship was developing, what happened? We had just started addressing each other informally. Diana's intense stare did not bother me. Instead, it reminded me of a frightened cat at high alert, ready to pounce at the slightest hint of threat. A backed-up cat looking at its surrounding with a terrified expression, calling it cute, would be going overboard, I guess. Harsh. Wyatt, harsh doesn't justify what you just proposed to me. Do you know what the implications of the words you offered are? Diana thought I was being shameless by summarizing what I tried to do with the word harsh. According to her, the word harsh doesn't cut it. It doesn't even come close to what I had actually proposed. Therefore, she could not help but complain in resentment. Yes, complain. As from the alteration earlier, Diana knew her prowess were of no match to the high school boy in front of her. Therefore, she had no other choice but to complain. Diana found the turn of events funny. She was a card lord, but she had to tiptoe around a card soldier. Diana, clear your head of prejudice and try to think with the admirable brain of yours that I want to invest in. You will understand that compared to losing the major stakes in your company, you will be gaining a lot more. And also, do not worry. Even if I become the major shareholder, I will be a silent partner, and you will still be in charge. And it is not like I am forcing you to choose the first option. You can always select the second option. I am not stopping you. Go ahead. With this option, you can obtain what you came for. Things were pretty damn obvious. The choices were left to Diana, and the choice she would choose would be hers, and hers alone. I did not plan on forcing her, because when it comes to subjugating someone, forcing them would only lead to strong pushback, which could sometimes result in the subject getting broken, which we do not want. Therefore, I let the goat walk to the butcher block. This did not mean that I would not try to influence her decision. Well, then I chose __. Before Diana could state the complete sentence, I interrupted her. Diana was not thinking realistically. She was fueled with emotions for her company and blinded to the best choice for the company's growth. Therefore, it was not the best time for her to make a choice. Diana, I do not think making a choice hastily without weighing the benefits of either of the options would be a wise choice. Why don't you take your time? I bet this present will help you understand what I am trying to say. saying that I handed Diana 10 A-rank rare grade ogre blood totem cards. Yes, nothing better than a bribe to influence a person's decision. Calling these 10 cards as a bribe would be a poor choice of words and short-sightedness. I gave these 10 cards to Diana to help her understand that when I said that I would put the fine gold name and her at the top in every corner of this world, I meant it. These 10 cards were a sample of the things I could achieve. I bet with enough time and a glass of scotch neat, Diana would finally start seeing eye to eye with me. Diana took the 10 cards and accessed their card info. Upon inspection, she found that all 10 cards were identical. Apart from the cards' outrageous and insane stats and skills, this was the most noticeable thing, because one cannot buy 10 perfectly identical cards in a market, let alone 10 rare A-rank identical cards. If one had those, then it could only mean that the person in question was in contact with the manufacturer of the cards. Or, in this particular case, that person was the manufacturer himself. Therefore, after scrutinizing the cards, Diana could not help but ask, "You made these cards?" "Yes, and there are more where those came from." I took out other 90 rare A-rank ogre blood totem cards, spread them in the shape of a fan, and fanned myself with it. "Are you frail?" Keeping aside the mind-numbing skill description of these cards, they have near-perfect durability and star rating. These stats are outrageous. And not to mention, is it even possible to create cards of this kind? Diana asked in bafflement. The more she looked at the cards, the more disbelief she felt despite the cards being right in her hands. It is possible. These cards are not created using the average method. They are created using runes. They are a lot more powerful and more reliable than the normal cards. I was enjoying the dumbfounded, speechless look on Diana, so I really enjoyed bombarding her with another piece of news. What? Are these cards really forged using runes? Fuck. No wonder their stats and skills are so overpowered. And why did you create these many cards? Are you planning on selling them? If yes, Fine Gold will buy them. Quote your price. Diana already knew about me using rule power from my fights in the tournament, but she did not realize that my mastery of rules and runes had reached the level of creating rare A-rank cards. Therefore, when I disclosed that these cards were created using runes, she was caught off guard. But that did not stop her from thinking of gaining a bargain by buying the cards from me directly. Considering the people with gold grimoire in your organization, I think those 10 cards that I gave you should be enough, right? Rare A-rank cards were powerful, but not all could utilize their power, especially those without a golden or higher grade grimoire. Therefore, I was surprised to see Diana trying to procure more A-rank cards when 10 I gifted to her should be enough for her and her subordinates. Don't underestimate Fine Gold. 10 of these cards are not enough for us. Also, if you realize such a large quantity of A-rank cards in the market, they cannot fetch the highest price. So I plan to buy them from you and slowly sell them one by one in different city auctions. That way, I can earn huge profits over the years despite giving a massive fortune to you to acquire these cards from you right now. Diana explained how she planned to make profits from the cards I made. Unfortunately for her, I did not plan on selling these cards as I had plans for them. Nope, these cards are not for sale. You are already lucky to get those 10 cards. I hope these cards will help you when you make your decision. I reminded Diana of the intended purpose behind the reason why I had gifted her 10 rare A-rank ogre blood totem cards. Diana clearly understood what I meant with my statement. The shock from the ogre blood totem cards had sobered her from the fact that I was asking for major shares in her company. Diana finally started to weigh what Fine Gold could bring to the table for her to retort my proposal. After deep contemplation, she realized that Fine Gold held no value for me whatsoever. What it could provide other companies could offer the same. Wealth? With the patent of the silver milk powder, I would not lack money as I would become the second richest person in the southern region after the Heatsend royal family. Apart from the fact that she was first to realize the game Heatsend royal family was playing and that she could help Elliot in the battle secession right away, there was nothing else Fine Gold brought to the table. She started to question herself whether it was even necessary for someone with my wealth to covet her measly company. Then it became clear to her that if it were not her who dared to ask to invest, her company would not even have entered my eyes. Seeing Diana in deep contemplation, I knew that the 10 cards were doing their job perfectly. But it was clear that Diana's attachment with the company was greater if I wanted to get it than I would have to persuade her further. Why was I after Fine Gold? Well, This was the first step to subjugating Diana. To become a world power, having enough strength was not enough. I needed to have a large force under me. To build this force, I had started laying the foundation with the TSR Guild, Tiger Squadron, and next on the list had to be somebody. So I added fine gold to the list valuing Diana. Originally, I planned to let Susan take over the TSR Guild and other activities in Sky Blossom City. Since she was coming with me to the central academic city, I needed somebody more capable of handling things here in my absence. Leaving it to my Calamity daughter Core was not an option, because no matter how strong and loyal they were followers, not leaders. I wanted an ambitious leader who could grow even without my presence. And Diana fit the bill perfectly. With her in charge, supported by my resources, she could lead Fine Gold to take over the merchant market in the southern region within a year. Despite being constantly monitored by Circle and having her workforce shortened so that the Circle would not think she was building an army, Diana was able to establish Fine Gold's main branches in 12 different cities and grow to the current state. So I cannot imagine what she can achieve when she is given free rein, adequate resources, and has my support. I bet Fine Gold would grow at a pace even I can't predict. Diana, you do not have to give me an answer now. I will give you a week's worth of time. Think properly and make your choice. And during this period, keep your eye open for the news on Sun Blossom City. I bet it will help you in your decision-making. Sun Blossom City? Diana asked in puzzlement. She did not understand how keeping track of local news updates in Sun Blossom City would help her. But then, since I had explicitly advised her to, Diana decided to keep an eye out for it. Yes, if you have nothing else worth my time, leave my property. I have said everything I had to. Now the decision was up to Diana. Whatever she decides, she knows how to contact me. Are the Ogre Blood Totem cards not for sale? I can give you a good deal for it. Diana once again expressed her interest in buying the Ogre Blood Totem cards. Unfortunately, my answer for her remained the same. No, they are not for sale. Speaking of cards, I am mass-producing C-rank nanomorpher cards. If you are interested in buying them in bulk, contact Susan. Though I was not planning on selling the Ogre Blood cards, I had another card in mind that I planned to sell, the nanomorpher cards made using C-rank liquid spirit gold. Nanomorpher? Are you talking about the golem used in the tournament? That card which could switch between a hoverbike and a golem, right? It seems my advertisement of nanomorpher in the school tournament was not a dud, as Diana appears to remember the nanomorpher from the ad. Right, that one. Are you interested? Confirming Diana's doubts, I asked her if she was willing to make a mass purchase of those cards. Are there any A-rank nanomorpher cards? Diana tried her luck. After all, it wouldn't hurt to ask. There aren't any. All I have are C-rank nanomorpher cards. Are you interested or not? I repeated myself. Just C-rank. The profit margin on these cards is not high. But considering how your cards are a unique of their kind and market for C-rank cards in this city is quite decent. I think they will have a good market. Since I am buying in bulk, are there any discounts? Diana knew that the profit margin on C-rank cards was not as high as A-rank cards. Therefore, she hesitated before making a decision. That's Susan's department. Contact her tomorrow. The cards should be ready then. Stating that I wait for Diana to show herself out of the warehouse. So, how much discount should I give her? After Diana walked out of the door, Susan finally made her presence known. None. You know what stiffened the prices by 20%? Those shameless psycho sisters are wealthy. They can afford the cards. I was really pissed hearing Diana shamelessly ask for a discount. Good, no discount it is. Susan was not comfortable with unfair trade practices. Therefore, she did not approve of my idea to stiffen the prices by 20% and stuck to no discount. I decide the price tag of the cards I create so no one will know. Okay, prepare the card lab. I want to start creating the Nanomorphers cards right away. Now that I had a buyer in place for the Nanomorpher cards, I decided to finish creating them today. They wouldn't require a lot of time as the liquid spirit gold body and framework of the Nanomorphers was already created by Corey. About that. Susan's words trailed off, not knowing how to explain that the card lab was still occupied. What's wrong? I asked, seeing Susan's expression. The card lab is not free. Corey is still using it. Susan finally said, don't tell me she still ain't done creating the body and framework using liquid spirit gold for the Nanomorpher cards. It was almost evening, meaning Corey had an extra 8 hours, yet she could not complete her task. I was disappointed in her. I was planning on making her my assistant and letting her carry some of the heavy workloads. It seems I have to reconsider. Yes, I guess she is not as capable as she boasted. Susan, too, did not seem satisfied with Corey's performance. I will head into the card lab and take over. I could not wait around for Corey to complete the task given to her, as I did not know how long it would take Corey to get the job done. Since Diana will be here to buy the cards tomorrow, I did not have the time to wait around. Okay, I will arrange the remaining ingredients required in the creation of the nanomorpher cards. Susan headed to the warehouse shelves, and I headed to card lab. Knock, knock, knock. After knocking, I entered the card lab. I knew it was not ethical or safe to enter a card lab when someone was in the middle of card creation, but I did not have the luxury to think about all of this right now. And the worst that could happen is the card creation would fail, meaning all I would lose is a tiny amount of liquid spirit gold. Entering the card lab, I saw Corey comfortably sleeping on the futon while a humanoid-shaped fire extended out of her body and was utilizing her gold grimoire to refine liquid spirit gold to create nanomorpher body and framework. Yes, while Corey slept comfortably, her ego fire was helping her in the card creation process. Hi, Wyatt. What are you doing here? Corey Park turned to see me enter the card lab. That is what I should be asking you. What the heck is going on here? I was astonished to see what was happening in the card lab, especially the part where Corey slept like a log in the futon. What the fuck? Corey was tired, so I stepped in. Don't worry. I am almost done. This is the last of the liquid spirit gold. Corey Park explained that Corey was mentally exhausted from refining the liquid spirit gold all night and morning. Therefore, Corey Park decided to step in and do the remaining work as Corey Bright got some sleep. Okay, I will be outside. Once you are done, you know where to find me. Since Corey Park said she was refining the last batch of liquid spirit gold and would be done any minute now, I had no work here, so I decided to wait outside. Okay. Saying that, Corey Park returned to refining while I walked out of the card lab. Wyatt. All done. Here are the cards. Handing me a stack of cards, Corey walked past me and slumped down on the couch, saying, I am exhausted and feeling so sleepy. Do not disturb me. I took the stack of cards and checked them to see if they all had satisfactory rank and durability. All 30 cards were up to the standards. Therefore, I left Corey alone and headed to the card lab. And soon Susan brought the old soul engines, soul reactors, floater components, and artificial will to create nanomorpher. With all the ingredients available, I did not delay any longer and began the creation of the nanomorpher cards. I placed all the body and framework cards into the grimoire along with the soul reactor, soul engines, and floater components. In order to turn the liquid spirit gold body and framework into the card, Corey had already used origin cores, so I did not require origin cores. I could just use the origin cores of these cards. Morphing the cards into core form, I transfer the soul pathways of the soul engine and soul reactor into each of them along with the floater components, and began to precisely assemble the soul engine, soul reactor, floater components into the body and framework made using the liquid spirit gold. After assembling the nanomorpher in each core, I took the remaining 1-ton spirit gold that I had kept aside to create weapons for the nanomorpher. For the weapon system of the nanomorpher, I chose to make an energy gun and energy blade out of the remaining liquid spirit gold for each of them. Then I transfer the soul pathways of the energy gun and energy blade into each of the cores and add them under the nanomorpher armor. I designed the energy gun and energy blade compactly so that they could hide under the nanomorpher armor and act as concealed weapons. Now that the 30 nanomorpher were assembled with soul engine, soul reactors, energy weapons, and floater components, I added the artificial will to each of the assembled nanomorpher and morphed the cores back into cards. Card name, LSG nanomorpher. Card type, item card. Card rank, C rank, uncommon grade. Card rate, 9 stars. Card durability, 92/100. Card effect, Liquid Spirit Gold Nanomorpher is a sentient hoverbike with the unique ability to morph into a sentient golem. Additional effect, transformation, Concealed Energy Blaster, Concealed Energy Blade. Reading the card info of the nanomorpher, I was satisfied even though it was a lot weaker than the one I made for myself. I didn't make these 30 nanomorpher cards as grand as mine. These nanomorpher could only morph into one form and not strengthen themselves by consuming other metals. but they meet all the conditions to be sold in the market as capable hoverbike/golem cards. After creating the C-rank nanomorpher cards, I handed them to Susan, and then started to study various books on soul pathways. Though I understood the soul pathways as the air I breathe and the water I drink, I need to know how the average card apprentices understood the soul pathways. This way, I could finally start imparting my findings to the rest of the world under the guise of patent and copyright. I currently had access to the basic books distributed for rookies to get introduced to the soul pathway and its means. This knowledge was not enough for me to hand down my findings, as the stuff that I wanted to apply for patent and copyright could be considered as an advanced level of soul pathway application. But still, I decided to get thorough with the fundamental and standard interpretation of the soul pathways. So, when I gain access to more advanced stuff, I do not struggle because of my shaky fundamentals. Using Hive AI, I could memorize all this information. Still, when I started to read the material on the soul pathway, I slowly started to get enlightened on things I was unconsciously familiar about soul pathways. It all began to make more sense to me. I began to relate to every word written in the book. The more I explored the contents of the material, I realized how profound it was. Honestly, I was astonished how an average card apprentice without cheat like soul pupils could write such detailed and deep information regarding soul pathways. This newfound respect for the predecessors who wrote these texts made me excited and increased my anticipation towards the advanced books on soul pathways. I would be lying if I said I didn't gain anything from this introductory book on the soul pathway. I finally had a profound understanding of every little thing I would unknowingly do during card creation. It's like knowing what it is you are doing right. There is a lot of difference between knowing it and vaguely knowing it. Putting what I consciously did in words makes it more susceptible to a more extreme understanding. As I explored the standard techniques mentioned in the basics of soul pathways to manipulate soul pathways and arrangements to create basic low-grade cards, Van, followed by Old Ben, entered the warehouse. Old Ben has never been to the warehouse. Hence he was led by Van. Master Wyatt, the task is complete. Old Ben reported stiffly. His military training had not left his old bones. That's fast. I thought it would take you guys another day. I was surprised to hear that Old Ben finished creating blood equipment cards for the TSR Guild and the Tiger Squadron this early. Before that, gentlemen, would you prefer tea, coffee, or just water? It was already late at night. Susan and Corey had gotten off work. So, I was all alone in the warehouse, brushing up on the basics of the soul pathway. As the manager of the card boutique, Susan was not here to offer our guests beverages. So I decided to step up as the founder of the card boutique, also because I could see that Old Ben was visibly exhausted after raiding dungeons and creating thousands of rune cards. Water would be fine. Old Ben, who came here straight from the dungeon, asked for water, while Van chose nothing. There's the kitchen. Help yourself. Don't be shy, I said, pointing towards the warehouse kitchen. Old Ben wasn't surprised by my response, not because I was his boss, but he was emotionally paralyzed. While you are at it, fetch me a grape soda from the fridge. As Old Ben headed to quench his thirst, I ordered him to get me a grape soda. And turning to Van, I asked, "Where's Courtney? Why isn't she with Old Ben?" The Southern Watch has taken the clown mask and Courtney into custody. Thankfully, Miss Courtney completed the contract in time. Van answered, "You guys did pay her for the cards, right?" Since Courtney was taken into custody by the Southern Watch, I was worried she was not paid the agreed-upon compensation. We did, and Miss Courtney asked you to come to visit her when you have time. Van delivered Courtney's message for me. I see. I would also miss Courtney, but the question was how long was the royal family planning to keep the mother and daughter pair in custody? Here you go, Master Wyatt. Handing me the soda, Old Ben sat across from me and explained, Master Wyatt, after you left, I and Courtney split up. I headed to raid the E-rank Goblin Feast Field dungeon to create low-grade blood item cards, while Courtney continued to raid the Ogre Fields. Courtney created agreed-upon high-rank blood spirit cards in a single raid, and I developed enough low-rank blood equipment cards. Then we switched the dungeons, allowing me to make enough high-grade blood item cards in Ogre Fields Gate dungeon and for Courtney to create enough low-rank blood spirit cards in the Goblin Feast Field dungeon. This way, we both completed the required cards in just 2 more dungeon raids. Good job. Here are the Ogre Blood Totem cards I created. Distribute them between the Tiger Squadron and high-level executives of the TSR Guild. As for the low-level members, if I have time, I will pay a visit to the E-Rank Woodapes Field Dungeon to create E-Rank Ape Blood Totem cards for them. I chose the E-Rank Woodapes Field Dungeon instead of the E-Rank Goblin Feast Field Dungeon because the physique of the Woodape is a lot stronger than the best of the goblins, and because Woodapes are more agile than goblins. E-Rank Woodapes Field Dungeon. Good choice, boss. I will reserve it for the next few days under the TSR Guild name. Feel free to visit whenever you are free, boss. Van took it upon himself to make the arrangements. Master Wyatt, if you don't mind, I would like to create more blood equipment cards to gather funds for the Tiger Squadron. It seems old Ben planned to use his rune to gather funds and keep the Tiger Squadron running. Tiger Squadron has been under the scrutiny of the City Lord for a long time, and its members are surviving on minimum wages despite them being Grandmaster Realm card apprentices. Since all these problems stemmed because of him stepping down as captain, Old Ben took it upon himself to rectify them and compensate his soldiers appropriately for their years of loyalty, even though he was not there when they needed him the most. Go ahead. Tiger Squadron is your responsibility. Do your best to keep it afloat. If the financial troubles are urgent, I could allocate some funds for the Tiger Squadron. I respected how Old Ben looked after his soldiers and tried to rectify his mistakes by making up for his absence over the years by himself. Thank you, Master Wyatt. The situation is not that urgent. I can handle the situation. Old Ben refused to ask for funds and assured me that he could take care of it himself. Good, but do not hesitate to ask for help if you need it. Asking Old Ben not to be shy to ask for help, I advised him. If you plan to sell the blood equipment cards, contact Susan for assistance. With her present, you don't have to worry about fair pricing and being taken advantage of. Yes, Master Wyatt. Now, if you may, I plan to head back to raiding dungeons to create enough cards to come up with funds. Old Ben knew no rest. He planned to get back to raiding dungeons to create more rune cards and gather the funds as soon as possible. Sure, but that will have to wait as I have matters to discuss with you too. Saying that, I ran my gaze over Old Ben and Van, adding, it's regarding our plan to invade the Sun Blossom City and whipping out its branch of Circle. Hearing my words, Van and Old Ben became visibly serious. I had already given each of them their respective tasks for the upcoming mission, so they knew what I was talking about. Van, how far have you looked into the Circle Sun Blossom City branch and the authorities, families that are facilitating their activities in that city? Earlier, I had tasked Van to dig in the Circle and its connections in Sun Blossom City. Almost everyone who is anybody in the Sun Blossom City is already in Circle's pocket. The authorities, guilds, families, even the Card Creationist Association, everyone is at the beck and call of the inner circle of the Circle. The roots of the Circle in the Sun Blossom City are very deep. Van reported that the whole Sun Blossom City is under the Circle's thumb. What about their new leader? Were you able to find anything about him? The control of Circle on Sun Blossom City was stronger than I thought. So I asked Van about the leader of Sun Blossom City Branch Circle. The new leader of the Circle is Mike Brown. He is a local hero. A few years ago, random 3B rank gate dungeon opened up in the Sun Blossom City. The city's rapid response team focused their activity in the high-income neighborhood of the city and left slums to fend for themselves. Then Mike Brown showed up out of nowhere, hunted all the monsters, and finally captured the gate dungeon single-handedly. Since then, he has been hailed as savior, hero of the poor by the citizens of Sun Blossom City. Once he was pronounced as the leader of the Circle Sun Blossom branch, the citizens and authorities were no longer opposed to the idea of Circle opening a branch in their city. Van narrated the feats of Mike Brown, the leader of the Circle Sun Blossom branch. Hearing that not only did the Circle have all the authorities and families of the Sun Blossom City in their pockets, but were also well received by the citizens of the city because of the heroic leader, I was astonished. And I was surprised to see the growth of the Circle's influence in Sun Blossom City in such a short time. The authorities and families of the Sun Blossom City were already in pockets of the Circle Sky Blossom branch, so not a surprise that Circle's influence grew to such a dangerous level in such a short time. Van explained that the degree of Circle's control in Sun Blossom City was not surprising as authorities and families of the city were already subjugated by the Circle even before they moved into the city. This will make our invasion plan a lot harder than it had to be. Waging war against the Circle in an unknown land was already a massive risk. But the unknown land turned out to be the home field for the Circle, making it even riskier to declare war on them. I had members of the TSR Guild and Tiger Squadron to handle the cannon fodders of the Circle. At the same time, my Calamity Daughter gems take care of the inner circle. And I would hunt the big fishes and the kingfish, Mike Brown himself. This way, the workforce on both sides would be equal, but things change if the authorities, families, and guilds provide the Circle with reinforcement. If this were to happen, my forces and I would be facing the entire forces of the Sun Blossom City. With various forces attacking us from all sides, the battlefield would become a cage for my troops and me. No matter how strong the members of the TSR Guild and Tiger Squadron have grown with blood equipment, blood spirit, blood totem cards, they still cannot take on an entire city. I could intervene with my ego elementals. After all, the average card apprentice cannot defend against the rule attacks. Then the war to slaughter the Circle would turn into a citywide massacre, because that is the only way my troops and I can escape the city. And no matter how much Anna valued me, she would have to arrest me and hold me responsible for massacring an entire city. With that, I would have to say goodbye to my chill university life and plan on how to survive a prison life in the card world. Fuck this. I cursed in frustration, realizing how hard it would be to invade the Sun Blossom City and wage war against the strongest organization of the city. I had prepared to face the Circle, but not the entire Sun Blossom City. By the looks of it, if I have to attack the Circle, I will have to prepare retaliation from the whole city. Facing an entire city was out of the question, as it would make me the bad guy, the public enemy. The public image of the Circle in Sun Blossom City is very different from the one they had in Sky Blossom City. In Sky Blossom City, in people's eyes, the Circle was a mysterious and powerful organization that even the city lord feared. The citizens of the Sky Blossom City never knew the Circle's dirty laundry. But in Sun Blossom City, the Circle had a reputation of a righteous organization led by a heroic leader. This reputation of the Circle in Sun Blossom City was a far cry from the one in Sky Blossom City. This new change in the way the Circle operated came with the new branch leader. It seems he had a different image for the Circle in mind compared to the old branch leader. This image is what made it easier for the Circle to move the forces of the Sun Blossom City in their time of need. At such a period, if the TSR Guild and Tiger Squadron led by me were to declare war on the Circle, we would literally become the bad guys in public eyes and the family's guilds. Authorities mobilizing their forces to provide the Circle with reinforcement would be justified in itself. It would look like the city came together to purge the outside enemy. That's not good for the members of the TSR Guild and Tiger Squadron or me. Considering all this, it became more challenging for me to think of a way to attack the Circle without facing the wrath of the entire Sun Blossom City. All my preparation until now was to fight the Circle, not a city. If I don't find a way around this, I might have to give up attacking the Circle in order not to become the demon lord who massacred half of a city in the eyes of the entire world. The narrative. What comes after every war is the winner's narrative, but in the present age, due to social media controlling the narrative in the winner's favor was very difficult. If it were ancient times when the Grimoire network was yet to be developed, then what Victor says goes in the pages of history, be it true or false. But now, what the majority of public beloved went into the pages of history, be it true or false. Therefore, controlling the public opinion was a big deal in modern warfare, to control the final narrative on the conclusion of any conflict. This is what the new leader was doing by building a righteous image for the Circle and a heroic image for himself. In the people's eyes, the Circle and he were the good guys, so automatically marking every organization or person that went against them or they themselves targeted as the bad guys. Every story had good guys and bad guys. The Circle had already filled in the role of good guys, and anyone that went against them would automatically be labeled as the bad guys. This meant that even if I were to somehow avoid facing the city after attacking the Circle, I would still lose, as the other branches of the Circle would ignite the public into labeling me as the demon lord that slaughtered an entire organization. Whatever the reason I had to attack the Circle Sun Blossom branch, would it matter to the people? I could hide the identity of my troops and me when attacking the Circle, but the blood rule cards used by my troops would be very distinctive, And unless I planned not to use these cards in the future world would sooner or later figure out that it was I who attacked the circle. And with a push from other branches of circle, I believe the world would know a lot sooner. Why did I care about the public opinion of me? The answer was straightforward. It is because I am weak. When someone is labeled as the bad guy, it becomes easier for his enemies to come after him. Just take the example of the demigod Redfall. He had an intimate relationship with so many people, and most of them became his devotees. In most cases, these people were husbands and wives of prominent figures in the world. Yet the world could not prosecute Redfall because all the relationships he had with his various partners were consensual. His partners took all the blame upon themselves, therefore, giving no reason for the world to prosecute demigod Redfall until the information that he grew humans as livestock to conduct blood sacrifice and blood ritual to make a breakthrough in his active soul control came to light. Using this as a reason, those that lost their partners to Redfall's lifestyle band together under the one banner that they would exterminate an evil card apprentice when, in reality, all they cared about was taking revenge on the demigod Redfall for robbing their husbands and wives. This is how the world works. If I were to strike the circle without enough preparations immaturely, then even if I won the battle, I would be labeled as the bad guy. Give the rest of the circle branches a chance to band together and prosecute me under a justifiable cause of eliminating evil. This is why it is essential that Victor control the narrative of the events, or else even if they had momentarily won, they would lose in the pages of history by being labeled as the bad guys. No matter how strong one is, nobody can beat time. Therefore, it was rudimentary to control the narrative. In ancient times, the narrative of the events was Victor's right, but in modern warfare, the one with the most favorable public opinion controlled the narrative, making it necessary for me to come out as a good guy in the battle against the Circle. Boss, we could officially challenge the Circle of Sunblossom Branch to a guild war. Seeing me in deep contemplation, Van proposed an idea to directly confront the Circle without worrying about facing the entire city's forces, a guild war. Guild war is a legal way of slaughtering enemies or competitors to handle disputes and grudges. But this requires the initiator of the guild wars to prove the legitimacy of the reason behind invoking the guild war. Unless the cause is found reasonable by the War Council or it is found that there is no room for compromise between the two parties, neither of the parties involved can engage in a war, but most of the time, private battles take place in the background, hidden from the War Council. And most of the time, the War Council turns a blind eye to this unless concrete proof is provided by the parties involved. A guild war through official channels will take a minimum of a month. I do not have that much time with me. And also, that is not the point here. I am not afraid of any legal actions. As long as it doesn't involve me massacring half of a city, the Heatsend royal family will take care of it. The point here is public opinion. I wanted to deal with the Circle before leaving for the royal palace, which meant I did not have much time in my hand. Van went silent, not understanding how the public opinion would affect our battle against the Circle. Master, I have made the specific armor cards you asked for. I think we can hide our identity using these armors so that the regular citizens do not know that it was us who attacked the Circle. Having served as a soldier, Old Ben knew one or two things about the effects of public opinion. During the Monster War, all the soldiers were seen as heroes, but now, after the war, as a momentary peace is achieved, the world saw them all as a nuisance and freeloaders of taxpayers' money. I had tasked Old Ben to create the armors based on a new uniform code I planned to introduce for the members' TSR Guild and Tiger Squadron. Uniform was elementary for any organization. With a presentable uniform, our members could leave a lasting impression on the clients. Members of the TSR Guild were adventurers. They would require a little time to get used to the new uniform code soon to be imposed, but the members of Tiger Squadron were veteran soldiers. I bet they would love it to be collectively represented by a uniform. Old Ben, having witnessed firsthand how public opinion could affect after the war, suggested that we hide our identities such that regular people don't know that it was the TSR Guild and Tiger Squadron that attacked the Circle. This would work if not for other branches of Circle, who will try their best to bring the matter to light and create an unfair public opinion against us. That won't work. We have to approach this issue in a different way. To tackle this, we cannot find the solution to this by thinking like an adventurer or a soldier. We need to think like a politician. That is to snatch the control of the public opinion from the circle's hand. Van, you understand what I am implying, right? Please find out how the circle is controlling public opinion, how they are able to hide all their dirty laundry from the people's eyes and figure out who are the people helping the circle to circulate this new public image of theirs. The answer to my question was obvious. Since the circle is playing the role of good guys in the public's eyes, I just had to snatch the role of the good guy from them. And how am I going to achieve this? Obviously, by shedding some light on the dirty laundry of the circle, which it is hiding from the rest of the world. There are two steps to this part, the first being finding evidence of their wrongdoings, and the second being figuring out the public reach. Finding evidence of the circle's wrongdoings is an easy task because many of the current members of the circle in Sun Blossom City are the old members of the circle in Sky Blossom City. Those people have learned to cover their tracks in Sun Blossom City under the direction of their new leader, but these people have left a lot of evidence of their past crimes in Sky Blossom City. So digging up dirt on the circle was a simple task. Public reach refers to how I get the evidence of the circle's shady past to reach as many people as possible before the circle's goons scrub it all. This is why I asked Van to find out how the circle is maintaining its new public image. If I know how the circle is doing its false publicity and keeping its past from surfacing in the Grimoire network, then I could figure out a perfect way to shed light on what the circle is to the general populace, and prepare for countermeasures against the goons of the circle trying to scrap the evidence I have provided in the Grimoire network for the people to see what the circle actually is. About that, boss, they have hired a lot of unemployed mortals just to go through the Grimoire network and erase any evidence of the circle's criminal past surfacing on the Grimoire network. These people are also responsible for spreading false publicity of the circle. And if anyone tries to voice out the past of the circle, this army of mortals, using their iron grimoire, suppress any and every voice against the circle. Van reported what he had already found out how the circle was keeping the grimoire network clean from its past crimes in his initial findings. Interesting, employing mortals to monitor the grimoire network and spread false publicity. The circle has come a long way from its old persona under the leadership of its new leader. Well, two can play that game. Hearing how the circle was able to clean its old past and falsify an entirely new past fitting the righteous image it was trying to build, I could not help but laugh, realizing that this was one of the oldest tricks used by many pop stars, actors, politicians back on Earth. Though this method was a cheap trick, it worked. Therefore, it was popularly used by famous people with a past to hide. Boss, do you want me to start hiring people to counter the false publicity army of the circle? Van asked if he should form a mortal army to do our bidding in the Grimoire network. No, that won't be necessary. I have something better in mind. Bring me 10,000 C-rank artificial wills. It's time I showed you the power of modern supercomputers. It is a proven fact that the human brain is less efficient than a supercomputer in a specified repetitive task. Who needs a mortal army when I can have an army of supercomputers working for me? I was going to create a card that I had planned to develop a long time ago to help lessen my burden in card creation. Now seems a better time to create it than any. I put off making this card till now because I plan to create a rare grade version of this card with 100,000 A-rank artificial wills with help from the Heatsend royal family. Getting 1 or 2 A-rank artificial wills in this third-rate city is already a miracle, much less 100,000 A-rank artificial wills. I plan to have the Heatsend royal family procure me 100,000 A-rank artificial required to create this card when I move to the royal palace. But it seems I need this card right away. Therefore, I decided to create a temporary watered-down version of this card for my current use. 10,000 C-rank artificial wills. I will get them right away. Van was dumbfounded and thought he heard it wrong, but after a pause, he nodded affirmatively and headed to make the required arrangements to execute my request. If needed, make use of the Southern Emperor and the royal family's name. Those card creationist association snobs will not fork out such a large number of artificial wills without alarming motivation. I advised Van to his back, which got smaller as he walked further away out of the warehouse. Yes, boss. Van yelled back. AMD continued to head out. Master, what would you like me to do? Seeing Van was given an errand, old Ben asked one for himself. You? I have shared a few memories of places and names with your Calamity daughter Gem's Hive AI. Follow the list and collect all the evidence. Take a few trusted tiger soldiers with you. Let them do the talking if needed. Using the memories of Clown Mask, it was not hard for me to find dirt on the circle and its deeds in Sky Blossom City. I shared these memories with Old Ben so that he could efficiently gather all this evidence. All my soldiers are trustworthy, Master Wyatt. We will not fail the mission you have assigned to us. The reason I asked Old Ben to take some of his trusted soldiers with him was not that he was not strong enough for the task, but due to his emotion paralysis, it made him unfit to do specific tasks which required social and people skills. Okay, but still, after Van is done here, I will ask him to join you. Soldiers are stiff and too disciplined. They lack the slick tongue of an adventurer who could find a friend in anybody. Therefore, I planned for Van to accompany Old Ben on this mission. Okay, Master Wyatt, I will not disappoint you. Seeing how I insisted on adding extra people to help assist him in his mission, Old Ben felt my lack of trust in his abilities and took it as a challenge to prove himself worthy. Good. I know you will. I gave a few words of encouragement to Old Ben. Boss, I did not fail in my mission. After using the Southern Emperor's name, the association treated me like a VIP and handed me this storage truck card. And they said that if these artificial wills are not enough, they can procure more from the associations in the neighboring cities. It seems with my permission, Van did not hesitate to use Anna's name right at the start. I don't blame him, as I heard it is tough dealing with the snobbish association staff, especially if you need to purchase something as unreasonable as 10,000 artificial wills. Good. I have another task for you, I said, taking the storage trunk card from Van. Name it, boss. Van did not hesitate to show his eagerness to receive a new mission. I have shared a few memories of places and names with your Calamity daughter Gem's Hive AI. I have tasked Old Ben to follow the list and visit these places and people to collect all the dough on the circle. Your task is to tag along with Old Ben and assign a guild member to monitor the subject after Old Ben is done collecting the evidence. If any of the subjects show suspicious signs after Old Ben leaves, capture them before they alert Circle about what we are doing. I don't want the Circle to know who is targeting them. Once I begin exposing Circle for what they are, they will know that someone is targeting them. That is inevitable, but I can ensure they don't know TSR Guild, Tiger Squadron, or I are the ones who are targeting them, because an invisible enemy is more deadly than a visible enemy. Van's adventurers are flexible with the kind of work they do. They do not mind working in the gray area, unlike Old Ben's soldiers who frown upon anything not white. Especially the soldiers of the Tiger Squadron. These guys have righteousness stuck up their asses. Therefore, I tasked the soldiers with the white jobs, leaving the shady gray jobs for the adventurers to complete. Right now, my little organization was missing people to handle the assignments in the dark. That's a work in progress. I hope Diana makes the right choice. By right choice, I mean the choice I wanted her to make. Yes, boss. The TSR Guild will not disappoint you. This can be considered the first task I have commissioned to the entire TSR Guild. Van was thrilled, as this was his opportunity to show me how far the TSR Guild has come under his leadership. I know, but be careful. The Circle is not allowed to know what we are up to. I want this to be a surprise. Mike Brown, I want to look at the expression he will be making when he knows that I am behind the downfall of his kingdom. Though Van did a thorough background check on the new Sun Blossom branch leader of the Circle, it was not complete. And how do I know that? Because I had the complete history of Mike Brown with me. Where did I get this information from? From the Clown Mask's memories. Yes, Clown Mask's memories had detailed information on every branch leader of the Circle. From these memories, I learned a revolutionary truth about the Circle's supreme leader and its numerous branch leaders, which would come to the light way ahead in the alternate future. Knowing this truth about the leaders of the Circle, I knew that my enemy was not just the Sky Blossom branch leader of the Circle. He is not the only one to be blamed for his sins against the Wyatt family, but all of them. The Circle's supreme leader and its numerous branch leaders. This truth is one of the reasons why I plan to attack the Sun Blossom branch of the Circle. And another reason is this is the only branch of Circle which I can destroy with my current power. Okay, I will be careful. Boss will get to surprise the Circle as you planned. I will make sure of it. Van made a vow and headed out on his mission. Now that I had the 10,000 C-rank artificial wills cards and a few C-rank origin cores left from earlier in the dungeon, I had all the ingredients I required to create the card I wanted to make. Therefore, turning on the security lock of the warehouse, I head to the card lab to begin the card creation process. Setting in lotus position on the futon, I placed the 10,000 C-rank artificial wool cards into the card creation page. Then morphing the cards into core form, I start to add the slave program of my Hive AI to each of the artificial wool cores. The slave AI programs were like sperms impregnating the artificial wool cores to give birth to a perfectly functional artificial slave conscious with supercomputing capabilities rivaling the original Hive AI in my Calamity Soul Gem. As I planned, the slave AI program started to integrate with the artificial wills to form a perfectly functional artificial slave conscious. Collectively now, I had 10,000 sentient AI, which would only follow the directions of the Hive AI. Then I started to combine these 10,000 artificial sentient slave conscious to create an architecture of the super brain with 10,000 artificial slave conscious. Then I gave the super brain capabilities to access the grimoire functions and grimoire network. This way, I could use it to scrape the grimoire network for specific data I instruct it to. Each one of these artificial slave consciousness could best 1,000 mortals in terms of computing power. And I had 10,000 of these artificial slave consciousness, meaning I had an army equal to 10 million obedient mortals. 10 million. I guess this number should be enough to turn the tide against the Circle's personal army of fake propaganda. My artificial slave consciousness do not tire or sleep. They were perfect soldiers meant to fight the good fight on the grimoire network, as they could work for 24 hours a day straight without rest as long as enough soul energy was supplied. Now that the architecture of the superbrain was built, I moved it to a fresh new C-rank origin core and then morphed the core into a card. Card name, Superbrain. Card type, Skill card. Card rank, C-rank, Uncommon grade. Card rate, 8 stars. Card durability, 100/100. Card effect. The Superbrain is a support card consisting of 10,000 artificial conscious that gives the user the computing power of 10 million human brains. Additional effect, parallel computing, sentient computing, simulation computing, memory palace, independent computing. Warning, this card is a support card and can't be used without the presence of Hive AI. Parallel computing. The Superbrain has 10,000 individuality, each of which has a separate and fully functional sentient consciousness. These consciousnesses are capable of thinking separately, therefore allowing them to compute 10,000 tasks separately at the same time. Sentient computing. This skill gives the Superbrain the capability to learn from its mistakes, meaning the Superbrain will not make the same mistake twice during computing. Simulation computing. The Superbrain can simulate the task given to it if all the parameters and variables are determined. Memory palace. This skill gives the Superbrain the ability to record all of its activities, in turn facilitating other skills of Superbrain, such as sentient computing. Independent computing. Once the Superbrain is assigned a similar task, it can execute it without supervision. Note, if the task is assigned for the first time, there are chances of errors, so independent computing is not recommended for trying a job on the first try. Susan, good morning. You are early today. I greeted Susan as she entered the warehouse along with Corey. I purposefully did not greet Corey because she had her sour puss face on. I did not want to ruin my morning by arguing with her. Just in case, I chose to acknowledge her existence with a nod. Good morning. I came at the usual time, silly. I see you have company over. Mr. Ben, would you prefer a morning tea or coffee? And you, Mr. Van? Tea or coffee? As Corey snorted to my nod, Susan greeted me and offered the hot beverages to our guests. Thank you, Miss Susan, but that won't be necessary. Van politely rejected Susan's offer. None for me too. Manager Susan, I require your assistance with the sales of these cards. Please let me know when you are free. Old Vin also did not take Susan up on her offer and instead asked for assistance with the E-rank and F-rank blood item cards that he had created. Give me 15 minutes, Mr. Ben. I will be right with you. Seeing me nod in approval, Susan accepted Old Ben's request. And then, asking for 15 minutes, she excused herself from us, heading to complete her daily office routine. Corey stood in front of me with a dead gaze. Corey, how can I help you? I did not know what Corey meant by standing in front of me, so I asked if she required my assistance. What work do I perform today, boss? Corey grumbled. I did not understand whether Corey wanted me to assign her a task or not. I stared at Corey blankly without knowing what to say. Should I assign her a job, or should I shoo her? Like how one rotten fish spoils the whole pond similarly. Corey's bad mood affected the rest, especially me. Don't mind her. Her grandmother's back in the city. And she did not get proper sleep yesterday night. Corey's hair suddenly caught on fire and morphed into a half-humanoid form. Flaming hairs turned into the upper torso of a human female. It was none other than Corey Park who spoke in defense of Corey Bright. Hi, Ms. Park. I don't get it. What does Corey's grandmother returning to the city and her not getting proper sleep supposed to do with me? Is it supposed to explain why Corey is ruining my morning? Well, Corey's grandparents fought over who gets to retire as the head of the family and stay with their precious granddaughter. In the end, they decided they both would retire and live with their sugar pie. Their reunion sparked, how do I put it politely, a passionate and loud hormonal exchange. The rooms of Guild Association housing are very thin. Let's just say I am scared for the rest of my life. Oh wait, I am half immortal, meaning I will have to carry this trauma for eternity. Corey Park did not understand the intention behind my words and went into deep detail in Corey Bright's defense. Grandparents' sex, it comes in the same league as listening in on your parents doing it. But nothing trumps walking in when your parents are in the middle of an orgy. That's what I thought until my mother's friend asked me to join them. Corey's experience rekindled Van's past traumas, and he sang like a broken rape record with no pause button. Hearing Van's dreadful trauma, Corey thought of various possibilities and ways things could have gone wrong last night. These thoughts made Corey lightheaded, and her knees went weak. Before she could fall to the ground, Corey Park created a fire cushion to support her fall. Van, shut up. Seeing how Van's babble started to affect the room's atmosphere, I asked him to shut up. I knew Van's parents had an open opinion about sexual relations considering their relationship with demigod Redfall. Still, to think they would invite a child to an orgy, they were just sexual deviants. Corey, considering your situation, why don't you take a day off? Go home and have a good sleep. After listening to Ms. Park's explanation seeing Corey's situation, I decided to give her a day off. I did not take pity on Corey. I just did not want her to continue raining on my morning. I had spent an entire night planning how to counter the Circle's false propaganda, and finally, all the pieces were in place just when I was about to commence with my grimoire network warfare. Corey interrupted me with her story of eavesdropping on her grandparents having sex. Enzo, anything but that. I cannot return to that forsaken place. The walls of that room will continue to haunt me. Please, I will do anything but that. I am begging you. I work for free. Just let me focus on something else. Hearing me ask her to take a day off and return to how to rest, Corey yelled in hysteria and began begging for work. You already work for free. Ms. Park reminded Corey. How about I book you a premium spa package in the Guild Association Mall? That should help you relax and get you some sleep. Booking doesn't require money. Seeing disgruntled Corey, I helped her book a premium spa session. After all, I want Corey and her sob story out of here. What is a spa? Ah, that should be relaxing. Corey, come on, let's go. I want to experience this spa. Corey Park seems to have accessed Corey Bright's memories to learn what a spa is. Learning about it, she seemed to agree with me, mostly because she wanted to experience it for the first time. Okay, we will go, but not to the Guild Association Mall spa, but Fine Gold Spa. They know how to treat a real VIP. In Association Mall, if you pay appropriate money, you can access all the tiers of privilege they provide. But in Fine Gold, there is a hidden privilege tier that is only accessible to the true VIPs. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.